Rush 4. Lamar trying to make magic happen. Throw it end zone. Likely 2 feet down. Yes! Touchdown! What a play! Isaiah Likely! Going for 2 and the win.
Let's make sure. Oh, very close. Is there enough to overturn?
Oh, that's on the line, isn't it? That's a toe. By a toe.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Football is back. And let me just say, Mike Tirico, you are the man. He set that whole play up. I said, and the first game of the season comes out to the final play in the 105th season in the NFL. And then you get that call, and you get that play, and you get that drama. A toe keeps the Baltimore Ravens from possibly tying or winning the game. They were going to go for 2. So they're going for the win there. And just like that, folks, football is back. As we say good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. All the overnight dancers in Kansas City, you know they made some money. I don't know about here in the Bay Area. Maybe on Monday night. But good morning to everybody out there, teachers, students, high school football teams getting ready to roll, volleyball teams, and the Kansas City Chiefs. The Kansas City Chiefs. Let me just say this real quick, Josh, before you get in here, because you got the stone cold looking at me. I know they hate watching. I know. And get your mic on, because I'm going to kick it to you in a second. When Kansas City had the pregame pageantry with all the Super Bowl banners, and there's Clark Hunt at the end. This one's for you, Kansas City. And there's 4 banners there on the field, and 3 in the last 5 years. I freaking tweeted, and I felt like this. I said, you know what? I'm pissed off. Now I'm pissed off because we should have been at Levi's Stadium for a football game on Thursday night, playing either the LA Rams, playing the Cowboys, or something. Probably would have been the Cowboys. And Kansas City is celebrating the Super Bowl. And did anybody think they were going to lose yesterday? You're watching that game. Rashee Rice is a bona fide number 1 now. Xavier Worthy, the human joystick, is another toy for Andy Reid. They don't even have Hollywood Brown yet. Just wait until Hollywood Brown gets back. Travis Kelce, all he's got to do is run 5 yards, turn around, Mahomes is going to hit him. And Mahomes is great. Their offensive line is good. Their defense is good. Their coordinators are good. They get away with calling timeouts. They get all the calls. I mean, it's Kansas City's world, and we're just living in it.
Monte, I hate them so much. He's the greatest player I've ever seen. I'm already ready to crown it. There are certain guys that you see in real time, and you're like, yeah, this is just different, and we can see where this is going. I don't even care if he wins another one. I think he's the greatest player I've ever seen. I was telling Spadoni, I think if they truly wanted to, and it was do or die every single week, I think they'd go undefeated. That's how good I think he is, and how good I think they are. They've got an unbelievable, iconic OG stadium that I'm jealous of.
Arrowhead Stadium.
It's one of the loudest, coolest venues ever. It looks amazing.
I can't wait to go there.
Their grass looks incredible.
Yep.
I'm envious of their grass, okay? I'm not joking.
He's not talking about the stuff you smoke, folks.
They've got a defensive player in Chris Jones who literally is like, oh, your left guard's garbage? Yeah, I'm going to line up over him. Next play. Let me see if this right guard's any good. Let me line up over him. No, you get out of my way. I'm going to line up right over here. He's an all-time player. Complete badass. They lose Snead. Basically trade him away to Tennessee. They're like, yeah, we got some other guy you've never heard of, and he's going to be sticky man coverage all day.
Jaylee Watson.
Right?
Sticky man.
And then they got 3 linebackers
Trent
that
McDuffie,
I think...
by the way. Trent McDuffie's pretty damn good.
No, McDuffie's outstanding. They've got 3 linebackers that no one's going to talk about. Bolton, Karlaftis, and Chenault, who just run around and thump people. Just great players. Relentless pursuit. And they're going up against a guy in Lamar Jackson. Poor Lamar. And like... Let me lay this out. James Harden and Chris Paul were much more unlikable than what Lamar is.
Yeah.
But there's this poor guy element to Lamar. I'm watching one of the greatest players I've ever seen. And the gap between him and Mahomes could not be farther. And he's amazing on a field of Adonises, okay? No, but he looks like a varsity player going up against a bunch of 8th graders, doesn't he? I mean, he does. I mean, he can't hit the right side of a barn sometimes, accuracy.
Yeah, I know.
But that team's going to win 11 or 12 games. Baltimore's really good.
I know.
Really good. I mean, maybe they win some playoff games that Mahomes isn't around. They're a really good team. Mahomes and that offense, and this goes back to the weapons, and I know I'm laying this out. Rashee Rice looked incredible on slants.
He's a bona fide number 1.
And now I get why Diamond Lenore was begging the defensive coordinator to line up against him exclusively in the slot. Like, he was their guy. Last year was the year to beat them. They had no outside threat. And now they got Xavier Worthy. He only made a couple plays, and they're both touchdowns yesterday.
But you know what? You have to respect his speed.
Well, of course.
You have to respect his speed.
He weighs 130 pounds.
If it goes single coverage on him with a safety, he's going to run right by you.
Yeah, obviously. I'm
telling you, Shasky, they don't even have Hollywood Brown yet. He's another speed. I know you don't like Hollywood Brown, but he's a damn good player.
Juju Smith-Schuster dropped the ball in the end zone.
I know.
All right? And then they got Noah Gray, who I don't even know if he's any good, but he's great as a 2, and then Kelsey didn't even do anything last night. Pacheco, they found Pacheco in the 7th round. And then I'm looking at their offensive line. They drafted the center a couple of years ago. He looks like a stud.
Creed Humphrey out of Oklahoma. He's a baller. They just extended him.
They got a left tackle who had like 30 dropbacks last night and like a handful of pressures.
Right.
And against a defensive line.
Joe Thuney, right? Yeah. And he missed the Super Bowl. Remember, he missed the Super Bowl against the 49ers. He didn't play.
Ponte. They are the Madden team that is favored to win every single game. That, the draft's coming around. Everyone that they get, 9 times out of 10, you're like, yeah, that's going to work. That's going to work because, Andy. And then Andy's sitting on the sideline and he's going over the iPad with
they're letting
Spagnuolo.
They're letting him call timeouts as his assistant coach. They get away with They called so many illegal formations on Baltimore. And I'm looking at Kansas City. I was like, are they going to call anything? Are they going to call anything?
The sad part is that Steve Young was right. Everybody else was right. And look, maybe stuff happens throughout the year. Last year was the year to beat them, though. It was just so the year to beat them was last year. Yeah, and the Niners had them. And it's just, I'm never going to get over it. And the part that drives me nuts is they play a brand of football that I love. And that's the part that as I hate watch them, they are a physical, elite defense that is completely underrated with an all-time quarterback who has the greatest pocket feel I've ever seen. We talk about throwing on the run. No one throws on the run better than him. He's like, ding, ding, ding. He's unreal. I hate him.
510 makes a good point. Xfinity Mobile text line. Lamar is Manning and Mahomes is Brady. And I think that's a good call. Now, Manning took a long time to win a ring.
Phil Mickelson.
I wouldn't call out Lamar winning a ring yet because as he airmails Zay Flowers in the back of the end zone on the play before the last play of the game, he throws an absolute dime to Isaiah Likely. The touchdown play to Isaiah Likely, where he rolls around, he sees Bolton back turn to the play, throws a dime. Likely makes a great catch runs after catch. He was awesome, an unbelievable play. Lamar was special. Over 100 yards rushing, nearly 300 yards passing. He was unreal. And he was throwing, basically he was running screen passes and swing routes the first 3 quarters of the game. It's like, dude, push the ball downfield. But Baltimore, and I was watching this early on, and I was thinking to myself, they always feel like they're a wide receiver short.
Always
feel like they're a wide receiver short. They've got to get a playmaker quietly. I was texting my boy Harry Bearson yesterday, and I thought I didn't want to put these out in the airways. As we talked about Brandon Ayuk possibly getting traded to Pittsburgh.
Thank God they didn't.
In Cleveland.
It's a playmaker league.
It's a playmaker league. But also, I'm a little surprised. And I don't know if that, maybe it's true, maybe it's not. I don't know.
What?
But I'm a little surprised that the Baltimore Ravens weren't in on Brandon Ayuk.
Well, that's really interesting.
You don't think Ayuk would fit perfectly with Lamar and Zay Flowers and Isaiah Likely and Mark Andrews and Derrick Henry?
How good is Isaiah Likely? He kicked the Niners' butt.
He kicked the Niners' butt. But that's the thing. I'm watching both those teams, and last year was the year to beat Kansas City. But damn, do we forget what Baltimore did to the 49ers on Christmas night?
They dismantled them.
I didn't want to play Baltimore in the Super Bowl.
I know.
That's a bad matchup for
Kyle
the 49ers.
Hamilton's so good.
Kyle Hamilton was everywhere. Their defensive line was. They got Ojabu from Michigan, he's going to be a stud. I mean, the other guy on the other side is going to be a stud.
99 is a monster.
I mean,
how do you say his name?
They got Ojabu on one side, and then who's the other guy?
He changed his name. I don't. Oh,
that's a D tackle. That's a D tackle. Nabdi. I'll just say Nabdi.
I'll say this. That and Roquan Smith is unreal.
Sideline to sideline.
What happened in Chicago?
Well, I don't know. Well, the game I was at in Chicago when Trey Lance was getting popped left or right. Guess who was popping him left or right? Roquan Smith.
Oh, he's a monster.
And they allowed sideline to sideline.
Patrick Queen left in free agency.
Odafe Owe.
Okay.
Number 99. That's number 99.
He's sweet.
You got David Ojabu from Michigan, who played alongside Aiden Hutchinson.
So I got him confused. My bad.
Then you got Nabdi, number 92 inside, who's a monster. Michael Pierce, number 58, is 350 pounds. Running down running backs and quarterbacks. He's a monster. Those were 2 Titanic teams.
100%.
And yet, when you watch that game, I'm thinking to myself, Baltimore's lucky to be in this game.
Well, yeah.
Because it felt like Kansas City left a lot of food on the table.
I hate them so much. But I go back to this. Like, I look at what's the one team that actually can line up across the board with Kansas City. I do think it's the Niners. I do. I mean, like, I look at their personnel and I say to myself, okay, to me, it's a passing league and it's a weapon league. You got to have 3, 4, 5 weapons on offense for me to even consider you. So the more I think about it, like, oh boy, my Buffalo, bold predictions aren't looking good. I don't think they have firepower. I don't think they have enough firepower. And I look at Baltimore, you say, oh, they're a receiver short. There's not a question in my mind that they're not a receiver short.
Well, here's the deal.
They're going to win 11, 12 games.
I mentioned this last, because we always argue about, whether it's basketball, whether it's football. This whole old adage that defense wins championships. Yeah, so the Minnesota Timberwolves are a great little example here. They're number 1 defensive team in the NBA. They got undressed by the Dallas Mavericks. Undressed. What beat the Dallas Mavericks in the NBA Finals? Sure, Boston was really good defensively, but their 5-out offense and their ability to dribble, drive, penetrate cooked the Dallas Mavericks. There's a scout. And I mentioned this last year. A lot of people kind of frowned upon it, but look, in the defense, in the NFL, you need defense. There's no doubt about it. You need to make plays.
Stops.
You need to make plays.
You're not holding teams to 8 points a game.
But this scout told me, he goes, Bonte, if you don't have an offense, you've got no shot in today's day and age.
I completely agree.
And the offense sputtered in the Super Bowl against these same Kansas City Chiefs. You need the third down passing attack. You need vertical passing games. You have to be able to push the ball down the field and get big chunk plays like the Kansas City Chiefs, where they're doing it with Rashee Rice and Xavier Worthy. You have Isaiah Likely, whatever it is, Zay Flowers. You have to be able to push the ball down the field. But your offense sometimes has to be your best defense. And at times last season with the 49ers, their offense was their best defense. Scored 30, scored 35, because they put so much pressure on you offensively to where your defense is sitting back. They got a 7-0 lead, a 10-0 lead, a 17-0 lead, and they're saying, oh, we just got to get after the quarterback. It changes the entire game plan. Yeah. And think about how much pressure was on Baltimore to try to keep up with Kansas City last night. So offense, yes, you need situational defense. You need to be able to get stops. Hold teams at 3 in today's day and age.
I agree.
But you better have some playmakers, and you better have some explosiveness on the offensive side of football.
Well, and what Baltimore got was the turnover, right? Yep. And you need to be able to create turnovers because you're going to give up yards. Like the days of we held them to 140 scrimmage yards, it's just not going to happen.
Over.
It's just
you're going to give up 250 yards of passing. You're going to give up. You're going to give up close to 100 yards.
Yeah.
Teams are going to move the ball left and right.
Well, and this goes back to I look at the 49ers and I say to myself, like, all right, everyone like, oh, this is Debo's last year, and he even got asked the question. No, it's not. They need all their weapons. Yeah. They need to be 3 and 4 wide receivers deep in perpetuity, like forever. And you know what we don't have? We don't have a second tight end. And that's an area. And that's how deep you have to be on offense now. Look at Houston. Look at Green Bay, how many wide receivers they have. All of the teams that you consider to be contenders have 5 weapons on offense. Now, the Niners have elite weapons, but like that's how deep you got to go. Because if your guy gets knocked out for 2 or 3 plays, you better have somebody who can get open.
You need Jacob Cowley to pop.
I agree.
You know what? Ricky Pearsall being on the field.
Jordan Mason to have a monster year.
Especially with the Achilles injury that popped up on the injury report.
One more thing I have to bring up.
But the Chiefs defense, real quick, you see the graphic when they were talking about the playoffs, and they had the defensive players in the classroom.
It was incredible.
And they had the chalkboard. NBC does a great job with their graphics. It's unbelievable.
I think Mike Tirico is the most underrated broadcaster of this generation. He's no longer underrated.
I mean, this guy football may not even be his best sport, Shasky.
Everybody tries to pretend. Al Michaels had a great career. Mike has been better than Al for a decade. Dude, like, what are we watching?
Mike Tirico, this may not even be his best sport, and that's saying a lot.
He's amazing.
I saw this guy in the Kentucky Derby, didn't skip a beat. I'm like, damn, Mike, what don't you do?
The sense of the moment, just the way he calls it in the moment, on the sense of
the final call. Yeah, no, but he set up the play. All of a sudden, they're getting to the line of scrimmage, and here we go. In the 105th season in the NFL, the first game of the season comes down to the final play. And then he lets it breathe. And he's like, Lamar, can you play the final call one more time? Because I had goosebumps. I text you guys right away. I was like, Mike Tirico's a god. He's unbelievable.
Where I've seen that, Mike.
Fresh 4. Lamar trying to make magic happen. Throw it end zone. Likely to be down. Yes! Touchdown! What a play! Isaiah Likely! Going for 2 and the win.
But that's Mike Tirico. But they show the classroom, the little graphic with the classroom where they got Chris Jones sitting at the table and Carl Office and all these guys. And you see the offenses they played in the playoffs. Buffalo, Baltimore, San Francisco. They allowed 15.8 points a game.
Yeah, they were
knowing that their offense was a little behind standards, but below their standards in Kansas City. So, when you look at the Niners, Jacob Cowing, Jawad Jennings, Chris Conley,
They need CMC to stay healthy.
Jordan Mason, all hands off freaking deck offensively.
Okay, 2 quick points. I'll get to the NBC broadcast first. Collinsworth's kid with Tony
Rodney Harrison and Tony Dungy.
I mean, what are we doing? Why are you going to Brazil in an empty stadium? What are we doing? Collinsworth's kid, get him off the broadcast. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing?
He's technically a colleague of mine, and I think he's doing a great job in Sao Paulo.
I think he's doing dismissal of the year category.
No. I think he's doing a great job.
Comb your hair. You need to work your way from the Big Ten Network up to NBC. All right. You weren't good enough for the Notre Dame broadcast. That was clearly evident. You do not deserve to get random. You know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of gotta get my touches. Somewhere Guru's in his head. Gotta get my touches. Get Collinsworth's kids out of here.
Hold on. Sao Paulo, Brazil. I thought Jack Collinsworth and Tony Dungy and Rodney Harrison set the scene very well with the scoreboard in the background.
Rodney Harrison's better than that. Rodney, and Tony Dungy, you're a great man. We all love you. My God, get my man an espresso. What are we doing? Wake up, bud.
Well, you know what time it was in Sao Paulo? You know what time it was? So they're an hour ahead of New York City.
Okay.
So right now, New York.
Wait.
Our clocks are working this morning. So it's 9:20 in New York. Right now, it's 10:20 in Sao Paulo, Brazil. And I had to look this up on the map. I was like, what time is it in Brazil? They're on the east side of Brazil, closer to the Atlantic Ocean. So, Brazil is so big, and I'm thinking, okay, they're up late, man. They've been working late.
I will make the NBC broadcast perfect. Get Jason Garrett out of here. All right.
No, Jason Garrett's pretty good.
Get him out of here.
Jason Garrett's good.
Let's go to our coaching expert, Jason Garrett. That's like saying, let's go to 7-footer Joe Shasky. Like, what are we talking about?
Hey, I like Jason Garrett. I think he has a nice little smile. Princeton guy. He wears a nice little blue suit.
Money.
No.
I mean, are you kidding me?
He is so good. I like him with Maria Taylor. Leave Jason Garrett alone.
Jason Garrett's terrible.
He is terrible.
Get Belichick on staff right now.
Well, he's with ESPN.
Chris Sims, he wasn't a great quarterback. He at least says something. He says something. And then they go to Florio. I love Florio so much. Florio, I don't know how Rashee Rice is available to play in this game. If this were a domestic violence situation, he's suspended for 6 games. He was only doing 185 miles per hour with his 8 homies. And they're just going to let the legal process play itself out.
Well, you know what?
What?
Well, you know what, though?
And Rashee Rice, ding, ding, ding.
Well, you know what's funny?
8,000 catches in the first half.
Well,
20 points in fantasy.
I know. I benched him in one league. I saw a meme after the game. Somebody tweeted out. I was like, I shouldn't be laughing at it. But it was like Rashee Rice after the game. And it was a car speeding and going over a hill, catching airtime.
Hey, you know what's
it's not funny.
Here's my problem.
Funny, man.
No, here's my problem. There are so many really, 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 really good broadcasters out there. Look, I'm just being real with you. Collinsworth kid has 0 zap, dog. Wake up! It's always the nepotism kids who get a job and they're like, hi, I'm just here and happy. Dog, get somebody who cares.
Well,
get him out of here.
You got Ian Eagle's son, Noah Eagle, with NBC.
But he's good.
Going to be able to get. That's what I'm saying. But nepotism works 2 ways. You can get your foot in the door. But if you're not good, people will find out real quick.
Yeah, they will.
But vice versa, you got a guy like Noah Eagle. He stole the show at the Olympics.
And he was incredible.
Stole the show. I think, you know what? I could make the argument that it's harder for a nepotism baby to perform at a high level because the built-in pressure within the family, and then once you get a job, and then it's like, oh my God, this guy got a job because of that.
Greenwald's son, Doug, I understand that. Collinsworth's kid's gotten a lot of jobs he shouldn't be getting. All right, let's just call it what it is. There are so many people that I watch on college football game days, and I'm going to myself, how are these guys not getting more opportunities? That's all.
Yeah.
I'm deep in the weeds here. Collinsworth kid, comb your hair, bud. You're on TV. I mean, Jesus.
I think the hair looked good, man. The guy's fit. The guy's
get him out of here.
No body fat.
Him and Dungy, we love you. You're a great man.
There's no way. Hold on.
Man.
I'm calling cap on this.
Not good.
We're gonna do big caps and big facts. By the way, Frank Gore is going to join us in 6 minutes. The inconvenient truth. Frank Gore is going to join us in 6 minutes. Shout out to the U. There's no way Jack Collinsworth outrages you like that or triggers you like that.
When I watch him, I go, why is he on my television?
Oh, my God.
He was so bad on Notre Dame broadcast one time.
Nobody
so
cares.
bad. It ain't nothing you can do about it. Get him out of here.
Ain't nothing you can do about it, right? Ain't nothing you can do about it.
I'll tell you, you watch college football like I do, and there are SEC games galore. By the way, CBS losing the SEC, what a mistake.
Yeah, I mean,
a mistake.
The Big Ten doesn't hit the same on CBS.
It just doesn't
hit the same at all.
There are so many good broadcasters that deserve opportunities. All I'm saying is that Collinsworth he's not good. It's just straightforward to me.
It's a bad joke on YouTube. This is a bad joke on YouTube.
This is so monotone.
This is a bad joke on YouTube. All Freezy. KC got the fastest wide receivers in the league. Worthy 4.2. Rice 118 miles per hour. I mean, it shouldn't be laughing at.
How did Isaiah Pacheco, how did he last to the 7th?
Well, Kansas City Chiefs win. A hell of a start to the football season. And we got a hell of a start to the show. Frank Gore will join us on the other side. Shout out to our friends at Floyd Water Plumbing Trade. If you're going to call into the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Floyd Water Plumbing and Trade. Frank Gore, courtesy of the River Islands Guest Line. Isn't time for you. Discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop. That's what's coming up on the game. Brought to you by Robert Half. Frank Gore. Next.
I have a six-pack. It's just under.
This is Adam in the city, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
All right, this is going to be a lot of fun here on the River Islands guest line. One of my favorite 49ers of all time, no joke. I know he's from the U, Miami, and they got a big win in the Swamp. But the inconvenient truth, one of my favorite 49ers, and I got a Jerry Rice jersey on, I may love Frank Gore more. I swear to God. But Frank Gore, and he's going to get to say, hey, what up, Frankie T? Before we set this up, man, you got a big day coming up on Monday. And I do believe it's going to be the first of 2 Hall of Fames for you. By the way, Monday, Frank Gore to be inducted into the Edward J. DeBartolo Sr. San Francisco 49ers Hall of Fame on Monday Night Football. It's going to be celebrated at halftime, and this is going to be a lot of fun. Number 21 jersey is going to be out there in full effect. And Frankie G, before we start, just want to say congratulations, man. This is long overdue. We're so happy for you. And I think it's the first of 2 Hall of Fames for you, brother.
I appreciate it. Thanks, man. And I'm very excited to be getting inducted to, San Francisco Hall of Fame, 49ers Hall of Fame. I can't wait to Monday night.
Frank, I always felt like you just had great perspective. You're pretty much everybody's favorite 49er. Like, it's just you and Patrick Willis. And you guys represented so much to that era of Niner fans. But tell me, like, you worked with Tom Rathman so long. And when I say Rathman to Niner fans, it's like, oh, my God, just old school, heart, blood, and tears. What did Tom Rathman mean to you in your career, Frank?
I took Tom, man. And people don't know this. Tom went to Nebraska. I went to Miami, so, when he first got there, he kind of we kind of bumped heads at first, because he thought, that he felt like a lot of Miami guys talk too much. Yeah. And, but, man, Tom mean a whole lot, man. When he first got there, he was very hard on me. He thought I, wasn't going to embrace it and buy into what he felt about the game, and I did. But Tom came in my career at the perfect time because I already made Pro Bowls, and when he got there, he didn't care. And, when you make Pro Bowls, when you're a young kid that younger in the league, 21, 22, you kind of you can get complacent and think you bigger than what you are. And Tom won't let that happen for me. He challenged me every day. He was real when I didn't play good. He taught me big picture of the game. And even when I left the 49ers, I played 6 more years by going off Tom Rathman, the way Tom Rathman looked at the game. And I'll say that, man, Tom was big in my life, my career. Tom, I look at him as a father right now, man. Very tight. We still talk. But yeah, he meant a whole lot to me, him and his family.
And you know what, Frank? I think Tom feels the same way about you. We spoke to Tom about 3 years ago, and we brought your name up, and he choked up. He started crying on the air, thinking about you because you were a 3-down back, because you did run for 16,000 career rushing yards, 3rd all-time in the NFL. You did run for over 11,000 with the 49ers. He choked up thinking about you. Now, I'm going to ask you, did you choke up seeing Patrick Willis get inducted this past summer in Canton, Ohio? Because I saw you guys, man.
When I heard the speech and it made me think about like even myself coming up as a young kid, what I had to deal with, and now I see why he was the way he was on the field. Pat, a guy who I respect, I tell everybody, Patrick was the first guy because us Miami guys think football made in Miami. He was the first guy I had to call back home and say, bro, I found the guy who not from Miami, who a baller, man. Pat, a guy who like a brother, man. I respect him to the fullest. I'm very, very proud of him, and he deserved every accomplishment he got because the way he came in, the way he stepped foot on the practice field every day, you would think that he was trying to make the team every day he stepped foot on the field, and that's why he was so great at the position and playing the game of football.
Frank, I always tell Shasky this, and one thing, when you get inducted to Pro Football Hall of Fame in Canton, Ohio, that's when I'm going to make my trip to the Pro Football Hall of Fame because I want to see you get inducted, check it out or whatnot. But 2, I always tell Shasky one of my favorite moments of your career wasn't even a play. It was in the Georgia Dome. You guys come back 17-0 in the NC Championship game, and Patrick Willis is getting interviewed, and you run up on him and go, Pat, we going to the Super Bowl, and you hug him, and you had your son, Frank Tiedemann. You remember that moment, Frank?
Yeah, it was, hey, Because, man, you got to think about, the core of that team. Me, Patrick, Vernon, Alex Smith. Even though he didn't play, he still was the core of that team. And we all was young, bro. You got to think about how when we was young, we was the laughing stock of the league. And, the Niners just believed and kept us together. Scott McCoy drafted the majority of that team. And probably like 6-7 years in the league, 5, 6, 7 years in the league. And, we got a chance to show them what we had in the locker room when Harbaugh got there, to show what type of talent we had, to show them what type of dogs and what type of, what type of guys we had in the locker room. And we, being the laughing stock, and now the same guys who been together for 6, 7 years now get a chance to go, to the Super Bowl. Man, that was one of the best. That is the best. That game against Atlanta, that's one of the best time I had in my career, man. To celebrate that with my guys who I love like brothers, who I always would respect, and that's a great feeling.
Frank, you got me going down the nostalgia route, and I'm thinking about all those great games at Candlestick, and the final game ever at Candlestick, the pick six or the pick at the stick with Bowman. I think you got the game ball in the post game, and I believe you gave it back to Denise DeBartolo. But that's not what I want to ask you about, because Candlestick was a special place. I know you played in the final playoff game, got that swing pass early in the game from Kaepernick. I think one of the greatest games that you guys all ever played in was the New Orleans Saints game, where we were breaking that long drought. Was that the best game at Candlestick, like the Vernon catch? And I mean, God, I got goosebumps.
That was a all-time great. When they pull up like the craziest games, they're gonna put us up there, and that was in 2011.
Yeah.
And that's when that year, when it was lockout year, Harbaugh first year, nobody knew what to expect from Harbaugh, and he didn't know what to expect from us. But I think, I would say, and he'll say it himself, he came in a great situation. He came with a bunch of dogs, like I always said. Scott Trent, did a great job putting us together, and Harbaugh came with his coaching staff, who I love to death, Coach Harbaugh, and we all clicked, man. It was a perfect click. You got to think about it. No off season.
Yep. You guys are practicing at San Jose State, Frank. You're at San Jose State practicing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, no off season, and we got the camp, and we just all, we been into Harbaugh and his coaching staff, and we just clicked, man. And I would say the turnover came when we played in Philly.
Yep.
We was down, I think, like, what, 17 or something?
Yeah, it was like 20-3 or 23-3.
Jeremy Maclin
fumbled. Jeremy Maclin fumbled.
We all listening around, like, don't know what to expect, walking into the locker room, new coach. We didn't have to deal, well, I think we lost one game before we went
lost to Dallas. Yeah, you guys just Dallas. Beat the Cincinnati. Yeah, you just beat Cincinnati, and then, yep.
Yeah. So we going into the locker room, everybody looking at each other, and Harbaugh them got up there and told us we had to make these adjustments. We got to do this, and we got to start fast at second half. We did. And from that Philly game on, man, we went on for like 2 or 3 years, man. Strong.
Yeah, no, I remember you guys ran the clock out. You had the first down. You guys all said first down. Got the victory formation, and Niner fans started believing after that one, Frankie G.
Yeah, that was the game that turned us around, man, for a couple of years, man. But that New Orleans game is probably one of the best games that in the Candlestick, I would say.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. The Dante Whitner hit, just the all-time play. Frank, they're back. I mean, they are back. Cam Ward looked incredible, but that's not the question I want to ask you about. Do you think that your University of Miami team, that 0-1 squad, do you think you could have beat the Niners?
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh, man. No, I would say, what year? What Niner year?
You 05? Tell me. Anyone, like one of the early versions, like the 05 or that 05 team was not good. I love you, buddy.
Yeah,
it was not a good team.
Yeah. I would say because I would think we have more talent than that team. But only thing, the trenches, they had Brian Young, when young kids come in the league, especially up front, that, you got to at least give them two years to get, going. Some of them, not the great ones, but some of them. And I would just say like the trenches probably would have been hard because it's different. We're going against grown men. But I would say it would have been. The Niners would have had to come play though. 05 team.
I love it.
We had some special guys on that team, man. Special guys.
Frank Gore joining us on the River Islands Guest Line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands Guest Line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Latham? Frank, when you were in the NFL, you were the last of a dying breed. And what I mean by that is you were a true 3-down back. You played on first down. You played on second down. You played on third down. You call passes out the backfield. You are a great pass blocker in the backfield. I hear about the Raiders practice and the scrimmages where you wore their linebackers out and Mike Singletary had to pull you out the drills because you were just laying them out in pass protection.
Raffman took you out.
Yeah, Raffman took you out. I heard the stories. I was like, dude, you were wearing these dudes out. Now, you played as a 3-down back. Christian McCaffrey. Oof. We see him now. What do you think about him, Frank? Yep. Because he's kind of like you in terms of a 3-down back, and he's explosive as well, and a lot of Niner fans love him.
I love him, man. My first time meeting McCaffrey when I was playing for Buffalo, and we had a joint practice. And, we split fields. So after practice, I hear everybody saying, oh, man, just raving about him. I was like, man, I guess he was a rookie. A rookie year was what? What year?
2017.
17. Okay, so it's probably his second year because I was in Buffalo. The second and third year. So everybody raving about him, about how, so I said, man, let me go check him out, man. I checked the film out after our meetings. I went to go, I just wanted to, see what everybody was talking about on our defense. And, man, when I saw his film, bro, I said, I got to go up to this kid, man. The next day, I went up to this kid, and I said, bro, man, the way you play the game, man, and how you practice, man, you're going to do some special things. And, that's why I'm not shocked that all the accomplishments he's getting, the way he plays, especially now I see it, when I'm out there at Kelp, the way he come to work every day is the right way. And when guys respect the game the way I did, the way he respect the game, man, I'm all for him, man. I'm happy for him. I just want them boys to go out there. And I want him to go out there and kill it for me, get this win so I can have a big celebration when I get inducted into the Hall of Fame. So, yeah.
I can't wait for that.
Pastor Animal, his baller.
I know. I can't wait for that. Brock Purdy, come on. He's the guy you would have loved to have played with, right?
Yeah, I love Brock, man. I hate when people try to, downplay him because what pick he was. He can't help with that. A lot of guys miss. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. How they try to judge. Oh, he got players. I said you got to have players to have success, bro. Like if he was the first round pick, nobody would say the stuff they say. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But yeah, I like Brock a lot, man. He's a baller. I remember when the Dolphins game when I started quarterback got hurt, and when I came, I'm in the suite with Jed. I'm like, man, Jed, when Brock Purdy got in the game, I'm like, man, I didn't know he was a rookie, bro. I said, Jed, who's this guy right here? He said, I said, we're gonna be all right then, man, because the way he came in, he was poised. He made those, and we still won the game. I was like, Jed, we're going to be fine, bro. I don't think, we're going to have no problem at the position just because how he came in that first game when our starting quarterback got hurt, and he just took off from there. So, yeah, I like Brock Purdy a lot, man. He's a baller.
No doubt. You are a baller, and you're going to get your due Monday at halftime. You're going to address the crowd. You're going to be celebrated. Ceremony is also going to be streamed live on the team's Facebook, Twitter, X, and YouTube accounts for those not in the stadium.
We need everybody to wear 21 jerseys, man. Bring them out for me.
Oh, absolutely.
Support.
Absolutely. We're going to be giving you a standing ovation. We can't wait for it. Who you bringing out, man? You bringing out the kids? I know Frank Jr.'s on the Buffalo Bills practice squad. He looks good. Frank.
I appreciate it, man. He'll be fine, man. Like I tell him, he was kind of down, but I told him, bro, it's God plans, man. You show that you can play in the league, man. And, we built for this, man. Nothing was given to me. Nothing they given to you, just different. I told him to keep his head down and show people you can play in this league. You know, you was one of the best running backs in the preseason. When you're getting undrafted, sometimes you get caught in the numbers game. But as long as you keep working, and you're gonna be fine, man. I'm proud of him. I'm a proud father, man.
And we're proud of you, Frank. You're going to be inducted to the Edward J. DeBartolo Sr. San Francisco 49ers Hall of Fame Monday Night Football. The Jets will be in town. The Niners will be playing. It's going to be rocking at Levi Stadium. And we'll be giving you a standing ovation. The 21 jerseys will be out. And this will be the first, I believe, of many Hall of Fames for you, Frank. This is just the beginning for you, brother. Thanks for the time today.
Huge fan, Frank. Thank you for the memories.
Thank y'all. Thank y'all.
Anytime. Frank Gore, man. What a legend. The Inconvenient Truth. Joining us on the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. This is the time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop. And on those bad teams, as he said, he always stuck out. He always got 1,000 yards. He always played hard. You always heard about him. They had to dial him back in practice because he wanted to take every single rep. Every single rep. And that legendary practice, I heard it from people, my former broadcast partner here on 95.7 The Game, because, dude, Frank Gore wore those linebackers out, including Kirk Morrison, our boy 5'2".
He had talent, right? And you got to have a baseline of talent to be in the NFL and to be a starting running back. But the way I look at it, in terms of just talent at the position, he didn't have the most talent. He wasn't the fastest. He wasn't the biggest. Wasn't the strongest. One of the most cerebral, instinctual players I've ever seen. And he never got squared up. Never. And I just love the way that he played. He represented so much of that blue-collar candlestick tailgating atmosphere. Like Frank Gore, of all the guys, as well as Patrick Willis. Like, Pat had all the talent, though. You know what I mean? Like, if you were lining up talent at the position, like, Pat's like the gold standard. Frank was never the gold standard in terms of physical raw ability. Mm-hmm. It's just he meant so much to so many people, and the way he went about his business in a me-first society, being so selfless. Can you think of one time Frank was like, "Give me the ball," or snap his chin straps off? Or I can't think of any of that.
The ultimate teammate,
exactly.
Third most rushing yards in NFL history. I mean, he went to Indianapolis as a 33-year-old, ran for 1,000 yards. He went to Buffalo. I remember watching the Buffalo game. They were playing the Patriots. They lost a close one, but Frank Gore had over 100 yards. And like, nobody runs for 100 yards against Belichick's defense. No. And Frank was out there making plays in Buffalo, and they love him in Buffalo. They love him to this day in Buffalo. And then just thinking about his journey. We know about his story about his mother. We know about his story about his mother. We know about his ACLs and how at the University of Miami, his career got cut short. He was in the running back room with Willis McGahee and Clinton Portis. And he was going to beat those guys out. And his knee gave out on him. So when Scott McCollum drafted him in the third round, everybody thought, oh, man, what a whiff. It's a terrible pick. This guy's not going to last a training camp. He lasted nearly 2 decades in the NFL. It's unbelievable.
Shoulder surgeries on both shoulders, I believe, early on in his career. I mean, his story is a legendary one. Yep. And he's just he's an all-time player. And it's just crazy to me, like, he's the example in life of, like, just show up ready to go no matter what it is, and good things will happen to you. Obviously, you got to have a baseline of talent, but when you're obsessed maniacally with something, you can accumulate and achieve unbelievable things. And he's an all-time player. I think about all his little cutback plays where, he's running and then he would shield the ball with 2 hands so that he wouldn't get stripped, go down in bounds to keep the clock going. Just so many great plays. I always thought his hands were underrated.
Oh, he was very good, very underrated receiver out of the backfield.
Yeah, like I don't think we utilized him enough out of the backfield. I think his greatest play, and this is never, this isn't going to get on the highlight package. It's the block on third down for Colin Kaepernick in Green Bay in that frozen tundra game where Harbaugh's wearing like 17 layers. It's freaking criminal that this guy doesn't have a championship ring.
No, he played his ass off in the Super Bowl. I remember the coin toss of that Super Bowl. I'm a weirdo. I remember these little oddities, right? In the coin toss, Terrell Suggs was one of the captains for the Ravens. And he's like trying to intimidate the captains of the Niners, and he's looking out and he's mean bucking. And Frank Gore is one of the captains. And Frank Gore just kind of looks at T-Sizzle, gives him a little head nod, smiles like, bro, I'm coming. I'm coming hard, bro. Like, you can't punk me. And he didn't punk him in that Super Bowl. And it is criminal that when he got down there inside the 10-yard line, he needed a blow. I get it. He needed a blow. But for him not to touch that ball down inside the 10-yard line and watching him walk off that field, it really hurt. It really, really hurt because they weren't the same after that. And hell, his fourth down play in Seattle. The final drive, people forget it. It would have been one of the most iconic plays in Niners history. Kaepernick flips it to Frank Gore to 4th and 9. He gets like 16. And then the next play, Crabtree gets about 20, if I'm not mistaken. And it's like, oh, they're about to do this. They're about to beat Seattle.
They should have.
And, so Frank Gore, man, one of my all-time favorites. And it's genuine with that one. And I've always said this. I said this for many, many years. You ask my guys, my best friend, Big Dog, said, I'm going to the Pro Football Hall of Fame. First time I ever go to the Pro Football Hall of Fame is when Frank Gore is getting inducted. And whenever that is, could be in 5 years, could be in 10 years, that's when I'll go to Canton, Ohio and check out the Hall of Fame, is when Frank Gore is ready to give his speech for being inducted and getting his gold jacket. Because he deserves it.
I think we talk a lot about I've seen a lot of people talk about the Yorks, all they do is celebrate what happened before they actually took over. It is nice to see, and I know we're getting old and that's a part of it, but it is nice to see that era get represented now because that era meant a lot to me.
Yeah.
Of course, the 80s and 90s forged a lot of people's memories, but the younger crowd, Sam Lubman, and his era of guys like Frank Gore and Patrick Willis and Justin Smith and all of those guys, Vernon Davis and Crabtree to a lesser degree, that's who you came up rooting for. And that was the first good team in about a decade. So they mean a lot to people. And I still see a lot of Frank Gore jerseys, man. A ton of Frank Gore jerseys.
So I got Howard on YouTube asking me, what makes Frank Gore a Hall of Famer? Well, in his first 10 seasons, he ran for over 1,000 in 8 of those seasons. And the only reason why he didn't run for over 1,000 in 2010 is because he only played 11 games.
Well, here's what
he ran for 853. He was the ultimate teammate. He was a 3-down back. You ask any teammate, any opponent, hey, Frank Gore, what about we got to bring our hard hats.
Ask Bobby Wagner. Ask his contemporaries. Ask them. That's what I always say. Ask those guys. Here's my algorithm for Frank Gore online. You can't write the history of the 49ers without having Frank Gore in there. There's two sides of the ball. It's during that era, Patrick Willis and Frank Gore, period.
We always talk about Jerry Rice at the age of 30 and what he did. Well, look at Frank Gore. He turned 30 years old. He runs for 11:28. He's 31 years old. He runs for 11:06 in his final season with the 49ers. And he was averaging over 4 yards a carry in all those seasons. So then he goes to Indianapolis. He averages 3.7, comes up short of 1,000. He has 967 in 16 games. Wasn't a good team. Then he runs for 1,000 as a 33-year-old, averaging nearly 4 yards a carry. And then he goes to Indianapolis again, almost runs for another 1,000 yards. It goes for 961 at the age of 34 years old. Old man Frankie G. His final year in the league. All right, he only ran for 3.5 yards a carry, 653 yards rushing as a 37-year-old in the NFL playing running back. When they all said, hey, when a running back turns 30, that's when you're not going to get the best of them. So, look, Roger Craig deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. Frank Gore deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. All right? He's on the all-decade team in the 2010s, okay? He's not a Hall of Famer? You know what? If he's not in the Hall of Fame, then maybe I'm never going. That's just my opinion on it.
He has 16,000 rushing yards. He's going into the Hall of Fame.
He's third all time.
What are we doing?
Well, so there's a Hank Aaron.
241 starts at running back, most all time.
He's not Hank Aaron in that sense, but there's a Hank Aaron-like quality where Hank never led the league in home runs in any year, right? But when you have the longevity and the consistency over X amount of years, because you can make an argument, he was never the best running back at any singular time. Well, yeah, you had obviously Adrian Peterson out there, but I know there are other quarterbacks in the NFL who were never the best quarterback in the league and have gotten into the Super. For example, Eli Manning will probably be a Hall of Famer at some point.
He wasn't the best quarterback in the league ever.
So we do these definitive things, and it's no. I look at his consistency over decades. Frank Gore is an all-timer, and what he did in the playoffs as well for that team. Look, you are the greatest runner by numbers in 49er history. Look at who they have in the running back room, all right?
And then in the playoffs.
Joe the Jet Perry, John Henry Johnson, Roger Craig. Just look at it. It's a who's who.
Well, you look at the playoffs, too. 2 games in 2011, he averaged 5.5 yards a carry those 2 playoff games. All right? The next year, 2012, in 3 playoff games, he averages 5 yards a carry and runs for 319 yards in the playoffs.
The dirty bird in the end zone is in my head.
Let's stop playing here. So that's, in my opinion, what makes Frank Gore a Hall of Famer, Howard.
Tell me you didn't watch by telling me you didn't watch.
Yeah. All right, what's coming up with the game brought to you by Freeball Bake, celebrating 60 years of full-service baking with no compromises. We'll continue to get ready for the New York Jets. We'll continue to get ready for them. Stu Gotts is going to join us at 8 o'clock. We got shameless shout-outs coming up. Line them up, 7:45, shameless shout-outs. High school football's back. We got big games in the Bay Area.
Yeah.
De La Salle Sarah out in Concord. Man, we got some monster matchups. Shout out your high schools. Shout out to being back in school. Everybody's back in school right now. Things are booming. Football's back. We'll continue to break down the Chiefs and the Ravens. 888-957-9570. What was your first impression of the Chiefs and the Ravens last night? I want to hear from the fans out there here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, what's going on? It's Willard and Dibs.
Do you think you could have beat the Niners?
Huh? All right. Hey, check this out. This is San Leandro Mo, and you're listening to 95.7 The Game, the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasta.
Oh man,
I do.
That was interesting.
What, the 01 Miami team?
There's no college team beating a professional football team.
Okay.
I understand who the 05 Niners were. Frank Gore kind of told you. There's grown man strength. There's college strength and there's grown man strength.
That was an expansion team.
And there was college concepts as well. I mean, sure, they make some plays. There's no college team. Has a college team ever been a pro team? They used to do the college all-stars.
Back in the day.
They used to do like the college all-stars versus pro team.
Yeah, there was
Frank Gore's like, what?
Belichick. Well, there was Belichick footage where they had the
Walter Payton.
Yeah, it was
college
incredible.
all-star.
Walter Payton was going up against one of the greatest
Jack
defenses
Lambert.
ever in the Steelers, and he was just like throwing guys around.
I'll believe that one alone. The segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. What does everybody think of the Chiefs? You saw the Chiefs in February. They look better. John and Napa. What do you think of the Chiefs, John? What's happening? You're on the roast.
Good morning, guys. Kansas City offense, it kills me, man. I'm just watching the left tackle stutter step before the snap of the ball, and it just that drives me crazy to see that happening, not getting flags for holding, and that was a huge problem in the Super Bowl. It reminds me, I grew up in Sacramento. I'm a Kings, was a Kings fan, and it's like the 3-step drop that Shaquille O'Neal constantly took an extra step, or he was sitting in the paint for 3 seconds, and we're just losing our minds. And that's what it reminds me of, man. It's just like, is anything going to change? Are they going to get calls on that offensive line? Andy Reid's great. Patrick Mahomes, I love to hate that guy. He's so good. But, damn, we got to figure out that offensive line because they got to get some calls sometimes.
John, what about the assistant coach? What about Steve Spags calling a timeout? The assistant coach, defensive coordinator can't call a timeout, and he got a gift in a timeout.
You can if you're Spags, man. That guy's amazing. So I don't know. I mean, when you have that much clout, I guess you can get some leeway to do that. Maybe.
Yeah, I hear you, man. They look so good, and they don't have Hollywood Brown yet. Samaje Perine just getting worked into the system. You know, Watson at corner is going to get better.
So the man is addressing something there, the caller, and I ran into a buddy. I forget his name, and I apologize. It's Dre's dad, okay?
Who's Dre's dad?
Dre's in 8th grade. He's a baseball player. He's a very good little ball player. All right. He's a switch hitter. He's an excellent player. His dad's like, hey, man, you and Bonte, you talking about the Super Bowl, blah, blah, blah. I'm paraphrasing here. He's like, you got to talk about the holds. They were holding Bosa. I don't want to be a whiner. I'm not trying to be a whiner. And he's right. He's not trying to cry and whine. It is spectacular how few holding calls are called on the big stages for the Chiefs. It is wild.
Well, you could call hold on every play, right? I got the NCAA.
Or you could just call it once in a game. That'd be nice.
David Pollock or Reese Davis or whatever it is on NCAA football on a video game. You technically can call a hold on every single play. But Kansas City, not only do they do that, not only do they get away with holds or whatnot, and what it is, but they get away with lining up illegally, and they were popping Baltimore every other play. John Harbaugh was losing his mind yesterday. You're losing his mind, Sam. You got to call it? This is BS.
The one rule that I think absolutely needs to be looked at, watching that game, if Mahomes or any quarterback, and Russ did this for a long time too, if you're going to tiptoe down the line and do the fake run out of bounds, stay in bounds, and I'm sorry. The defense, it's so hard to play defense. Yeah. It's so hard to get stops. It's so difficult. I think there should be a 2 or 3 yard buffer of some sort where if you're going to tiptoe along the sideline and continue to churn up field and a guy blasts you and you're a full step out of bounds, I don't care. Honest to God, I'm tired of it because Mahomes in particular does get away with that one. And that one, to me, not only does he get the, hidden yardage, because it's difficult to stop anyone on defense, but then it's like, I'm running full speed. You fake go out of bounds. You turn up field. I hit you because I'm already starting to, I got to square you up in between chest and midsection because I don't want to go up high and I don't want to go up low. So my head is down and I can't tell whether you're a step out, a step in. I think that is a boo-boo garbage call, and I'm done with that call. And I understand why you do it. You got to have safety. Move the players back. Move the benches back a little. If a quarterback is going to tiptoe down the line and churn up field, you have to allow a little bit of wiggle room for the defender to come in and blast him, because it's not fair. Like the defense.
Well, they didn't call it though on that play that started. When they started,
there were two different plays.
There's a Raven play. There's a Raven player after the game. I don't know. Was it Roquan Smith? But he called out number 88 at somebody. He goes, I'll see him again. We'll find that out. He was hot. He was hot. He was like, yeah, they were chirping on the sidelines. I'll see him again. The number 88 had to say something. There was a trainer or whatnot. But I was listening to it last night. I was like, wow, okay, there's some bad blood there. So the 3rd and 20, roughing the quarterback, that's a tough call. Where he gets hit in the helmet. And I get it. You gotta call it because the hand hits the helmet. And it's obvious that the defender wasn't trying to do it.
But why can't it be a 15-yard penalty and then it's 3rd and 5?
Well, yeah, but it's 3rd and 20 and you bail them out and all of a sudden they get an automatic first down. It's like, what are we doing here? So they get calls. There was some home cooking going on in Kansas City.
I just think in general that the personal foul, like, there's a big difference between I'm headhunting or I'm hitting you 3 or 4 steps out of bounds. And
it looked accidental.
Again, this is not a rule that comes into play all the time, but like if you're going to run with the ball the way these guys run with the ball, because like Lamar, if Lamar's in the middle of the field and he's running around, like everyone's like, oh, you can hit him. It's no problem.
Back.
So, but Mahomes gets full protection like he's in a glass jar because he's near the sideline. I just disagree on that.
Brady got protection like that as well. You get what I'm talking about? Did you find this, Spinoni? You didn't see anything? We'll find it during the break. But I was listening to it last night. I was like brushing my teeth, and my Instagram was just playing. And there was a Raven player to interview it after the game. He was hot. I think it was Roquan Smith. Maybe Roquan Smith. We'll find it during the break here. But shameless shout out 7:45. Start to line them up. We got Stugotz coming in at 8 o'clock. He's going to join us at 8 o'clock on the River Islands guest line. We got fans and folks who won the breakfast with the roast. They're going to be in around 8:30. Jack's Restaurant is presenting the breakfast, and they're going to be all hyped up about Niner football. Monday, gets the New York Jets. Frank Gore. Niners can't lose that game with Frankie G getting inducted into the Hall of Fame. They can't lose that game with number 21 in the building and all those legends who are going to be alongside of him. But we'll get into the injury report. Shanahan did speak yesterday. McCaffrey, they named the captains. By the way, let's do this. Here's the captains. I thought the Niners didn't Shanahan say a couple years ago that, we only named 5 captains, or they did 6, and now it's 8. Here's Shanahan.
8 of them this year. Bosa, Warner, Juice, Kittle, McCaffrey, Purdy, Debo, and Trent.
What you 8?
Well, you're allowed 9. I try to do it right with the votes. I think we've always had 6 or 7. The 7 and 8 were like 1 vote off, and the 9th guy was like 8 behind them. So it was really obvious who those 8 were, and the 9th one was too far from it, and I'd rather not have so many. I'm not going to pick when the team votes it that close.
I mean, the captain thing became a big deal because Trey Lance wasn't named the captain when he was a quarterback. It was like, we only have 5 or 6, and then now you're allowed 9.
If you have 8 captains, do you even have 1?
Yeah, I mean, you got to have captains.
8?
I mean, 8 captains.
That feels a little excessive.
8 captains. And do you have a problem with Trent being the captain?
He just got here.
Training camp?
He just got here.
Because last season, Bosa wasn't named the captain for holding out.
Oh, I don't keep track record of captains.
Well, I do. I was just like, it was just very interesting to me. Bosa didn't have to see on his jersey last year.
I mean, 9. You're allowed 9 captains. That feels excessive.
I was just shocked that Big Trent was a captain. It's like, wait, he just missed camp just like Bosa.
I mean, some guys can do that.
Yeah, Big Trent can do that. Oh, you found us out? Oh, Spinoni, wait till you hear this on the other side. 888-957-9570. Football is back, folks. Football is back. We'll get into Shanahan sound on the other side, plus shameless shout-outs at 7:45. That's all coming up. Brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition.
Oh, he flopped. Yeah, he flopped. That's why the referees didn't call it. It was a great call by a great no call by the ref. But whoever 88 is, I don't know who he is, but he better watch himself.
Did he grab you?
He did a little slick push.
Was there somebody on the sideline that pushed you as well?
Yeah, whoever number 88 is, I have no idea who he is, but I'll see him when I see him.
Hey, yo, it's Zuski, man. You listening to the 95.7 The Game, The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky. Oh, baby.
Oh, best roll call, Smith, after the game. The Chiefs beat the Ravens 27-20 in a thriller first game of the season. Today, we got another game in Sao Paulo, Brazil, between the Green Bay Packers and the Philadelphia Eagles. Devin Smith's not going to play in that game. By the way, this Sunday on 95.7 The Game. This Sunday. How about this? You get 2 games on the airwaves. You get Patriots and Bengals, who I'm sure is going to be a lot of people's survivor pick, the Bengals. That's my survivor pick. They better not let me down. I could see them losing that game, too. I can just see it with the way their training camp has gone. And you get Raiders and Chargers in the afternoon.
Just win, baby.
Yeah, just win. The quarterback must go down. He must go down hard within the first 10 plays. We're not going to, they always say, take what the defense gives you. Take what the defense gives you. I say to hell with that. We're going to take what we want. We're going to drop the bomb on you. Rest in peace, Al Davis.
I saw 2 good commercials yesterday. One, I think, might have been one of the more creative commercials I've seen in a long time. First one, Kelsey's brother, the one who played for the Eagles.
Jason Kelsey.
Doing the Buffalo Wild Wings commercial about going back to football. That was funny. The Dan Campbell Applebee's commercial where he puts the, what is it? Not the ordering guide, because he's got like the little thing where he writes the order down. I don't know what is that called? Like a notepad?
Yeah, notepad.
And he's like, what are we going to have? And he's like covering it like he's a coach on the sidelines. That was funny. That was legitimately creative.
You know how I am with commercials. I tune out, grab a snack, use the bathroom.
Oh, so you didn't see it?
I've seen Dan Campbell's commercial on Twitter.
Okay.
I didn't see Jason Kelsey's yet. I don't pick, I'm not a good commercials. Just, I was like, all right, cool. I got to wiggle room because, you're so locked in on the game. Mm-hmm. It's like, cool. Let me, babe, what do you need? Chaz, what's going on? You got about 2.5 minutes to kind of do some things. Maybe put your phone on the charger. Maybe use the bathroom. I don't know. I'm a big commercial guy.
Brock Purdy's doing the commercials too. He has one with Saquon. He hands off the boneless wings at the end to him. It's actually pretty good.
It's
Brock getting that money. I'm not mad at him.
Brock is getting that money.
Brock's got new cowboy boot commercials coming out. He's a spokesman for an entire cowboy boot line.
He's getting dough.
They're called cowboy boots, right? They're not. There's not like a technical name or anything, right?
I think they're cowboy boots. You ever wore a pair of cowboy boots?
No, never. But I did find out.
You like country?
What?
You like country music?
I do. I'm starting to like it more and more.
You ever go to a country concert?
What?
You ever go to a country concert?
Oh, yeah. Mountain View, Shoreline. They're different.
They're different, huh?
They're fun.
They're fun. They're fun for single guys.
Yeah, they're fun. I've entered the old dad mode. Luke Combs, Zach Bryan. I'm late to this party, but I'll bump a little here and there. It's actually, I have like a theory on country music. The poppy stuff is very comparable to rap. And what I mean by that is that they rap about women, cars, and either recovery or staying drunk.
No, they do.
Yeah.
They do. It's the same thing. It's just the same thing. Different lingo.
Yeah.
By the way, Taylor Swift. I'm surprised she's back for year number 2. Her and Travis going to get married.
Well,
I think. I mean, it feels like
who gets married first, Bonte or Travis?
Well, I'm already engaged, so.
I know, but who's going to actually,
Oh, walk down the aisle? Well, yeah. Well,
But Purdy's got the cowboy boot thing, and I'm not mad at him. He's now representing, you want to talk about Midwest values. He represents, even though he grew up in Arizona, he represents cowboy boots, corn, just corn in general, okay, just corn, Toyota, what else? Is he doing Granger? Is it Granger or is he's doing the John Deere? I know he was doing John Deere for a second.
Alaska Airlines.
Alaska Airlines. Want to get away?
I need Alaska. Alaska Airlines is cool. I like.
And Applebee's now. So there you go.
Applebee's.
Dude,
I actually can believe that Brock Purdy is a server at Applebee's. Like, if he was just there, I'd actually believe it. And Dan Campbell, surprisingly, I could believe him as a manager.
One of the greatest movies of all time, if you've ever worked in food service, is Waiting. The movie Waiting with Ryan Reynolds. It is the closest to real that it gets. I know everyone, the bear. No. Waiting. It's a classic movie if you've ever been a server. My wife was a waitress for 15 years. But I got to say this, B.
I still haven't finished The Bear, by the way.
You're not
the last 3 episodes. Season 1 was great. Season 2.
Overrated. But I'll say this. Are we sure Brock Purdy's going to want to reset the quarterback market? He's got all of these other NIL type deals going on all over the place.
That means absolutely nothing. That means absolutely
Instead
nothing.
Instead of $61 million, what if he says, I'll take 51?
Yeah, okay. Okay.
Shut up. I am represented by an entire vegetable in corn. I might as well just chop a little off.
Where's the Jet York cut? He's going to reset the quarterback market. He's going to reset the quarterback market if he plays at the level he played at last season.
If he doesn't
get
the full bag, think of the conquering hero.
Watching so much. Like, he's going to leave $3 million off the table. We're going to, Brock Purdy left $3 million off the table. Celebrate, blah, blah, blah.
Because that's who he is. He's a winner, like Brady.
Okay.
You think those narratives aren't coming. You know they are.
Man, I don't care about those narratives. Isaiah Likely after the game, because he walked through the tunnel and KC fan was yelling at him. He goes, you stink. And he basically said, screw you, B word. I'm trying to paraphrase. But then after he got to the podium, and he was even spicier. Hear from Isaiah Likely on how he feels about the Kansas City Chiefs.
This is probably the worst game we're going to play all year. So if this is their best that they got, I mean, good luck in the postseason.
You know what? I've been thinking about this long and hard.
Isaiah Likely?
I just think about this from a national perspective. The majority of people are waking up this morning and they're saying to themselves, Baltimore's really good. They have no chance of beating Kansas City in the playoffs.
Yeah.
They just have no chance. And poor Lamar, it's just, his regular seasons are unreal. And he's just like Steve Young prior, like a James Harden, like so many other guys, his postseasons have been spotty at best.
Well, I mean,
you think about the Zay Flowers,
but you think about the Zay Flowers fumble. It's a 17-17 game. 17-17.
He didn't run in that game.
I know he didn't, but all I'm saying though is Zay Flowers, if he scores, he doesn't fumble. It's a 17-17 game. So I'm not going to go and say they don't have a shot against Kansas City.
No one's saying that.
They obviously have a shot against Kansas City.
A shot is different from, are you taking Baltimore? Like, I can't see them as a legitimate threat in the AFC to beat Kansas City right now.
They're a legit threat to be they're a Super Bowl contender. Let's be real. The three best teams in the league right now, Kansas City, Baltimore, and the Niners. Baltimore not in that Super Bowl conversation? They're the division of the Super Bowl. Who's better? All right, take Kansas City out. Who's better than Baltimore?
See, that's the problem.
Who's better than Baltimore in the AFC outside of Kansas City?
I don't think Cincinnati is a better overall football team than Baltimore. I just have seen Joe Burrow and Cincinnati take it to Kansas City. I have yet to see that from Baltimore. So it's hard for me to believe. So as I fast forward this, I'm thinking about the Niners, and I'm like, the Niners absolutely have to beat the Chiefs in the regular season for the psyche of themselves, for the psyche of the fan base. You gotta exercise those demons. You gotta beat them one time.
I hear you.
Look, Baltimore. I hear,
but outside of the AFC, but again, if Kansas City's the better team,
they are.
We know that.
We
know that. Who's better than Baltimore? The rest of the way.
I'm telling you, I cannot unsee that Baltimore against Kansas City, to me, has no shot.
But is Buffalo better than Baltimore?
I've seen Buffalo lose at the wire twice to them.
Are they better than Baltimore?
No, but it's not about this. It's not transitive property. I'm going matchups.
Yeah. But I hear that. To say that Baltimore, to dismiss them in the AFC.
I am.
A lot of other teams. That's fine. You can dismiss them all you want to. But all I'm saying is, Kansas City's right there. We know the AFC goes through Kansas City.
Yes.
But who the hell's going to beat Baltimore on the way there?
I don't know, but I know that if Baltimore is faced up against KC, they can't beat them. They just can't.
I mean, they're 1-5 against Kansas City. I mean, I get it. Nobody can beat Kansas City. Buffalo can't beat Kansas City.
No doubt.
Buffalo hasn't beat them.
Monte,
you know what I'm saying?
If it's Joe
they went down to the wire.
If it's Joe Burrow on the other side, because I've seen it and because he's done it, I give them more benefit of the doubt. It is about matchups. So Baltimore in a vacuum isn't they're going to rattle off 12 wins this year. It might be more. They're awesome. I love the Derrick Henry addition. I think they're a really, really, really good team. I think Lamar is one of the best football players I've ever seen. And it just sucks that against them, they can't get over it.
I'm not going to overreact to one game.
I'm reacting to multiple years of data.
I'm not going to. It's a new year. It's a new season. And even Cincinnati, how many wins do they have against Kansas City?
I think it's 2.
In the playoffs?
No, I'm saying the one in the AFC Championship game, and I think they beat them in the regular season.
They've been in regular season once. Okay,
But
they beat them in
no one matters to me.
But the Ravens have beat Kansas City once in the regular season. They're 1-5 now against Kansas City. So Burrow's got the 2 wins.
Okay.
Burrow's got the 2 wins.
Yeah.
The 1 win in the AFC Championship game, they get full credit for that. But also, I look at it on the flip side, I said, Kansas City had a 21-3 lead. They blew that damn game. Going for it right before halftime. Mahomes was uncharacteristically throwing interceptions. He had the Tyreek Hill debacle. So nobody's beating Kansas City. But when I look at the rest of the AFC, I'm saying, well, Baltimore may get another shot.
Yeah, I am. It's zero shot. They just have zero shot.
Yeah,
Lamar
I'm not saying that.
Well, I'm telling you, they don't have the weaponry on the outside, and he's not accurate enough to beat that team. Like, you have to play a near perfect game, and I just don't think that he can do it.
Let's go to.
And I love him. He's a great player. He's a freaking great player. But for whatever reason, they got their number.
They'll run Henry more. They'll get Justice Hill involved more. They'll get this passing game rolling here. Baltimore's going to be. They're going to have a shot. They're going to have a shot. I'm not going to say they don't have. They were in that game again. Zay Flowers fumbles at the goal line for crying out loud. 17-10. That's a tied up ball game. Crowds back into it. Who the hell knows what happens after that? Now, a lot of people are saying, well, it's Mahomes, Bunter. It's Mahomes. I don't know. It's in Baltimore. Baltimore, for the most part of last season, was the best team in the NFL. Was the best team. They completely addressed the Niners. I tell you what, going to the Super Bowl, I didn't want to play Baltimore. I thought Kansas City was a better matchup for the Niners.
Everybody thinks Baltimore is really good. I'm telling you, they can't beat Kansas City. They don't have. You have to be able to pick them apart from the pocket and then make a couple of extra plays. And I just don't see them being able to do it. He missed 2 guys in the end zone late.
So you know what?
He's a great player.
If nobody could beat Kansas City and nobody has a shot against Kansas City, why get emotional about the NFL season?
No, the Niners have the personnel to beat them. The Niners have the personnel to beat them.
So Lamar's got one more win against Kansas City than the Niners do. Shanahan has never beaten Kansas City.
And the Niners played them better than them.
They're 1-5. What do you mean? Niners got blown out in 2019 by Kansas City. 2018.
Yeah,
all right, they got blown out in the regular season at Levi Stadium. They've lost with Brock Purdy. They've lost 2 Super Bowls against Kansas City. Last year they got shut down in the Super Bowl by Kansas City. We haven't beat them once. I guarantee you Baltimore has a better chance to beat Kansas City than the Niners have right now.
We lost in overtime. Like we're now picking about who's. I'm just saying the Niners offense can do things that the Ravens offense against them can't do, and you're taking a minority opinion.
They were a toe away from tying the football game last night.
They were down 10 points. That game should have been over.
Yeah, well, no, Justin Tucker misses a 53-yard field goal, very uncharacteristic of him. They literally were a toe away from tying the football game, and they were going to go for 2. They were literally
Mahomes every round of
came
last
down
year's
to the
playoffs.
final play.
Everybody had Baltimore finally knocking off Kansas City. That team, they've got their number. That just happens in sports sometimes.
They literally lost on the final play of the game. To say they have zero chance to beat Kansas City, they were Isaiah likely told, hell, if Lamar's accurate on the previous play, they tie the game anyway, or go for 2, or maybe lose by 1. So I'm not going to say they don't have a shot.
No, I am.
I mean,
that's where I'm at.
They've played Kansas City tougher than the Niners have.
What?
They've played Kansas City tougher than the Niners have.
The Niners lost in the overtime, Monte.
They lost on the final play last night. They lost 17-10 in the AFC Championship game.
I watched that AFC Championship game. Lamar
we all did.
Was horrible.
We all did.
Horrible.
So here we are.
Horrible.
If we got no shot, if nobody has a shot at Kansas City, what's the point of getting emotional about football?
No, the Niners do have a shot because they can do things offensively that the Ravens can't. They actually can win on the outside, and they can actually, from the pocket, beat them. Yes.
They didn't last year in the Super Bowl.
Well, I know they didn't in the one-off game. Yeah.
They didn't in the regular season.
That's why we play again in the regular season. And that's why, to me, the bigger take is, and this is where I'm going with it, I continue to say it, the Niners have to win the regular season game for me and the fan base and everyone, the players, to have that belief that they can do it again in the Super Bowl. That's why they have to do it. That's why last night's game, to me, was psychologically humongous for the Ravens. They have to prove to themselves they can do this.
That we match up better than them. Did we not watch Baltimore come in here at Levi Stadium on Christmas Day?
Those are different games. Those are different matchups.
Completely undress us. If anybody has a personnel to beat Kansas City, wouldn't be Baltimore. They have a running quarterback who can get out the pocket, who ran for 100 yards. They got speed outside. Their receivers were winning last night. Isaiah likely was winning. I watched the Super Bowl. We were at Las Vegas. Debo couldn't get off no jam against Kansas City. Brandon Ayuk got bracketed and got completely taken out of the game. And the way they used their tight ends last night with Isaiah Likely and Mark Andrews, George Kittle, how many targets did he get in the Super Bowl? We had to use him to pass block against Kansas City. Pass block.
We can disagree, and you can make all the arguments you want. I am of the belief that Baltimore needed to win that game to prove to themselves and to everyone else that they could actually go out and beat that team.
Well,
and until I see it, I won't believe it.
Well, Isaiah Likely.
This is probably the worst game we're going to play all year. So if this is their best that they got, I mean, good luck in the postseason.
It doesn't sound like they're rattled. It doesn't sound like they're triggered.
I don't think it was even close to the best the Chiefs can play.
They weren't even talking. They were talking like, yeah, we'll see this team again, and we got something for them. That's how they would. I mean,
it's frustrating to Shasky's point, though, if I am a Ravens fan, because it didn't feel like they played their best. The Chiefs did not play their best at all yesterday. It was like a B- game.
Yeah, the Ravens didn't play their best either. They're trying to figure out Dan Henry, and the game came down to a toe. Literally went toe-to-toe. Literally went toe-to-toe with the Kansas City Chiefs.
It feels like the Chiefs can still not play at their best and beat 99% of the league, but everyone else has to play their best.
I don't think Baltimore has to play a perfect game. I don't know about that. I don't know. Let's go to Frontline and Admission. Frontline, what's happening?
Frontlines in the house. How you guys doing? Joe Shasky and Bonte Hill.
What's up, baby?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I was at the summit the other day. I had the medical scrubs on. Joe Shasky, very cool guy. Him and Carl. I appreciate you guys. You guys bring a lot of energy to the show, which I like and everything. That's all I want to say. You guys have a great show. Peace.
That's my guy. This is the guy who shaves every day his head and listens to us?
Yes, sir.
That's a lot of dedication.
Thanks for coming out there.
That's a lot of dedication to shave every day.
Hey, look good.
I know, man.
I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying that's a lot of, like, I always tell myself, Frontline, I'm gonna shave every day. I'm gonna shave, and I go 4 days. I'm like, I'll get back to it.
Yeah, but you look good with the beard.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, just shaving underneath the scruff and stuff like that.
I can't stand having the beard because it gets itchy, and it doesn't grow in, and I don't think it looks good.
Got to get the nice little moisturizer.
No, yours looks good.
You got to get the moisturizer. You got to wash it.
Yeah, I don't like how it feels.
Beard cream.
Beard cream.
Yeah, you guys are all
shout out to my boy
guys.
Mondo. Shout out to Mondo. You know Mondo. Shout out to Mondo. Hook me up with some great beard cream, man.
What do you guys use? What's the brand?
I forget what the brand is. I got to look at it.
Mine's not thick enough to use it, but yeah, Bonte probably needs some.
Well, yours looks good because it's like light in some spots and like it looks really good.
Let's go to.
No, I mean it. I just don't. I don't have a good one.
Let's go to
I can't grow one.
Brett SF. What's happening?
Hey, there is one quarterback that's undefeated against Patrick Mahomes, and that's Jared Goff. 2-0. So the Kansas City Chiefs can be beaten.
Wow.
And I think they're not going to go undefeated like you guys are.
Are you a Goff fan? I didn't even know that. I didn't know that.
Yeah, the greatest game ever. He got an ESPY when it was his Rams beat him 49-47.
Oh yeah, that Thursday night game.
And then they beat him. The Lions beat him on Thursday Night Football. So he's 2-0. So
wow, I didn't know
let's not count out those Lions.
Yeah, Barber's beard. Barber's beard is the cream, the beard stuff. Barber's. Shout out to my boy Mon. Make it happen, Mondo. Make it happen, Mondo. He makes it happen with the beard cream. It's pretty good. Barber's beard. He'll be up like the little wash. A little oil, a little balm, you heat it up, you rub it, it heats up.
Clean it up, I'd say.
Yeah. There it is, Uchi May. He's asking for the beer cream.
Nice.
So, look, Kansas City looked good yesterday. Yeah, they're going to be there at the end. But I'm not scared of them, man. I'm not scared of them. Baltimore's taking them to the brink. The Niners are taking them to the brink. They're not unbeatable. They're not unbeatable, folks. All right? If we're scared, we're already scared before the season started.
It's not that they're unbeatable, but they have a
you guys
quality.
Sound shook.
Well, no, they have a warrior quality to them where it's like when the Warriors had Kevin Durant and Steph Curry, there was like almost an inevitability. And to the other people's points, they could play a C+ game for the majority of the game, and then boom, 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 boom.
Was that a C+ game for the Chiefs?
I don't know. I mean, they're. I didn't think Xavier Worthy did. I mean, I know he had the 2 touchdowns, but he didn't do a whole lot. I didn't think Pacheco was out of this world. I thought that they actually dropped a bunch of passes. Juju dropped one in the end zone that he should have caught. Kelsey was kind of quiet.
What about the Ravens, though? Did they play it? They played a C+ game. They played like a C-
game. Lamar played possessed running.
Lamar played possessed.
Lamar's awesome.
But Derrick Henry, there was no running game.
He had a couple of nice stiff arms.
Oh, come on, Shasky, come on. The Ravens played a C- game.
Well, they were also
they had
down,
blown
but they were
coverages.
down 10.
They had blow coverage. They take a 7-0 lead. Went right down the field, took a 7-0 lead.
Yeah, but they were also down 10 in the second half, and that kind of takes away some of the running back runs.
The game should have been tied at halftime. 13-13. Should have been tied.
You're asking me, and I'm telling you, you're taking away the running game for them when you're down 10 and you're forcing them into passing. That's just not a strength of their team.
They couldn't run the ball all game outside of that first drive. All game. The only one who was running was Lamar. And all their passes was like right there at the line of scrimmage.
Kansas City's defense is really good. Those three linebackers are excellent.
Those linebackers okay. Likely went crazy on those linebackers. Went crazy. Their passing game looked more effective against Kansas City last night than the Niners passing game in the Super Bowl.
Well, they were in scramble mode at the end of the game, and so they were throwing. I didn't think for 3/4 of the game their passing looked that dynamic. Lamar, what was the longest ball he completed in terms of
the Niners passing game didn't look dynamic. The Niners, they needed a trick play to score a touchdown. They needed Juwan Jennings to throw a damn touchdown pass.
I'm aware, but
they can't even throw a touchdown pass to their old damn quarterback.
I mean, I don't know. I think Lamar's pocket, presence. He had multiple times to deliver those touchdowns late in that game, and then he just missed them. The Niners missed their opportunities too.
Gosh, you know what? Screw the hell, Kansas City, man. I hope that God the Niners play them in the Super Bowl.
Well, no, we got to beat them in the regular season.
Well, I don't even care.
It kind of it just gives you the confidence to be able to go up, and you got to see it. You got to see it before you can believe
This is what happened though. We get to the Super Bowl, Andy Reid coming off a bye week, and be like, oh boy, still Kansas City though. Regular season doesn't matter. Regular season doesn't matter. We're gonna watch that game away so much. It's gonna be big in real time for the Niners. And then what happens if they lose? What happens if the Niners lose that game in Kansas City?
It's going to feel pretty sullen. You're going to feel like you have very little chance against them. It does. I mean, you got to have the belief.
You're not going to build yourself back up?
Well, of course I will, because I'm a sports fan.
Come on. Come on. Shameless shout-outs in 6 minutes. Stu Gotts at 8 o'clock. Shameless shout-outs, 888-957-9570. 888-957-9570 is the phone number here. I want to get to Shanahan for a second. Kyle Shanahan on Brandon Ayuk, because a lot of talk is Brandon Ayuk going to be ready to roll? It's going to be ready to roll Monday night. Well, here is Kyle Shanahan on Brandon Ayuk.
And they resolve themselves perfect, just back to normal. So you don't want, things get tough, especially when it can go a number of directions. That's what I was saying to you guys from the beginning. It could have gone a number of directions. There was times they possibly could be traded. There was times he could possibly be here. That was hard about the whole negotiation thing, and that is what made it different than usual. We never gone through it being so close both ways. And for it to end up working out here that, in the beginning, we wanted him here. BA wanted to be here, and we all wanted to make that work out. And really, in the end, that was still the case. And you got to go through that and make sure you're talking to people as humans. And both sides need to understand when you're talking that way, you're not negotiating. You're trying to tell each other how you truly feel. And when that is the same way as it was 6 months before that, those things are easy to get over. You just got to make sure that's truly how you feel. And you could feel that leading into it the last few days. I think that's what made it easier to close it and get it done those last couple of days. And that's been awesome ever since, like nothing ever happened.
Yeah, so the relationship has been repaired. Real quick, Shasky, are you playing 98% of the snaps?
Yeah, I'd be surprised with that, but my expectations are that I'd be surprised with 98%. I'll see as the week goes. We've had one practice with him. He threw with Brock over the weekend. We got one practice with Trent. Today will be their second. See how they are these 3 days and then kind of evaluate it.
Yeah, it's one game last night. We'll see. I'm really fired up for this Eagles-Green Bay Packer game because this is the two teams in the NFC that I see as threats to the Niners. But you can't have enough weapons. And that's why the Ayuk thing is so important. You cannot have enough weapons against any of these elite teams. You're talking about Baltimore, and look, they're going to be a really good team this year. They're going to win a lot of games, right? They're a lot of games. They're in a really good division. You need weapons against a team like that, right? And that's why I'm rethinking my bold, and this is a bold take, but like Buffalo, boy, they lost a lot of weapons. So do they have the weaponry to be able to put up in a B game, like not having your A game, in a B game, a C game? Do you have enough weapons to continue to turn out points against Baltimore's defense, against Kansas City's defense? You need to be able to keep pace. And I look at the Ayuk, the whole thing, it was like, wow, like the Niners, there's no way are they a better team without Ayuk. But guys are going to go down. They're going to miss plays. You're going to get bottled up a little. You got to have that third receiver in Jennings, that fourth playmaker in Cowing or eventually, hopefully, Ricky Pearsall. You better have that backup tight end. That's a question. Like you're talking about Isaiah Likely. I'm seeing Andrews and Isaiah Likely. I'm like, God, I love to have a second tight end who can make plays. That's where a Cowings as a fourth receiver, third receiver makes a lot of impact.
Can I
Do
ask
you
you
have
something?
that second running back in Jordan Mason? You can't have enough weapons.
Can I ask you something? Why? Because I subscribe to that. I agree. You can't have enough playmakers. Why do you think Niner fans, or some Niner fans, thought that they would skip a beat without Ayuk? Because the dialogue was completely different when he was going through the negotiation.
Talking themselves into it.
Is that what it was?
Yeah,
Because I thought it was
talking themselves into it.
No, because this guy was a second team All-Pro, and I hear, 1,000 yards in today's day and age, blah, 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 and this guy and this guy. Why do you think Niner fans, you think they were talking themselves into Chris Conley and Jawan Jennings?
Yeah.
That they could just replace him and score 30 points a game?
I mean,
and Ayuk was replaceable?
Yeah, I mean,
I'm smiling ear to ear now that I seen a lot of, trust me, I remember everything like an elephant. My memory is insane. I'm glad that people realize how good Ayuk is and that you need Brandon Ayuk. It's basically my point. Yeah. I'm glad that people's come around saying, damn, we need number 11.
Well, I mean, again, you watched that game last night. Did the Chiefs lack firepower?
No, they're getting Hollywood Brown back, too.
They're adding to what they have.
They're getting Hollywood Brown back, too.
They're adding to it, right? And so, Baltimore, I watched that game. I was like, man, and to your point, I guess you tweeted it out. They really could use another receiver.
Yeah, it always feels like they're always a receiver short. Which is kind of wild to me now that I think about it. If Brandon Ayuk was really wanting to get traded, I wonder why he didn't. Lamar. Maybe I go to Baltimore.
I don't know their money situation.
I don't know their situation.
Queen go.
But we thought we knew the Niners situation and their money situation, and they're restructuring and signing dudes and giving dudes new money all the time. So who the hell knows with the salary cap? But I haven't checked out Baltimore's cap. But I did think about it yesterday. It was like,
it's a good point.
Boy, Ayuk would have fit perfectly in that offense. I wonder why Baltimore wasn't knocking on the door.
Well, I just think that the way the NFL is right now, it's like situational stops. So you got to have certain pass rushers. It's nice to have a good secondary because you want to be able to make plays. Can you create turnovers and get situational stops on defense? It's not about overall yards. You're not holding anybody to 100 yards anymore. Those days are long gone. And then on offense, do you just have unbelievable weaponry across the board? You got to have it. And I look at the Niners, it's like, okay, CMC, I know he's got the calf injury, and it's not good, right? But you got Debo. Backing up, you got Jordan Mason. You got Ayuk, Kittle. They've got weaponry.
Yeah, they got a lot. They have a lot. We'll see against the New York Jets. The Jets defense is really good.
It is.
We'll get down into the numbers here. Quarterbacks do not play well against the New York Jets. They shut down the pass. We'll break that down in detail. Good front. Dominic Pooney's going to have his work cut out for him with Quinnen Williams. You talk about Chris Jones targeting the weak link on the offensive line. What do you think Quinnen Williams is going to do Monday night? Quinnen Williams is an absolute stud. I remember at one point during the draft process, a lot of people prefer Quinnen Williams over Nick Bosa. Now, it's worked out for both teams. They've both become all pros. They've both got their money. And I get it. The Niners have drafted so many D tackles, but Quinnen Williams is a monster. He is coming into his own. He can wreck the entire game by his damn self. And Jermaine Johnson coming off the edge. Will McDonald. I was listening to Anthony Beck yesterday with Steiny and Guru. He was breaking down Will McDonald. Hey, look, we know Hassan Reddick's not around, but Will McDonald is a guy you got to keep your eyes on. He's going to be a great pass rush threat against Colton McKivitz. So it's not going to be easy on Monday, but we cannot overreact. What I don't want to do is the Niners win like 17-13. Oh, my God, we can't beat the Chiefs play. No, it's a long way to go. It's a long way to go. People know that. The first games of the season, first month of the season, it's a long way to go, folks. Don't overreact.
It's like Baltimore. And that's my bigger, opinions. Like last year, they had home field advantage and the Chiefs were more vulnerable, in my opinion, than what they are now. And it's like, God, they needed to win that for their psyche. They're still going to win 12 or 13 games. They have a bad year. They win 11. You know what I mean? Yeah. They're a high-level team. That's a really tough division, right? We've learned now having home field for the Chiefs, doesn't really matter. They can kind of do it anywhere. They're like the only team in the league, right? You just throw them to the side. Everyone else is you got to stack wins to try to get that number one seed to get time off. You desperately do 17-game schedule, the attrition, you need that time off. Absolutely. And I just look at the Niners like a game against the Jets. Got to have it because it's week one and all those things. But it is outside of the AFC. So to your point,
outside of the NFC.
Outside of the NFC, it's the AFC. So to your point, it's not the end all be all. But I'd like to see them play well, and it would wipe away a lot of the negative narratives from the offseason.
Let's get the shameless shout-outs here on the roast. Shameless shout-outs. Let's roll.
It's Friday.
Alex Cobb.
Huh?
Eight 957-9570. I don't even know why we should go through this football season. Let's just crown Kansas City right now. Let's crown them right now. Crown them. Crown them. They're going to three-peat. Season's over. We're so goddamn scared of the Kansas City Chiefs. Screw them. Baltimore came down to the final play. They can be had. They can be had. Just sell and just fire everybody. Yeah, we might as well do that. Might as well do that. We got no shot. We got no shot. Nick in Berkeley, what's happening? Who you shouting out today, Nick?
Man, I just want to shout out you and Sassy, man, for getting me fired up every week and listening to 95.7 The Game with all the roasters out there in the Bay. Let's go, Niners. That's what's up. Shout out to all the faithful. And Levi Stadium going to be rocking Monday night. Love y'all.
Who you shouting out, Shasky?
I'm going to shout out Reardon. They played tonight, and I know you got a couple other high school games. St. Bonaventure. I love a good St. Bonnie's game. Let's go, baby.
Where's that
go
game
Reardon
at?
Crusaders.
Where's that at?
It's at St. Bonaventure.
Okay, good deal. Where's St. Bonaventure?
I believe it's in the North Bay, correct?
I'm not sure. Who you shouting out?
No, it's in Ventura County.
Ventura County. Wow. They're going a long way.
Yeah.
Long way to play that football game.
I think St. Bonnie's might have been a grammar school that I'm thinking of in the North Bay. Go.
I thought St. Bonaventure was like a college.
It is too.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
Bonnie's
There's
a
two.
lot.
Okay, thank you. I was thinking of like
Bonnie's.
hoops during like March Madness. I was like, there's always a St. Bonaventure, like all this sort of stuff. I'm going to shout out just football. I'm just so happy. I'm just so excited to talk football today, tomorrow, Sunday, and Monday. We've got football all weekend long, and I'm just so excited to sit on the couch and do nothing. And the game of the weekend, by the way, sneakily it might be tonight. I do think it is the Niners-Jets. I think both those teams have the most pressure on them in each conference to succeed this year. It's definitely the Jets. After the debacle of last year, the AFC, because you can say the pressure's on the Chiefs every year.
Would it be Baltimore?
Yeah, right. Baltimore, maybe, right? That's another one. Go ahead, Sam.
How many times did you look at your phone for fantasy football scores?
Not a lot last night, but I only had Zay Flowers. He got me 11 points, but that's fine. How'd Sam's fantasy team do? Sam, how you doing, dude?
Yeah, my fantasy team, we're off to a slow start, but we'll figure it out. No, my shout out though is I got to shout out the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Shasky and I did a nice little episode today reacting to the Matt Chapman extension. Then also the Giants are going to be on Apple TV tonight. So I had a chance to catch up with Heidi Watney, who's a part of that broadcast.
That's going to rate well opposite Packers and Eagles on the Peacock Network.
Yeah, no, this is my shout out, so thanks for just interrupting that. So anyway, yeah, go and check it out. New episodes available now wherever you listen to podcasts.
I'm sorry.
No, it's just like I'm trying to promote our thing, but if you want to dump on it, that's cool.
No, it's just dumping on Apple. I'm sorry.
Jason is terrible.
I'm used to it.
Terrible.
Every shout out ever.
Bonte, voice from the past.
Huh?
Bonte?
Yeah, this is Bonte Shasky, Morning Roast.
I'm giving a shout out to the AAA, years 2000, 2001.
Oh,
Young Bonte was a lineman for the Washington Eagles.
There we go.
I thought he was a tight end.
I was a tight end.
There we go. He was a tight end, and this is Coach Ski from Lowell.
Let's
back
go.
in the day.
Oh, Coach
give you
Ski.
a call and say hi.
Kolakowski. Hey, Kolakowski, man. What you up to these days?
What's up, big man?
What are you up to these days?
I'm out in the East Bay doing all right, working at a school district. It's great, but I listen to you every morning, man. I miss you.
Hey, I miss you too, Coach Ski. Hey, when they're going to stop running the wing tee at Lowell, Coach?
Hey, we were double wing. Don't bring that wing tee to us. We were double wing, three yards in a cloud of dust. We threw the ball 40 times. It was behind the line of scrimmage, though.
Is that the best
that's how it
campus?
goes.
Forget not just the stadium, but just campus in the city for public schools because it's beautiful.
Oh, yeah. Lowell is beautiful. Coach Ski was up there for a long time, man. No, it was beautiful up there at Lowell. Coach Ski, man, he's a good dude. Shout out Donald Lock and that Lowell Cardinal team.
Nice.
They always pushed us to the brink, man, with that double wing.
So here we go.
Boom, 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 boom.
Real quick, a quick shout out to Jalen Ramsey of the Miami Dolphins getting a 3-year, $72.3 million contract extension, including $55.3 million guaranteed. That's per Jeff Howe, The Athletic.
I don't even know if he's any good anymore.
He's hurt right now, too.
Yeah.
Well, he was solid last year. I think.
Shout out to Skyline Titans football as they take on Washington in their first game at Skyline in the town. That's from the 510.
Oh, my Eagles. Let's go. Let's go. Shout out to Ray Davis Jr. from the city. First pro game for the Buffalo Bills. Shout out to his pops, Raymond Davis, who we had on earlier this year. He's hella happy. He's a proud dad. He's always out there. They take on the Arizona Cardinals. Shout out to all the roasters who came out and all the fans who came out to Fremont Bacon. All the roasters who's going to show up for breakfast in about 35 minutes. Jack's Restaurant. And I see Carter here. He got, he heard breakfast. Free breakfast.
Hey, Carter is my guy, dude. He's out there working, grinding. As Lucas Alexander is somewhere in Wyoming doing like fishing or something. I don't know what he's doing. Carter's actually here working.
No, Lucas works.
Lucas is enjoying that high of that win over LSU.
Let Lucas live. He's actually, I called Lucas the other day. He's actually working while on vacation. Carter's
working on
guy.
what?
I feel like Carter's my guy. But
ain't nothing you can do about it.
You can have Carter. You can claim him.
Well, I need an offensive lineman to, plow the way as I'm trying to get out of the summit.
Shut up.
We're going. Oh boy, we gotta go.
What's wrong?
Gotta go into commercial break. Listening to Hillary from Boxer Gerson. Good
shout
Lord.
out Hillary. How you doing,
Hillary from River Island.
Oh my God.
Oh, she's gonna come
Good
in.
morning.
Good morning.
Gosh, go ahead. Tell me about how we lost the Super Bowl and how we're never gonna win and blah 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 blah.
It's been 232 days since I last called in. As a good Raiders fan that I am, I've really tried to give you all the space you need to properly grieve your loss to Taylor Swift. I'm still not sure that's enough time for you to get over McCaffrey's fumble in the opening drive of the Super Bowl, but I really tried to give you the space you needed.
I love you, Hillary.
Enjoy Gardner Minshew for the 4 weeks that he plays.
Relax.
Okay. We got Minshew slinging the rock this year. I'm not mad about it. We've tried it all over the years. We had the guy who dated porn stars and Jimmy G. We had the guy who wore eyeliner and Derek Carr. The wash guy who won the Heisman and Palmer. Even the guy accused of stealing donations from his high school as a volunteer coach, Jamarcus. And none of them have taken us to the promised land. So in Minshew and Coach AP, we trust this year. Just win, baby.
Hillary, you are the best.
That was incredible.
How are the Niners going to do this year? You hear us going, according to Shasky, nobody's got a shot against Kansas City, so we shouldn't even play the game.
Season for me to believe you. That's what I'm saying.
We shouldn't even get emotional about it because Kansas City's already got the Super Bowl wrapped up, right?
I'm not even sure you guys are going to win your division. Your injuries are stacking up, and the season hasn't even started.
Who you taking?
The Rams?
Yeah, you guys, the Lions even.
Oh, gosh. The Packers? The Eagles?
Anyone but the Niners.
Anyone but the... Are we the kiss of death when we go to playoff games, Shasky and I? If we show up for a playoff game, it's a guaranteed L? Should we just stop going to playoff games?
Especially when Boxer and Gerson sponsors you to go to a playoff game.
You didn't
so we need to send you to more games.
You didn't sponsor us for the Super Bowl. Maybe we would have been staying at the Excalibur.
Exactly.
Hillary, how you been? Hillary? You been good?
I've been great. I've been living my life this summer.
I could tell.
I'm in a fantasy football league. It's a couples league.
Oh.
The idea behind it was to get the women and the couples more invested in the NFL.
That's
and this
weak.
year, the
See,
commissioner
my wife's in the league by herself, running her own team, operating. So how do you guys come to a determination on who to play, who to acquire, who to drop? Like, I can't even agree with my wife on what we're getting for Uber.
Let Hillary talk.
No.
Great question. Great question. So the idea was that the women would be more invested in the NFL and we would stop yelling at our husbands for wasting every Sunday. This year, the commissioner decided to switch things up, and all the women drafted their teams with zero input from their spouses. And so I drafted the team all by myself this year.
Go.
And guess what Yahoo scored my drafting skills at?
F.
A+, baby. And you know why? Because I didn't pick a single Niners player. That's right. I also don't have any Raiders players now because I did draft Zamir White, but then as soon as the draft was over, my husband traded him.
Oh, wow.
So
wow.
I don't have Raiders or Niners players, but we're going big this year.
All right.
Going for the ship.
Hillary, we will see you soon. We got nothing on baseball because both our baseball teams suck. Well, yours is more exciting than ours, so there's that.
Well, Yeah, if you can call it mine.
Yeah. Are you going to start rooting for the Giants when the A's go to Sacramento? You going to wear that orange and black?
I'm not going to root for the Giants. The problem is that I'm currently pregnant and we're having a boy.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Absolutely. Oh, that's the best news of the day. Wow.
Well, here's the problem. My husband and I had a bet that our firstborn would be a Niners fan, and then as long as the A's are still in Oakland, would be an A's fan. And now we're debating about whether it still constitutes as the A's being in Oakland when we have a kid in November.
So this kid may start wearing silver and black instead?
Well, definitely it sounds like it's going to be a Niners fan. The question is whether they're going to be a Giants fan and a Niners fan or an A's fan and a Niners fan. Yeah.
Hillary, you got the Padres, you got the Diamondbacks, maybe a Dodger fan. Maybe a Dodger.
Yeah, okay. All right. Let's. I mean, I'd rather a Dodger fan than a Giants fan. I'll tell you that.
Well, if it was a Raider fan, the first name would start with an L.
2 L's for Hillary, actually.
Oh, I'm aware.
Hillary, always good to hear from you. Thank you for giving us space to breathe over the Super Bowl.
Soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Hillary from Boxer Gerson. All right, real quick injury report. Let's make it quick.
Ow!
Oh, man. Week 1 injury report. Christian McCaffrey was listed as questionable as he deals with the strain in his calf and Achilles area, something we'll touch on a little later in the program. He was a limited participant in practice on Thursday, but was practicing after missing almost the entirety of training camp. But as of now, it sounds like McCaffrey will suit up, but Achilles calf, we don't like hearing that. We don't like those two. That is a dangerous, dangerous injury. That could be all bad for the 49ers. All right, injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Stu Gotch from the Dan Le Batard Show is going to join us, and he's a Jets fan from Miami? It's weird. Very weird. That's coming up here on the Morning Roast.
Football's back, and a brand
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. A Friday here on the roast. It's a non-payday Friday, but a 50-cent Friday. Don't worry, payday will be next week. We all need the cash, trust me. Shout out to everybody out there. Good morning to all the overnight workers, all the graveyard shift workers, all the truck drivers. Where's Ron and Hayward been? I haven't heard from him in a while. All the janitors, teachers, cops, all the high school coaches. Coach Ski from Lowell, good friend. Coach Keeves, of course, and everybody out there who's out in the East. I haven't seen Ski in a long, long time. Of course, the overnight dancers. I mean, it's a big weekend for them. Big weekend. A lot going on in the Bay Area.
Why is this weekend bigger than others?
It's always a big weekend for But Monday Night Football, all the New Yorkers coming into town and need something to do late at night. Why not come to the city of San Francisco?
Clean it up, Auntie.
I'm sorry. I will clean it. Well, yeah. I'll try to clean it up. Shout out to our friends at Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you'll be flushed. Brought to you by Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. And don't miss the kickoff show Monday with Willard and Dibs live 2 hours before the start of the game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay Area, presented by Habs Law. You've been wronged. Habs Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit HabsLaw.com. I see those billboards everywhere.
Everywhere.
They're printing money. He and I went out to Lathrop, River Islands, and they were way out there in Tracy.
Oh, yeah?
And they got the Giants banner on it. They got the Giants logo next to it. They're pretty money.
Well, it pays to be a lawyer.
Does. Trust me. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. They make money.
Yeah, they do.
Money.
Consultation, that'll be $12 million. It's like, wow.
We're efforting Stugotz right now.
I don't know if you know this, the audience, but Dan Le Batard and Stugotz have been together for 20 years. They just celebrated 20 years as a radio show. And you and I have just started our 5th year together. And you're ready to kill me at all times. But I did send you something yesterday that was the first ever show that we did together on air live, overtime.
Yeah.
2018?
Yeah.
So what do you think? You've been trying to divorce me for what, 3-4 full seasons now?
Ever since I started on television. I realized
you've been trying to replace me
for 4 years.
Mullen,
for 4 years.
With Festus.
For 4 years. Tried it with Kate Scott, and she left me. I want my money. I want my money now. Kate Scott left me. I was like, damn, she left me on the altar. Oh, I'm stuck.
If you love Philadelphia, there's a high probability that you hate these two. It's the Morning Roast with Bonta Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
If we're going to start a new beef, it should be with Miami. That way we can go visit Miami, a little more often.
Well, the Niners do play there 2 days before Christmas. And there's no real beef. No, you can't beef with Miami.
No, it's too much fun.
Philadelphia, it is true. Being at Dumas' wedding, a couple of those guys knew exactly who I were.
Yeah? How many people at that wedding?
It was like over 200.
Oh, what? Really?
Yeah,
they got it like
wedding.
that, huh?
Yeah, it was a big wedding.
Wow.
Big wedding at the casino. It was great. It was great.
We had 200 at ours, but I'm not joking. 150 were immediate family for me and Michelle. Because we got so many family members, and we did it an hour away, and it was still a lot of people. I mean, I remember she gave me my list of, this is 15 years ago, she gave me the list, like, you get about 5 people, here you go.
It's a bit, guys. The whole stripper thing's a bit. And the reason why I
clean it up, Auntie.
Because one day, I said overnight dances or strippers or something like that, and I got to Chase Center the next day. And then over the next, month at Chase Center while I was doing Warriors pre- and post-game shows, people were like, we love it when you shout out to strippers. Please shout out. So then I stopped shouting out these strippers because somebody on the text, I was like, well, we got young kids in the car. You can't be doing that. So I said overnight dancers. And when I start saying overnight dancers, dude, I'm going to throw them under the bus. Dwayne Fontana, Renner High's finest. Shout out Arizona State. I'm actually in the Survivor League, which is cool. I'm looking forward to winning that. But he was like, dog, shout out to strippers. Shout them out.
Well,
people watch the shot. They want the shout out.
My dad used to, drive around. We'd go to get burritos or food or whatever on the lane, and he'd pick us all up every now and then and drive everybody home. We would drive my boy Seamus home, and he lived right off of Cap Street. And, back in the day, Cap Street was,
it's still going on.
Yeah, and he would call them the ladies of the night.
Right.
Out on the corner. The ladies of the night. And it would always make me smile.
The ladies of the night,
My pops always say, the ladies of the night.
Ladies of the night. They deserve love. Everybody deserves love. The overnight, the plumbers, janitors.
Is that a Frisco thing from the 90s? If I say Cap Street, you knew exactly what I was talking about.
Well, I think people right now, love Cap Street. I'm not going to go there, but Listen, I haven't been to a strip club since February 2015. No, February 2015. All-Star Weekend, New York City. With my boy Edwin from SF State. Edwin, I think his last name's Peabody. We went to SF State together. He worked at KTVU for a long time. I'm not sure if he's still there. But we had a night in New York City. It's like, yo, let's go to Manhattan. I don't know how. I don't even remember how the conversation started. But all I know is I ended up paying his cover, and we had a lot of fun. And that was the last time I've ever been into a gentleman's club.
All right.
The last time. 2015.
All right. I'm looking here at last night's game. Chiefs-Ravens, and I'm thinking about how this affects the Niners, right?
How the Niners have no shot.
It's pretty simple to me. Like, it's hard for me to believe in a team beating the Chiefs in the playoffs if they can't do it in the regular season. I'm not saying it's improbable. Like, it has 0% chance. It's unlikely. And so I'm watching tonight's game, and it's Green Bay against Philly. I want to see what Philly looks like. Like, I'm really intrigued to see what Saquon Barkley looks like with Kellen Moore at offensive coordinator. Can they get Jalen Hurts right? Like, that matters to me, because if he looks a little off and the running game looks off, it doesn't mean they can't figure it out, but it's like, if they hit the ground running from the beginning, it's like, all right, now Philly's a team that they're really a force to be reckoned with. I think they're going to figure it out. I think they're going to be better. And then Green Bay. Was last year, the final 6 weeks, was that the high-level mirage, or was that sustainable and real? Can they build on that? Can they make it even better? I really, really want to see if their defense is figured out. They played really good against the Niners in that playoff game, but they fired their defensive coordinator for a reason. Is Green Bay's defense real? These are two teams that I think the Niners are going to have to go through at some point. And so I'm really interested to see how they look against each other. I'm really intrigued to see Jalen Hurts and Jordan Love.
Oh, I want to see Saquon Barkley in this new uniform. Saquon Barkley coming over for the New York Giants. Now, obviously, the quarterback is going to take all the headlines. I think, Jordan Love and Jalen Hurts, we want to see how they spin it. But I want to see how Philadelphia incorporates Saquon Barkley and what he brings to that offense. A true bell cow running back to go alongside A.J. Brown, Dallas Goedert, and, of course, Devontae Smith. But obviously, with that side of things, the Jalen Hurts-Sirianni relationship, but really, it's Kellen Moore and Jalen Hurts. How do they mesh together? How does Kellen Moore get the most out of Jalen Hurts? And then, of course, on the other side with Jordan Love, their receivers have to stay healthy. Is Christian Watson going to stay healthy? Romeo Dobbs is going to stay healthy. They got players. And then our boy Josh Jacobs. How does he fit into that offense? How does he run the ball in Green Bay? And then defensively, looking at what they're doing now, Devin Smith's not going to play for the Philadelphia Eagles. So will they have a linebacker issue? What's their secondary look like without Bradbury?
Completely revamped.
They've revamped the whole damn thing. Cooper DeJean, is he going to play? Is he going to play today? Is he going to get reps? He's a rookie. You know what I mean?
And it's Vic Fangio, the defense coordinator.
He's a defense coordinator.
I think that he does a really good job. So I'll be very interested to see what they look like defensively. Wouldn't we all agree their personnel was not good on defense last year?
Yep. I was looking at Kansas City's schedule from last year, just looking at the playoffs and everything like that. To the hey, you have to beat Kansas City in regular season to get some momentum or whatnot. Did you know Buffalo? I didn't even remember this game. Now it's starting to come back to me. But I had a funeral that day. Shout out to Coach Payne and the Page out there. Went to his funeral that day. But Buffalo went to Kansas City and beat them.
Yeah, I actually think Buffalo matches up where they've lost multiple times on basically the final couple plays of a game. That's why I give the Niners a little more benefit. They lost multiple times in the last minute or so.
But Baltimore doesn't get that benefit of the doubt?
No. That game they were up 10, and it never felt like, I know they were chasing late, and I get that, but I felt like the Chiefs were in full control. That's just me. And then in that playoff game last year, they never looked right in that game. It just was off the whole second half.
I mean, literally, Zay Flowers, L'Jarius Sneed made one of the best plays in Kansas City Chiefs history. Forcing that football on Zay Flowers. I don't know. Kansas City looks good. I get it. They're the toast of the town. They're the defending Super Bowl champs. And to beat a man, you have to beat the man. And I get it. To beat a man, but let's play this thing out. Let's play this thing out. I've seen Kansas City down, and teams make mistakes. The thing is with Kansas City, they don't beat themselves. That's what these other teams do. They don't beat themselves whatsoever. Even if they throw an interception, they somehow figure out how to redeem themselves, right?
He got a pass tipped, and like jumped in the air with 2 defenders and he boxed them out like he was getting a rebound, like he was Dennis Rodman in the 90s. I was like, this guy Mahomes, I mean, are you kidding me? Come on, that play was crazy. He's unbelievable. He's unbelievable. I just think that the Niners need it psychologically. They gotta this game that they play against them, to me, and I'm hyping it up already. I think this is a humongous game for their psyche and for the fan base's psyche.
Yeah, for the fan base's psyche. But you know what? If they met the Super Bowl, it wouldn't mean a damn thing. You don't think you wouldn't get those flashbacks of the previous 2 Super Bowls? If you play Kansas City, like say they win the regular season, they beat Kansas City in the regular season, Levi City, we beat the Kansas City Chiefs. They're going to laugh like, okay, yeah, maybe we'll see them again. We'll maybe see them again on the biggest stage. On the biggest stage where we're seeing Shanahan and our players come up short, whether it's NFC Championship games and the Super Bowl, we're going to hype the game up, and I get it. I understand what you're saying. Hey, you want to just see it on paper. You want to see the Niners topple the Chiefs. You want to see Shanahan beat Andy Reid for the first time as a head coach. I get it. Trust me, I understand that. But it's not going to mean a damn thing if they made up in the Super Bowl.
Well, see, I completely disagree. Because I watched the Niners lose to the Eagles, and we could say, oh, they lost their quarterback, and they did. And then they went into the regular season, and they just absolutely throttled that team. And it's like, all right, bring the Eagles on. Anytime, any place, anywhere, right?
But I never thought the Eagles were on that level, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, we went to that NFC Championship game.
I mean, they went toe-to-toe with the Chiefs.
I figured out they beat the Chiefs at Arrowhead. They beat the Chiefs at Arrowhead Stadium.
No, but I'm saying, like, they went in the Super Bowl. They went toe-to-toe.
Super Bowl, yeah, they went toe-to-toe.
They lost in the final minute.
And they beat them at Arrowhead on Monday Night Football. It's their last signature win. In the rain. They beat them in the rain. I don't know, man. They played the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. Those same memories of 3rd and 15, Christian McCaffrey fumbling, Jake Moody missing a PAT, not scoring after an interception, Trent Williams called for holding, false starts, George Kittle in both Super Bowls he's been in the block. I don't know how much bearing, if they did meet in the Super Bowl, how much bearing that regular season win will have in today's day and age.
It's just psyche for the fans.
For the fans.
I mean,
that's basically what I'm saying. For the players, I don't think it means a damn thing.
The players, you do want to win. I mean, I think that they're going to really want to win that one. Like, it felt like to me, Lamar knew how important that game was. He was dropping his shoulder over and over and over again, running into defenders. That didn't feel like a regular season game.
It was a toe setter. It was a toe setter.
Yeah, that felt like bigger for him. And I think he'll taper it back as the season goes on, because he knows how long the year is, and he's done a good job, just staying healthy the last couple of years. But that game felt very big for Lamar Jackson, and I could feel that it felt big for him.
This is interesting. 925, Xfinity Mobile text side. This is very interesting. Remember when we ran LA for seasons and then lost in an NFC Championship game?
Yeah.
But the Rams they weren't even close to the regular seasons. And the Niners beat them to get to the playoffs.
Yeah, but they had a different quarterback too.
Yeah, but
like a lot of those wins were against Jared Goff.
All right. Now we're picking and choosing. But
it's not picking. I'm just saying it was different. So like when we beat Seattle, once we finally beat them in the regular season, it was like, all right, we can beat Seattle now. Like you do have to do it.
Monday Night Football, I declared the Rams dead, but Stafford looked awful. They looked awful.
I didn't.
And in the NFC Championship game, they beat the Niners. I got the one win. So I don't know how much these regular season wins are going to matter in the postseason. The postseason is just a different season. It's just entirely different. You throw the records out the window. You throw the numbers out the window. You throw the stats out the window. That's all it is. Like, is that game after? I'm going to be eager to see what Detroit does at Levi Stadium later this season. Now, got to get through the Jets, and we'll break down the Jets.
So late in the year, too. I don't know where both teams are going to be at division-wise.
Things clinched.
It might mean more to one team than the other.
Right.
Like, last year, the Niners essentially had it all wrapped up by week 16, and so I don't know. I don't know where they're going to be at right there. But I think that one is going to be a really good litmus test for both teams. That's got to, and then also it's so late in the year and you're going to face each other probably in the playoffs. How much do you show the other team? That's a good question. Well, like I'm talking about that Detroit game going down. Like if you almost don't want to show too much.
Yeah, if it doesn't matter. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how much. I just don't know how much bearing that game's going to have. Now, Stugatz is on a flight. I know we had a weather delay last night, so I'm not sure if we're going to get him today, but it's all good. It's all good. We got the roasters coming in for breakfast. Jack's presented. I see him all setting up right now. Get Carter away from the breakfast. I thought he was helping us work. There's Tim Jordan back there, the engineer. They're all getting their fingers dirty. Matt Higgins, look, wearing his Michigan quarter zip. By the way, is Michigan going to beat Texas tomorrow? It's a hell of a game in the morning.
All I care about with Texas is, can I just see Arch Manning? God, what are we doing?
Quinn Ewers, man. You're not a big Quinn Ewers fan?
I'm so out on Quinn Ewers.
He was solid last year.
He's fine. He's a college quarterback. He's fine.
So we're not going to talk much future here about what's going to happen next season. But I did find it interesting with Deebo Samuel yesterday. Got asked about his restructured contract. Here's Deebo's answer about his restructured contract.
I don't know what y'all think like reconstruction contracts mean, but that's not for y'all to know. It's for us to know. But I'm really controlling things I can do is to be where my feet are. I'm here right now, and you know we see what the future holds.
So they were like, "Oh, does this mean that you're automatically going to come back next year?" And it's like, no, not at all.
You know, he's a guy I've listened to a lot, obviously, doing this job for a long time. 5 years now he's been with the team. Mm-hmm. It does feel like he's kind of finding his voice in a lot of these scrums. And I find him to be very authentic and genuine when he talks. And I don't think that he thinks down the line and all that. I do think he's very focused on like today. The receiver doc I thought was very telling. But Deebo's just kind of what you see is what you get, and I don't think that any of us understand the salary cap at all. I don't think these teams are thinking 3 years out. I think they're thinking about right now. And there are certain contracts that are multiple year contracts, but I think we spend way too much time talking about the future in general. And that's something I raised my hand and I agree. Like, I spend way too much time obsessing about 2026, 2027.
We got to stop pocket
watching. It's a wasted energy.
We got to stop pocket watching, man. Guys are going to get paid. Root for the players to get paid. Because when the players get paid, you know, that means they're performing at a high level. And I want to keep premium players. But the pocket watching and the salary cap, that's the most exhausting thing about trading.
I'm ready to retire pocket watching as a comment.
Well, it's pocket watching. That's what we do. Pocket watching. Nick Bosa decided we got call of the week. You know what? Let's go to Ryan and Milo. Ryan, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Bonte, this is Ryan. Just got engaged to Sarah.
Oh, my gosh. Master roast to Sarah Solomon. Used to work at NBC Sports Bay Area. She now works with the Golden State Warriors. Oh. And Ryan, on his birthday a couple years ago, told Sarah, I need to call the morning roast. She goes, dude, it's your birthday. He goes, I don't care. You don't know about this life. Ryan is a real roast. He was going to call.
Congratulations.
And you know what I found inside information, Shasky? This is amazing. Okay. Ryan, I'm going to let him talk in Milo. He wanted to announce his engagement on the roast. Oh. He was going to propose on the roast to Sarah. And I was like, don't do that, dude.
Well, he lives in Menlo. That means he's financially looking very stable as we go pocket watching.
Maybe he's just working. Maybe, jeez. Go ahead, Ryan.
How is Menlo this morning?
I want to talk about something huge that no one seems to be talking about this year is that we don't have Spencer Burford or Feliciano at the right guard, and Dominic Puny is going to block Quentin Williams and then eventually Chris Jones this year, and it's going to be great.
I'm with you on that. Watching Chris Jones pick which one of the garbage offensive linemen he wants to attack. I'm not just going to the Ravens, just like every week. He's so old school with that. Like, I'm going to go after this guy. I'm going to go after this guy. He's a beast. And yes, if there's a weak spot on this team, he will exploit it.
Man, Ryan hung up. Ryan is, man, Ryan is a roaster. He's a real one.
Well, you're getting all kinds of calls in, like, hey, Ponte, this is me. This is your barista from 18 years ago.
I don't know what's going on today. Maybe I'm just texting.
Ponte,
hey,
I was your PE teacher in 6th grade.
Ponte, this is the overnight dancer from 2015.
hey,
why'd you go there?
Hey, you know what though? Not 2018.
That's a 5.
That is a 5. That is a 5. No, I lied.
It's an overnight dancer.
It's a 5
for Diamond. Everybody clap it up for Diamond.
Now listen, speaking of diamonds.
It's always a different one.
Porsche. Mercedes.
Mercedes is the no limit records.
Crystal.
Everybody knows what I'm talking about when I say Mercedes. That particular album cover. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Now, speaking of strip clubs, I lied a little bit. My boy Gary Trailwell. What up, GT? We took a trip to Portland. It was a year Iguodala signed a 3-year, $45. No, hold on. No, I'm fine. It's okay. So we took a road trip. Mo Buddy, GT, and was with the mayor of Portland. Our boy Josh. He knew everybody in Portland. He owned his own Hawaii barbecue restaurant. Was taking us from club to club. It was an amazing weekend. This one boy Connor, who was working here at 95.7 The Game. He sent out the Thank you, Andres. The fake Woj got him with the 5-year, $48 million deal. And I was doing Facebook Lives. And one boy Connor needed to take a play. I was like, dude, that's the fake Woj, homie. Yeah. You got us rolling.
He got ball sack sported?
Yeah, oh, dude. People were blaming me on Twitter. Oh, Bonte's running the account. Anyway, Chi just reminded me.
He's running the account.
Chi just reminded me. Don't forget about Portland, homie. I think that was 2016-17. We did go to a strip club in Portland that night. That was the last strip club I've been to.
Win one for Chauncey.
Win one for Chauncey. The Rose Garden.
And let me tell you,
the Moda Center.
Strip clubs in Portland, the cover charges were cheap. It was like $5.
Stop!
$5.
Stop it.
And then we got in there, realized why it was $5, and quickly exited.
Don't talk about that.
But yeah, that's shout out to GT. That was a fun road trip.
Did you smell that?
Jack's Restaurant.
So like the caller of the week.
Let's go to Will in Reno. Will, what's happening, man? You're the roast.
What's up, guys? I want to thank you guys, Shasky, and I listen to you guys every single morning on the way to work. You guys make my morning drive way better listening to this 49.
I mean, save that. We got a new Jim Barnett moment.
Hey, for the Doobies this year, Sam, have you been keeping track of all these signs and things? Like, that's one of the funniest moments of the year.
Yes, I have been keeping track of the Doobie Awards.
How many dismissals do I have?
Well, you see, you came up with that category like yesterday, so no, I don't have any right now.
How many mispronunciations for me and Bonte?
Oh, well, I stopped bringing more of those in because I have enough already.
No, see, we need a montage of mispronunciations.
Yeah, we're not going to have time to play all the mispronunciations on that
Give
day.
him that last 2 months that Gunnar Henderson got with the Orioles last year. Aldi Rushman, who we're going to see in the home run derby.
If you think about it, Ayuk and Debo, Juwan Jennings on third down, George Kittle, you got Juice, you got CMC.
I ejected from check as fast as the caller ejected from your name.
Still say Hufanga.
I always screw it up.
You guys want to hear the mispronunciations we got so far before we hit the break?
Oh, gosh.
So we got a caller calling Shasky Chasky.
Oh.
One of you guys referred to Evan or Grandy. I don't know which one as Evan Grandy. So one of you guys combined them. We got Hung Shu Chu. We got Jordan Goff. We got my Paige Bukers. Someone mispronounced MAGA at one point. However you want to say it, I really don't care. We got Guru's Puka Nakuya.
You know, now we got Luka Akua.
Oh no, I guess Puka Nakuya was someone else said that.
Luka Doncic and Puka Nakua.
Yeah, we got Quentin Pope. And then we got Richie and Queens called him AJ Ananabi. And then one of you guys called Steve Spagnuolo Steve Spagnolia. So and I'm sure there's others we could add on too, but we got a lot so far.
I'm thinking of like Magnolia Slim, the Nolia.
What's it? Wan Choo Choo, you said? Wan Choo Choo.
Yeah, Hung Shu Chu. I don't know if that's Jung Hoo Lee or Shin Shu Chu or what.
I'm nervous about that.
See, all these out of context make no sense.
So can we please book Nick Friedel to be the master of ceremonies so that we can have his voice setting up every category?
Well, you know, the Doobie Awards, before we go to break, they need to be with a live studio audience. We need to be at a bar.
Oh, I like that.
Doing that.
I like
with tuxedos and everything. This needs to be big time.
I like that.
Not just here.
Rent a venue out.
A random Wednesday in December. Let's do the Doobie Award. No. We need to be at Schroeder's, Jack's, somewhere.
I like
a
that.
live studio audience with fake awards. We can go get some W Awards. We'll get a trophy case center to make trophies for us with Doobie Awards in all our categories. It needs to happen. Put that out there right now. All right. Peru? No, I knew it was Peru. I like to say Peru, though. I don't know where I got that. Hey, we go to Peru. It's Peru. I know that. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Chilton Auto Body. More of your phone calls, 888-957-9570. And breakfast with the Roasters. They're here. They're here right now.
You know, now we got Luka Akua.
Have you been in a car accident?
I was like, oh my God.
This is Oreo Cookie from Oakland, California, and it's plain to see you can't change me because I'm going to be a roaster for life.
Be a roaster for life. That's a drop. That's like Ryan. Ryan and Sarah Sellers. Congrats to Sarah Sullivan. That's why I hit up. Sarah, congrats. Tell Ryan to be careful. And she goes, he wanted to announce it on the roast. He really did. He loves you, Shasky. He really does.
Does he?
Yeah, like Will in Nevada.
There is somebody out there.
Will and Rito. You don't even know who's the other guy.
Well, there are two types of people. There's Bonte people and there's Butcher people.
There are.
You know, that's the beauty of this.
There are a difference.
You know? And you know the way
my fans are a little too volatile. I'm like, pipe it down.
Well, this might be a too maybe this is too visual, but like I can never choose between vanilla and chocolate, right? I go back and forth. And that's why the swirl exists. And that's what the roast is. We're like one of those like swirly cones. Who doesn't love a swirly cone, right? So they have this thing in an out burger.
Jack's breakfast burrito.
Hey, bro, Jack's. I just smashed a Jack's bacon burrito with a little bit of. I like sour cream.
Oh, I love sour
burrito.
cream.
I just love sour cream in general.
Oh my God!
I don't think I bribed sour cream. I think I
and I'm seeing the roasters. I see a Willis jersey. I see a Debo jersey. I think I see Ferducci over there. I believe I see another 52. That looks like a Willis
rolling.
jersey.
Oh, they're rolling.
My guy got the long hair, looking
They're
so.
rolling in. They're rolling
he's
in.
ready.
They're rolling in. They got the hats on. They got the Niners gear on. They're ready to roll as Taylor Swift is on our screen right now. I can't believe. I thought Travis Kelce and them will be done by now. But, man, she's all into it.
Well, if you were going to write the script for the NFL, you'd have them break up midseason, right? If you were. Because that way it would just create its own drama.
Script writers, schedule makers.
Speaking of which, no podcast is worth $30 million. Is that what they got? They got $30 million to do their podcast?
No, I thought it was $100 million.
Was it that much?
3 years, $100 million, I think.
Yeah.
Well, $30 million. Okay, well, whatever.
$30 million a year, $100 million overall. That's damn.
No, it's incredible money.
Maybe I should have stuck to podcasting.
I mean, but you're telling me they're more valuable than Stephen A. Smith in the space?
Oh, well, he'll get his bag. Trust me. He's going to get his bag. Stack Jack and Matt Barnes got their bag. What's another good? KG and Paul Pierce are getting their bag.
Well, I wonder on that, like KG and Paul Pierce, how long is that able to go?
Oh, they're going to go for as long as, dude, Paul Pierce is unbelievable. Him and KG, I'm telling you, KG, you thought I was crazy for listening to that, but then Stackhouse came out, I was like, oh, I enjoy KG and Paul Pierce because I get where he's coming from. He's raw and authentic. He's giving me the full KG, Kevin Garnett experience. It's another good podcast out there. Oh, Andre Ward. Shout out to the SOG. Boy, Andre Ward, who's a friend of the roast.
Well, of course. You're basically ducking the best one.
No, Andre Ward's got a great podcast.
Guys.
Who? Oh, well.
Garlic fries. Oh, my God.
There you go.
Well, you just crapped.
Oh, my God.
You just crapped on it. You just, a Brock Purdy jersey?
No. So all the roasters are showing up now. We're doing breakfast with the roast. Yeah. Jack's provided unbelievable breakfast. Yeah. I look into the studio and I see, Big Trent, a.k.a. Craig, a.k.a. our boy.
Oh, I thought it was your boy, Carter.
Carter,
you don't even remember his name. I thought that was
one more mispronunciation award?
Yeah, but you don't even remember his name.
I know. I was so flustered.
I think
There's a guy in the Eagles jersey.
Is there?
Yes.
Oh, my God.
There's a guy in the Eagles jersey. Where are you going? Bonte's leaving the studio. He took his headphones off.
You gotta get out of here.
He's telling a guy in the Eagles jersey to get out of here. Oh my God!
Hey, he had to do that though. Like, come on, what are we doing here?
Wow! You hear this? Can the audience hear this noise?
Oh yeah.
Out of here. Put that off.
Party's over. Bonte pulling the old dad like, I'm home. Party's over. Don't steal my oven knobs.
Lights on. Get out.
Lights on. I just saw a good movie on Netflix. It was about like a coming of age.
This guy's in here with a Shady McCoy jersey on. I'm pulling the Chasky and interrupting you. This guy's in here with a Shady McCoy jersey on and the Eagles hat on, and he's putting his hands out like, what, Bonte? What? He's in here trolling. Now I'm triggered.
Football
now I want the Eagles.
Back, baby.
Yeah,
Let's
I want
go.
the Eagles to get beat by 50, but I want Saquon to score about 25 points. I want the Eagles to get by 50. The Philadelphia Eagles. I was just in that damn stinking town. You see me on the Rocky Steps. I talk trash, and it told me to calm it down. She was like, dude, you got to chill. You don't have to talk trash to every single Eagles fan you see. Women, men, kids.
That's not cool.
I didn't know. It was cool. Eagles cry on the road to misery.
So you're rooting for the Packers tonight?
Cry. Hell yeah. I will never, ever root for a Philadelphia team ever. So the Phillies were playing the Braves. I thought about going to Citizens Bank Park, but I said, you know what? We saw the Yankees. I saw back-to-back-to-back home runs. I'm going to leave it there on this trip. But every time I saw a Philly fan in the hotel, I was like, hey, Phillies won today? Yeah, we won. And I just keep it moving. And then one game they lost it to get a series. So I was like, Phillies lose today?
You sound like Chris Tucker.
Phillies lose today? They go, yeah, it was a tough one. I say, yeah, good. You deserve it. You deserve to lose.
You sound like Chris Tucker. And then when Debo leaves, I'll be talking again.
Oh, yeah. But guess what, though? the hate on the flip side. I mean, oh, my gosh. This lady, she was hitting the Phillies jersey with her husband. I go, Phillies lose? She goes, yeah. I was like, good. She goes, ugh. Well, we got the Eagles coming up. I was like, oh, you're an Eagles fan. She's like, yeah. Boy, I hate the 49ers. Unsolicited. I hate the 49ers.
Were you wearing Niner gear?
I was not wearing Niner gear.
No SF gear.
No SF gear at that time. I had the back-to-back hat, though. But, I had Niner gear in the cut. And I forgot this hat. I wanted to bring this hat to really make sure.
So you tucked your chain, quote unquote.
No, I had the chain out. But I was like, oh, you hate the Niners? I said, how'd you like that 42 burger last year? She goes, you're a Niner fan? You're from San Francisco? The way she said, you're from San Francisco?
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, you damn right. And we're coming back to kick your ass again this year.
You're damn right. You talking smack to somebody's
I'm not going to
grandmother?
Sugarcoat it. Sit here and do a sugarcoat.
What are you doing?
Joe Lacob,
what are you doing?
Listen, Joe Lacob, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. This guy was selling merch next to the Rocky statue. He had all the Eagles gear out. I go, you really selling that sticking gear? Ain't nobody buying that stuff. He goes, he looked at me, you crazy. He was on the phone. I go, that stuff is worth $5 a pop, dude. Get those knockoffs out of here. And I did have the Niner hat on. I said, you see this? He goes, homie, this is a Philadelphia town. I said, hell no. Last year in December, it was a Niner town. 42 burger, homie. He got mad. He got off the phone. He put the phone to his head. He's like, you a Niner fan? I said, man, y'all suck. I talked smack to every single. I stand on mine. I stand on it. As I wore the City College of San Francisco little dry fit shirt, running the Rocky Stairs. I talk trash to everybody in Philadelphia and let them know that I haven't forgot what happened a couple years ago in the NFC Championship game. I haven't forgot what happened last year when Debo scored not once, not twice, but he went hat trick on them 3 times and set the tone. Nobody forgets. Philadelphia, I will hate them for the rest of my life. That will be my personal number one rival. The Rams, whatever. The Seahawks, whatever. The Eagles, I will hate forever, and I will root against them for the rest of my life.
X factor for the Niners this year. Who is the X factor for the Niners this year? Not the best player, not the guy who needs other careers. Who's the X factor?
X factor for the 49ers. That's a great question.
Because when I watched the Chiefs last night and they did that little end around for Xavier Worthy, I was like, oh boy. That's an X factor.
Yeah.
Like that, not a guy who's going to lead you in receptions.
It's a combo.
Not a guy like Tyreek Hill had 12 touchdowns as a rookie. He had 3 punt returns and a couple rushing ones. I can see Xavier Worthy being an X factor, not having 1,200 yards, but having like 800 yards and like 9 touchdowns.
I'll tell you who my X factors are. It's a combination. It's a combination sensation. Collins and Hargrave in the middle of that defense.
Okay.
Nobody's talking about these D tackles. How will they hold up? Will they be able to stay healthy? Will they be able to get after the quarterback? Will teams be able to run the ball up the middle against the 49ers this year? Those 2 guys, alongside Nick Bosa, because Nick Bosa, I already told you, he's the most important 49er for me this season, especially with the lack of edge depth. But those 2 D tackles, Kinlaw's gone, and we had Marty Lyons on yesterday, and I heard Anthony Beck actually was starting to guru there, said Kinlaw gained about 30 pounds. He's had a phenomenal camp. Okay, all right, we'll see how much. And he's going to be motivated on Monday Night Football. Collins, Hargrave are my X factors. How do they hold up in the middle of that defensive line?
Okay, so defense, I'm going to take Tig Brown. I think Tig Brown is the X factor for this team on defense because he's a guy that feels like one of those ball knack guys. He got a knack for making plays and disrupting and dislodging the ball and walking away with it. In the short period he was a starter last year, it just felt like stuff happened. He jumped passing routes. He'd punch balls out. You saw it in the preseason. I'm going to take Tig Brown on defense. On offense, I'm going to take Jordan Mason. I think Jordan Mason is going to be the X factor for this 49er team. I think he brings a little different bruiser running style to the offense. I think Shanahan's going to lean into him. I think they're going to need to lean into him. I think they're going to try to put McCaffrey, situationally on the sidelines. I think it's Jordan Mason for me. I'm going to go underline. I don't think
offensively.
I really like Jordan Mason this year.
Yeah, that's a good one. I'm going to go trenches again.
Okay.
Brindle and McKivitz. How well do they hold up?
See, they're more litmus test guys. Like if they play well, the team plays well.
Well, that's what they're X factors to me. Because you got Jets coming in with Will McDonough, Jermaine Johnson. You got all these pass rushers coming into town. How do they hold up? The offensive line in general. You know, if they're playing well, then all of a sudden Brock Purdy's throwing for 4,000 yards.
Absolutely.
All of a sudden Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel's going 4,000, and Kittle's going 4,000. McCaffrey's running the ball well. Jordan Mason's vulturing touchdowns at the goal line. This offensive line, it's the trenches for me, man. The trenches last night. Who controlled the trenches for the most part? It was a dogfight. Both teams didn't run the ball great. You know what I'm saying? But Chris Jones had to make plays. When he had to make plays, he was in that backfield every single play. Nandi and Ojabu and those guys from the Baltimore Ravens, they were putting pressure on Mahomes, and he evaded pressure at times. That's what he does. He escapes. But the trenches, man, because the trenches is what's really lost the Super Bowl. They lost to the trenches, man.
They did. We've avoided it long enough. CMC being listed with the calf Achilles injury.
I know you. I know how you feel.
I'm petrified.
Yeah, I can tell.
Dre Greenlaw had the calf Achilles. Oh. Kevin Durant had the calf Achilles.
That's what I thought of immediately, Kevin Durant.
I don't know. Maybe I'm too worried.
No, this is
I
a
think
concern.
this is appropriate fear.
When Achilles popped up on the injury report, I was like, wait a minute. I thought it was just a calf.
It's not good.
Well, that means there's going to be a lot of Jordan Mason.
It's just not good.
I don't think we're going to see 20 touches a game from McCaffrey.
Last year, Burrow had the calf injury.
And it lingered all year.
All year.
Yeah. They just lined up a shotgun. He didn't even move. Remember the Monday night game he had where he was destroyed?
Yeah.
Destroyed quick slants and wide receiver screens. And I think Jamar Chase had over 10 catches in that game. He hit the over on a prop that day. I remember that. But Jordan Mason's probably going to get a lot of carries. He's probably going to get 8 to 10 touches a game in a run game. They're going to have to.
Boy, if CMC goes down for a big stretch, let's say he misses a month.
I think they could overcome it with Jordan Mason. Now, you know what, though? I know Steiny hates this. But pass blocking is an issue for Mason in the pass game.
Yeah. And that's where you're going to have to keep Juice in there a lot more than you want on those types of situations. Not that he can't catch the ball in the backfield and block very well, but it's different. I mean, CMC is one of the best weapons in the game. This is not good. It's not a good way to start the season.
Madden curse?
Madden curse, just football, playing running back.
I just one suggestion here as we have all the roasters in here. That Eagles fan cannot come into the studio. I love him. I thank him for coming, but he cannot come into the studio with that hat and that jersey. It's not happening.
Did somebody pay somebody to come in wearing Eagles gear?
It's a troll job. It's a troll job, and I ain't having it today. I'm not having it.
What's his name?
I don't care. I don't care what his name is.
We're calling Philly Dave.
Philly Dave. I'm not calling him that. Let's go to Miguel and Hayward.
Hey,
Miguel.
What's
happening?
Hey, good morning, you guys. Well, just let me say that football's back. Finally, thank God. But just let me say this, I got the Niners winning by 32 and the Jets by 7. I feel that Deebo Samuel is going to get used as a running back.
Wait, let me stop you. I got to stop you. You have the Niners winning by 32?
Yeah.
So
I
it's
got the
32 to 7
32.
is the score? Or
Yeah.
Okay.
No, the score.
Gotcha.
That's what I got because every time when I see Aaron Rodgers play the 49ers, man, the Niners defense just lights them up. And I feel that now, the Niners door is kind of closing, but this is their year to do it. And, you got to go to that Super Bowl, man, and you got to show Monday night and show everybody that, we're still the team to talk about. So I got the Niners winning by 32 and the Jets by 7. And then next thing you know, Aaron Rodgers is going to be relax.
Miguel, I like you, bro. I like
25 points, by the way, 32 minus 7. Just wanted to get that out there.
It's all good, man.
So I wasn't the only one that was confused there?
I'm not a math major either, but Miguel was cooking, though, man. 32 to 7. 32 to 7. 32 to 7. Not sure how you got 32, but 32 to 7.
That next question.
Clean it up, Ante.
Why do I have to clean it up? Tell Miguel to clean it up, Flip. So if it's 32,
they'll probably go for 2 on 1 touchdown, and then they'll get a field goal.
Well, I was thinking maybe 3 touchdowns.
I love how sure Sam is.
No. I was thinking this is where my mind went. 3 touchdowns, which makes 21.
Well, I watched
3
where your
field
mind
goals,
went. Your mind went
3
straight
field
down
goals,
into that burrito.
3 field goals
From
and a
Jax.
safety. So 3 touchdowns, 3 field goals, and a safety. There you go. That's how you get to 32.
Huh.
I know math and football. I know I'd get the score right. That's for sure.
Statistics, am I right?
Hey, B, stop pocket watching the caller.
The ultimate. I think is this KC? KC is that our boy KC? He's the ultimate pocket watcher. He's always pocket watching.
Yeah, it's called being a modern sports fan. You have to understand salary caps. What's up, buddy?
This is JC from SAC.
Oh, JC, what's up, baby?
JC?
What's up?
Yeah, man. I ain't called in a couple of weeks, man. It's all good.
What's up, Jesus Christ?
Man, I just want to say very quickly. Kansas City did not look like a juggernaut to me last night. They got some new weapons, yes, but the offensive line still looked average. Mahomes was getting pressure. He was just being Houdini last night. They still have the worst right tackle in the league. Oh my, he's terrible.
Yeah.
They look like they could be exposed a little bit at linebacker, but their defense pretty much carried them for most of the game, just like last year. Kelsey looked like he's significantly slowed down. But I think they knew that. That's why they went and got those extra weapons. And people are saying when Marquise Brown comes back, this is his 15th, like this is his 3rd team in 5 years.
I'm with you.
And the same thing. Yeah, like he's not some juggernaut of a wide receiver. And as far as the Niners, I'm concerned about C-Mac, but I'm not surprised because he had 400 touches last year in 19 games. Like, newsflash, if you draft him in your fantasy as your first pick, you're bugging. I got Jordan Mason in every one of my leagues. You know what I'm saying? Because I knew he was going to play. That's a concern. The interior D-line is a definite concern for me as far as the depth and the run defense. Tight end depth is a concern for me. So I'm not trying to be pessimistic. I'm just like, I really don't know what to expect because if anything doesn't go according to plan as far as injury, man, it's going to be rough. They're going to have to be active at that trade deadline if we're really in a playoff hunt, So I just want to make a quick call.
JC, man, I like where your mind is at. Interior depth, edge rushing depth. It's been something that I've had my eyes on, and I think they will be active. It's not just restructuring these contracts just to save money for next year and Brock Purdy. I think the Niners will be active. They were always active at the deadline because they are in a Super Bowl now mentality. They want to win the ultimate. You heard John Lynch at that 49ers luncheon? It's like, we're going to go do this damn thing, right? This is after he said the whole, hey, we're not gifted Super Bowls. We're not owed anything. But they feel it in that building. They feel it. And they're going to feel it Monday night when Frank Gore gets inducted into the Edward J. DeBartolo Senior Hall of Fame. They feel it. They see Kansas City and Baltimore last night. They know what time it is. And I'm with JC. Kansas City don't scare me no more, man. I see the Niners push them to the brink. I see the Ravens push them to the brink. I see the Bills push them to the brink. I see the Bengals. They're not unbeatable. Damn Kansas City. They're scared to go to church on Sunday. They'll watch the damn NFL. I'm sick of Kansas City. They stole our banner. What I thought last night when they put out there with their little pregame pageantry, I said we should have been at Levi's celebrating a championship, and they stole one from us. We gave it away. Gave that thing away. So the hell with Kansas City. The hell with them. Nobody's scared of them. They're beatable. They're beatable. I got a Raider fan over here because the Raider fan have no shot in hell in Joe Spinoni. Their season's done already. So I already understand where his mind is
Antonio
at.
Pierce is beating him, Bonte. Kyle Shanahan's never beaten him.
Antonio Pierce beat him, so it is possible. If
not for Kyle Shanahan. He's had 4 opportunities. He's 0-4.
Yeah, I agree.
Two of the biggest games of his life. Can't get it done. Christmas Day is the last time they lost. That was to Aiden O'Connell. He didn't even complete a pass outside of the first quarter.
That's what I'm saying. And they still lost.
Okay. Anyone can be beat in the NFL in one-game sample sizes.
Right.
But you are watching the greatest quarterback of all time. We can all see that. It's pretty clear. He's
great.
He's the greatest quarterback of all time.
And even Brady got beat in the Super Bowl.
Okay.
Or once or twice.
Sure.
3 times.
Mahomes lost the Super Bowl too.
But it's
he
fair.
sure did.
Yeah,
to Brady.
Got blown out.
Weird how that all works out.
Should have lost to Jimmy G. Should have read the damn ball with a minute 49 left.
We're going to look back at that and be like, there's no way Mahomes was losing to Jimmy G.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it.
I mean,
sit here and do a
on.
sugarcoat job.
You want to talk about why Shanahan should be like a Niner coach for life? It's probably getting Jimmy G 3/4 of the way through a Super Bowl, and he could have been MVP.
Could have been. Could have been. He could have been. 888-957-9570.
I just
Niner fans. Hold on. Let me ask Niner fans. Niner fans. Let me ask this question. Hold on. Let me ask Niner fans this. Niner fans, are you really afraid of the big bad Kansas City Chiefs? Are you worried about them? No.
Like, Dallas Cowboys, I thought, like, man, they're just a better team, right? Like, they're just a better team. In this particular equation, it's not that they're the better team. They are a very good team. They got just the best player almost ever, right? And it's like, God, it's like you're watching Michael Jordan just pull rabbits out of his hat, like left and right. And it's tough. It's really tough.
All right. Super Chat 510. He sent the Super Chat, donated $10. Good luck to Alonzo and the whole Newark Memorial football team today against Tennessee High and Hayward. Let's go. Shout out to the 510. Get it done. Although Tennessee, I think, is my boy, our boy Tamir's school. So I'm a little conflicted there. I just hope both of you guys have a good game, have fun out there, have a lot of fun. Newark against Tennessee High. 888-957-9570. We got to see these calls coming up.
I know, but
if you're scared of the Chiefs, tell me why you're scared of the Chiefs.
We're scared. It's just there's this like
shook.
He's like the Turk. He's like the Undertaker. He's just always lurking, and you think you hold him down, and the next thing you know, he's like escaping pressure and ripping the ball down the field. And you know, you get anywhere near him, you breathe on him, oh, that's 15-yard penalty. Oh, 3rd and forever, automatic first down. And then they got this other guy on the other side of the line, Chris Jones, who's just constantly caving in your offensive line. They're really good. They're really good. It's just tough. We're really good. We're freaking awesome. And it's like that one player is just, he's that good. This is what it's like when you're watching Steph Curry, like on the other side. This is what it was like when you were watching Barry Bonds, if you're on the other side. Like, now I kind of get it.
Let's hear from RJ at Fairfield, then we'll get to Mike at Walnut Creek. RJ, real quick, before you start. First of all, you're doing a hell of a job as a father. The streets are talking. They said you're doing a hell of a job. You've changed diapers in like 2.5 seconds. But also, you don't strike me. You're the most confident sports fan, one of the most confident sports fans I know. I know you're not afraid of the big bad Kansas City Chiefs, are you?
Are you serious? I'm scared. I do not want to face them at all. I'm with Shafty. Me and Shafty don't get along. We don't see eye to eye. But I'm always with Shafty. I mean, look at Pat Mahomes. He did magic in the pocket last night. He caught his own deflection. Like, he is the greatest quarterback I've seen in my lifetime, and I do not want to see them. I want to, like you said, Shafty, yesterday, I'd rather face the Houston Texans. I'd rather face anybody. They have our number, Bonte, and like I said, you are a very confident person, Bonte, but you don't want to see the Chiefs. I don't even want to see the Chiefs in the season.
No, I want the Chiefs, RJ. I want the Chiefs in New Orleans.
He told Chris Collinsworth, there's not a defense that I have not seen.
Yeah, I mean, he's been in the league for a long time, and Andy Reid, of course.
You're telling me up until this point, he's just kind of like, learning it? The guy's got 3 championships. Yeah, he's 28 years old.
I'm not afraid of him.
He's going to tie Montana before he turns 29.
If Nick Bosa, so you already crowned him then.
No,
you already crowned him. You already crowned him. You already crowned him. You just crowned Patrick Mahomes right then and there.
He's been in the AFC Championship game every year he's been a starter.
What his resume looks like. Nick Bosa.
It's called being appropriately feared.
Nick Bosa, I'm ready for you, big dog. It's your time. It's your time. I'm afraid of Patrick Mahomes. I don't care.
You guys want to hear a crazy stat with Patrick Mahomes? He started 97 games in his career. The Chiefs have only lost 3 of them by more than 1 score.
Great. They're in close games.
No,
the Niners get
they're always in close games.
So let me ask you this. Okay, a minute to go. Everyone's got the same roster. You're going against the 85 Bears or the Legion of Boom. Pick who you want. You're not taking Patrick Mahomes as your quarterback?
I'm not taking Patrick Mahomes against the Ravens defense with Sam Adams and Tony Siragusa, Ray Lewis, Dwayne Starks, and Chris McAllister, or Rod Woodson.
Who are you taking?
And Martin. I'm taking 85 Bears, shutting them down. Put the 85 Bears defense.
What quarterback are you taking all time?
Against Mahomes?
Yeah.
I'll take Montana.
Yeah, I'm taking Mahomes.
I'll take Brady.
Yeah, I'm taking Mahomes.
I'll take Marino. I'll take Elway.
With all the respect to those other guys.
You want Mahomes? Give me Montana. I'll take Montana. You want to take Mahomes? I'll take Tom Brady. Okay. I'll take Tom Brady.
This guy might end up with like 7 Super Bowls.
Mike and Walnut Creek.
Ain't nothing you can do about it.
They keep drafting like they are.
Mike and Walnut Creek. What's up, baby?
What's up, gentlemen? Long-time listener. Called a few times. Driving through Fairfield out right now on the way to Edgewood, Tahoe to play.
Oh, nice.
Thanks for taking the call. I agree with basically everything that last caller said. I said it to my wife and all my friends going into the last Super Bowl, watching the Ravens Chiefs. I said, I do not want to play Mahomes. I am scared of nobody, but that man terrifies me.
I completely agree.
That's all I got to say. Thanks, gentlemen. Still listening.
Look, like Emmitt Smith, I couldn't stand Emmitt Smith, but I also recognize, like, damn, he's so good. Like, so good. You know what I mean? And, like, you have to acknowledge the other team. You always talk about this. Yo, Big Joe, you got to look at the other team, And I've been watching football my whole life, and what this guy can do from the pocket as a pocket quarterback, and then extending plays, feeling pressure, arm angles, touch, rifling balls in. You tell me where the flaw in his game is.
I have a six-pack. It's just under the dad bod.
Listen, I thought Mahomes, he had a game against the Ravens on Monday Night Football, pandemic season. Had one of the greatest first halves I've ever seen. I said, I think I'm watching the greatest quarterback living. I acknowledge that the Chiefs are very good. They're very, very good. Very, very good. Now I'm looking at Philly Dave in here. Gosh. I got to deal with you being worried about the Chiefs and crowning them before week one's even over. I got a Raider fan over here who's just
Jimmy G in
delusional.
the pocket.
And now I got Philly Dave over here. Lubman save me. Well, he's got a Miami polo shirt on, so I'm screwed. I should have just took the damn day off. Listen, Mahomes is great. The Chiefs are good. Andy Reid's great. He's going to the Hall of Fame.
I hate him.
I acknowledge that. Also, watch the Niners have a 10-point lead against them. Not once, but twice. I saw the Ravens control the game in the 8th. Well, they didn't really control the game. They fumbled in the fourth quarter. And last night, they were a toe away from tying the damn game or winning the damn game. So I'm not afraid. I'm not going to be afraid of the kids the Chiefs.
No, but
There's a way to beat them, and I get it. It's going to be very difficult to beat Mahomes. Wait, I'm not saying that the Niners are going to go to New Orleans and beat them 45-10. No, that's silly. I'm not that fan. I'm not that. I get it. It's going to be really, really tough. Really tough. But you cannot beat yourself, which the Niners have done over and over. 10-point lead, 7 minutes of change left, 3rd and 15. It happened. It happened. But I'm not afraid of the Chiefs, man. I want the Chiefs. I personally want the Chiefs. I know I've talked all season. My boy, we see championship team. I see the Chiefs. No. I want the damn Chiefs.
Okay.
I want the smoke, man.
Right.
I want to beat the Chiefs. I want to see them on Bourbon Street.
So you're telling me that now, taking this a step further, this regular season game isn't somewhat important?
I don't care. See them in the Super Bowl. I won't care about the regular season once the postseason starts. I won't care about it.
I would love to sweep
Buffalo
them.
went to Arrowhead and beat Kansas City. They got the home game. And what happened in the home game? They lost.
Yeah, because of that guy.
Well, actually, their coach going for a fake punt and then the missed field goal.
Well, Stephon Diggs catch a ball.
Exactly. They beat themselves. You cannot beat yourselves.
Everyone says that we beat ourselves. You also have to acknowledge the other side of it. Like the Niners got beat. The Niners got beat.
Right, let's go to Mr. High, Foster City. Mr. High. Mr. High, how you doing?
Bonte.
What's up, baby?
What's up, Bonte? What's up, y'all? Good morning, Roast. I just wanted to call and let you know. Hey, Bonte, you see that? You see that Eagles fan in the background?
Yeah, I see Philly Dave.
That's my best friend. I'm a 49er fan, and every year I got to deal with his antics every year. So I think it's just hella funny how you react, how I react every time I see him, because that's not a character. That's not a skit. He didn't get paid. That's who he is.
Hey, Mr. High, is he from Philadelphia?
No, he's from Cali. I don't get him. I don't understand it.
Oh,
he's
no.
been on the Bay all the years.
So he's not even from Philadelphia. All right, you know what? Get Philly Dave on the mic. You know what, Mr. High, stay on the line. Philly Dave, get on the damn microphone right now. Get on the microphone right now. Get on the microphone and be careful. Be careful.
It's all right. We just prepped him.
Yeah, no, we got security downstairs. Philly Dave.
First off and foremost, let me give you a go Birds. Fly Eagles fly, baby.
You want to get Cry Eagles cry? Go ahead, I can do that. So how'd you become an Eagles fan? You're from California.
Madden. But as a little kid playing Madden, from the Bay Area, everyone wants to play as the Niners, so you can't go Niners against Niners. So the Eagles were good at the time, and I never switched up. Go Birds.
How'd it feel last night to get that 42 burger dropped on you?
See, that's a typical Niner fan. You want to bring up regular season wins. You want to talk about postseason?
Yeah, we can talk.
Let's talk about the last postseason game.
About the postseason
what
game.
happened?
Yeah, no, it wasn't good. What happened to you guys 2 weeks later?
Hey, one thing I could say, I bring this up to everyone my
you're
age.
Good, dude. You're a good dude.
I watched the Eagles win a Super Bowl in my lifetime. How many other Niners fans can say that? Go Birds.
We can.
Well, I mean,
how old were you? Like 5, 10?
I was 12.
Okay. Did you get to celebrate it?
Of course. On Mission Street.
I'm not going to lie. Philly Dave, I'm not going to lie. I was just going through puberty, so yeah, it's been a long time.
I got to celebrate mine.
Yeah, that's, you know what? You got
Where
a
did you
point.
celebrate? Alone in your house by yourself?
You know, I had fun. I had fun.
Shout out the overnight
All right, now,
dancers.
back to Mr. High. How the hell did he become your best friend, Mr. High?
Honestly, it was a random day. I was in a boxing match. He said I was going to get my ass beat. I said I wasn't. And then we just became friends forever, ever since.
So Fight Club.
And then when the rivalry started, we make bets for the game every year. We post our tracks every year. I said, "Cry Eagles, cry." He said, "Fly Eagles, fly." And then usually it ends up we in Vegas.
Question: who's the better Madden player, you or him?
Yeah, I was at first, but he got really good. He got really good. He got like what the hell good. I used to scrape him all the time, and then all of a sudden, one year, he was like, "Hey, come see me." All right.
Philly Dave sounds like he can fight. Hey, Mr. High, it sounds like Philly Dave knows how to fight. So we only got one security guard downstairs. He's about 150 pounds. We just need to call SFPD to get him out of here.
I didn't know they were security guards. I thought they were like just doorkeepers.
He's got Big Dom.
Now he'll talk this shit. You got him. He just talk this shit. He might make.
We can't go a day. We can't go a day without somebody just unbelievable.
Oh man, that is unbelievable. That is unbelievable. Philly Dave, good stuff. One of my best friends is from Philly. We're beefing hard right now.
Over what?
Sean Singer. I don't know. Just over little things. He's so passive aggressive sometimes, and I just fly off the handle and get triggered. And then we don't talk for about a month and a half.
You fly off the handle and get triggered?
Sometimes.
No.
Certain people.
No.
Certain people. Over the stuff we beef over, you know. So we're, in the fantasy draft, I talked a lot of smack to him. I shouldn't say this on there. This is not a good joke. But in the chat, he got so triggered. He said, I go, who's helping you draft this year, Philly? He clapped back, your mom.
Oh.
So,
we're still doing that.
So yeah,
in 2024.
So you know what I
there
did?
were so many mama jokes.
Yeah. So then
I respect it.
I didn't. I was like, oh, that's a good one. Okay, I got something coming back. And he goes, oh, what'd you finish in last year? 10th place. And I said something that I won't repeat on these airways, but he got really upset, I think.
Oh, so you went personal.
I think, well, he said your mom, and I just said,
yeah.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it.
Yeah,
I think I sit here and do a sugarcoat job.
It's a business.
You know what I
can't get personal when it's a business.
Yeah, it's a business. So you know what I said? I said,
it's about the years.
I said 10th place. That's cute. I said I was 10th place in your girl's guts, and he did not like that.
Jesus.
Oh my God!
Well, it's just a clap back. It's fun. That's what boys do. We talk trash.
We're not.
That's just a harsh trash talk right there.
That's too much. He said your mama. He knows my
Clean it
mom.
up,
Hey, there's a line that gets crossed in the group threads when someone feels legitimately disrespected and they go too far, and then you're like, oh, these two are gonna fight.
Yeah,
I dumped it. YouTube heard that though.
I mean,
all our listeners outside probably.
I mean,
well, that's the kind of comment you would hear on YouTube. So
I mean, that's fair. He said your mama, and that's what we do. We're boys. I still love him. And it wasn't personal. It's like, no, of course.
Yeah, he'll get over it.
But he said 10th place, and I had a clap back for him. See, I went to George Washington High School, where you had to be quick on the trigger.
Oh, yeah.
So you had to be
every high school in America.
Yeah,
if you're not ready to, trade barbs, then you're going to get left in the dust.
You know what I'm
that was
saying?
like initiation freshman year. Like you found your friend group on how much trash talk you can do, give and take.
You can't be sensitive.
Yeah.
I learned that the hard way. You can't be sensitive. Now the whole damn league hates me because I've been insufferable. And I'm kicking Big Dog's ass this week in week number 1.
Really? That sounds so unlike you.
Because the baseball league, I told you guys about the fantasy baseball league and how they treated me and disrespected me. And all the players that I was going to give up are having crappy seasons. And they told me I didn't know what I was doing. So you know what? I've been bringing the heat to these guys. So it is personal in this league.
I would love to hear the smack talk in your fantasy league.
Oh, it gets personal. It gets personal.
I know it gets personal. You just laid that out.
But you know what? You got to have thick skin. You got to have it. We got to have thick skin. You see the stuff on Twitter that people talking up. Trust me, the Twitter freakers wants to go. You know how many times I draft up a tweet and I'm like, you know what? Let me just delete.
Yeah, well, I feel like Steph and LeBron. I hear everything and it bothers me.
It bothers me.
Oh, it does. I admit it. I'm insecure. I showcase my vulnerabilities.
I just can't hate.
I know everything.
I don't like Philly. I don't like Philly anymore. I don't like anything out of Philadelphia. Except their cheesesteaks are Ready Terminal and Mitchell and S. And
Kate Scott.
Kate Scott's great. Their stadium situation's awesome. The casino's really cool. It's actually a really fun city to be in. What'd you say, Spinell?
Big Dom.
No, Big Dom's a joke. I mean, he's a...
He got elevated too. I think he's like a senior NFL assistant.
What a joke he was. Big Dom. What the hell was he going to do to Drake Greenlaw? I mean, that's Philadelphia in a nutshell. Big tough guys.
God, it was such a great moment when Drake Greenlaw just gave him the hand. I was so fired up. It's awesome.
I mean,
I'll never forget the FaceTime. My dad's FaceTiming me, and he's like, I love Greenlaw. I love him. The whole Big Dom thing, it just united the whole fan base. Get him, Dre.
Trash talk is a part of sports, man. That's why I'm not bound. The season just started. The hell with Kansas City. The hell with them. I watched them yesterday and I thought to myself, we should have been at Levi's. So you know what? I'm ready to roll for a week. I wish the game was on. I wish the Niners would play the Jets tomorrow. I cannot wait till Monday. I cannot wait till Monday Night Football. Under the lights, Frankie G's getting inducted to the 49ers Hall of Fame. The fireworks are going to be going off. The Bombers head over the stadium right before the game. What? It's go time, folks. If you're scared of the damn Chiefs, don't call this show. Actually, I want all the calls, actually. Sorry. All right. That was just a random rant. What we got next? What we got? Where are we going, Lovett? Where are we going here?
I think we're going to replay Frank Gore from earlier because Frank was really good. And honestly, like I said the other day, we need more Miami Hurricanes presence on this show. So Frank Gore replay on the other side.
All right. There it is. Local 38 coming up as well. All right. Sunday NFL action. The NFL's back, baby. It's back. Frank Gore replay coming up. Brought to you by LifeSource Florida Systems.
Adam, it's too much for me.
You are now listening to the morning motherfucking roast with my boys Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, I went out into that little area. I don't even know, the Commons. What do we call that area? The Commons? The roast crew out there is rolling deep. We got San Ramon in the house.
Hayward.
We got Hayward in the house. We got Richmond in the house.
El Dorado Hills.
El Dorado Hills in the house. Man, food is killer from Jack's. They came through with burritos. There's some yogurt I'm about to get into in a second.
Absolutely.
Big Carter's on like his fourth burrito. Yeah, Carter, you hear me.
You remember his name? I thought it was Craig earlier.
I was having a brain fart.
Stugat's going to join us on Monday.
Oh,
8
nice.
o'clock. Stugat's game day. Game day.
I feel like a part of me is turning into Stugatz. I'm saying yes to too many things that I can't deliver on, and I getting pulled in 50 directions just in life, like family and everything. It's just everybody asking for stuff right now. It's like no. I need to just kind of like not answer the phone.
So what's going on?
It's just got stuff going on. I'm trying to balance stuff. It's really difficult.
What do you
I
mean?
feel like the guy, what is it, Atlas, who holds the globe on his shoulders?
So, sort of softball games getting to you?
No.
Or
that's called like having fun. I think you need to go out and have fun. I
agree.
And bust a sweat and feel good. It's good for the endorphins. It's good for your body.
Oh yeah, I've been doing a lot of walking. Also a lot of video game playing. I got a big game in I had a tough game yesterday against Oklahoma and Norman. Their quarterback threw for 487 yards on me.
Oh my God.
I had a goal line stand to win the game.
How did you go to bed?
I don't know. It was tough. And I won 3 recruits off of that game.
Those linger. Those losses.
Those linger. And it was cold. They were just quick slants for 80 yards. Wide receiver screen went for 95. I mean, it was bad.
You know the Eagle fan?
Big Dave, he's actually cool. He's a good
Big
dude.
Dave is a UA Local 38 guy.
Is he really?
What a small world.
Wow.
I mean, that's incredible. And I think he worked with either my uncle or my brother. He worked with somebody in the family. He knew who they were. My grandfather actually used to teach at the Union Hall for many years.
That's amazing. That is amazing. He's a good dude. That was a lot of fun with Mr. High and
he's also
Big
a big
Dave.
guy. He's a big guy.
No, he respects it though.
Yeah, I think he would tackle me.
I mean, Big Dave, he's a good dude. I can hang out with him, but it is football season and the Eagles are not on the Niners schedule. The only way they could play would be in the playoffs. How spicy would that be? And honestly, I wouldn't mind going back out to Philadelphia because, Mitchell and Ness is still out there. I was able to meet the founder. It was really cool. Wait till you see the jersey I bought, Shasky.
What'd you get?
I sent it to Tommy Call. Tommy Call hit me up. I was like, because I posted like
Why didn't you get
Burrito.
me something?
Oh, because I wasn't thinking about you.
I'm thinking Tommy Call. Okay, is it something Kentucky?
It's Dolphin related.
Dolphin?
Well, yeah,
Dan Marino?
I posted Dan Marino. They were replaying the Dan Marino game against the Patriots where he basically did it by himself with the diamond on the turf against the Patriots. It was one of the greatest shootouts in the NFL regular season history between Drew Bledsoe and Dan Marino. The game was on NBC. It was unbelievable. It is like Dan Marino. I said, Tommy, he was my favorite quarterback growing up. Outside of Steve Young and, of course, Joe Montana. And I go, oh, by the way, Tommy, check this out. And I sent him a picture of the jersey.
He had one of the few white Jerry curls, like white guy Jerry curls. Dan Marino at one point.
Yep, sure did. Dan, where's this? Where's the text? I want to get to that guy. He hooked us up. He was the same guy who hooked us up because he knew Jason Dubas.
Oh, nice.
And so when I walked in, he goes, "Hey, it's you again." And I was like,
"Security."
Yeah, they were gonna kick me out. But he was really good. He hooked it up, and we talked. Mitchell and Ness is going to be out here for the NBA All-Star game.
Oh.
They're going to have no booth. Oh, yeah. He showed me the whole setup.
Oh.
He showed me the whole setup, dude. It was really cool.
Free stuff.
I don't know about free.
Nothing is free.
Nothing is free.
None chance.
There's nothing free. Who asked that? Lubman? Free stuff? You looking for a freebie?
Oh, I know some people probably are.
He's looking for that Vinny Testaverde, the U 1985 jersey.
Oh, my gosh. I can't find the text.
86 when he won the Heisman, but
yeah, he did.
Semantics.
But who's keeping track?
He didn't throw the 5 interceptions against Pitt State because he was colorblind. Remember that? That's the story.
I remember the 5 interceptions. I didn't know the colorblind part.
Yeah, no, it's a true story. They said it was a rumor that Vinny Testaverde was colorblind.
So wait, so all the other games he was fine, but that one?
I know. That's what I found it funny too. But
Well, you had the green grass and the blue Penn State jerseys. I can see how that can kind of,
This is like when Dan Uglas like, my vision. That's why I'm striking out so much. Dr. Rosanelli.
Jameis, the 30 touchdowns, 30 picks here. He had to get the LASIK. Couldn't see.
No, my favorite is he did all the pregame speeches. They went 0-3 in the preseason.
Josh Steinberg, Mitchell and Ness. Josh Steinberg's running the show. And the founder walked in. This is a true story, Shasky, real quick before we get to the Frank Gore
founder
replay.
must be making money hand over fist.
Dude, he was telling stories. He actually gave me some insights on the Philadelphia Eagles. Well, maybe I'm not going to repeat what he told me, but I was like, oh, interesting. Anyway.
Well, can you just say that?
No, I'm not.
And then you eject from actually giving us the information.
Yeah, I'm just telling you that I got salsas, and I'm not going to give you the inside. I'm not going to give you the inside information. Salsas. I got salsas.
No, I thought it was more like Chick-fil-A, Polynesian sauces,
sriracha.
But here's a true story.
Please save that for mispronunciation of the year.
My old professor, Marty Gonzalez at SF State, he's now retired. He worked at Cron 4 for a number of years.
Yeah.
So in our sports reporting class, he had a project for us, and we had to splice up video from Mitchell and Ness and the founder. And we had to act like we had to put together a video of us being in Philadelphia talking about Mitchell and Ness.
Gotcha.
And so Worldwide Hef and I worked on the project together. We shot a stand up in front of the Philly cheesesteak spots. So we tried to pretend like we were in Philly. And the founder was, we spiced up this video and whatnot. So when he walked in, I was like, where do I know you from? And true story, I was like, yo, we did a college project on you, dude. Mitchell and Ness, we did a legit college project on him. So we chopped it up, took a photo with him. He was really, really cool. But he also hates the 49ers as well. Can't stand the Niners.
Do you think that when he saw that video 15 years ago, that you would be where you are today?
No, absolutely not. Or why Hef and I were just like, we're just trying to get a C in the class, crying out loud. Well, you had these other kids who, I don't know what the hell they're doing these days, raising their hands up, answering every question, being a teacher's pet. Hef and I just in the background with Little Mama. We also had Little Mama in this class. I'm not going to give out her real name, Little Mama. But she was hanging out with us, and we were just like, man, just let us know when it's time to go, right? You know what I mean?
You hit him with tell me when to go?
Tell me when to go. Why you got the teacher's pets in there asking every question and trying to have every answer or whatnot, blah, 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 blah.
Trying to learn, yeah.
No, they weren't trying to learn. They were trying to kiss ass.
Those squares, just trying to be attentive.
They were trying to kiss ass.
Just trying to be good students.
They were trying to kiss ass. Well, last time I checked, they're not in sports broadcasting. So all that ass kissing didn't lead to nothing. All they were doing was wasting our time in class.
Vontae's going to get into the Bay Area Radio Sports Hall of Fame or whatever the hell it's called, the Bay Area Radio Hall of Fame. And he's going to be like Michael Jordan's speech. I remember this idiot dogged me, this teacher dogged me.
I took it personal.
I did take a couple things personal in college. Like, this guy.
Well, you were told that you have to go to Fresno to be able to work here.
Yeah, I was, and I took that personal.
Is that person still in the industry?
I think that person still just got a job at ESPN doing digital stuff. He used to be in the class with Spinoni.
Oh.
You know who I'm talking about.
I think I do.
J-Dub.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Big Kings fan.
Do you remind him of what he said to you?
When he sees me, he goes, always tell kids they're kind of the exception to the rule. He knows.
Oh, he's one of those. He's a hater.
High level hater. No, I got a lot in common. That's a 3. No, give it to me.
That wasn't bad.
I'm feeling good today.
That wasn't bad.
We got football back.
A little more appropriate than the guts.
Well,
don't talk about that.
Hopefully that.
Stop it.
I'm sure I'll be getting a text at some point.
You know what I don't like about being on Monday Night Football is they'll have a short week next week.
Against the Minnesota trap game, right?
It's not a trap game. It's Sam Darnold. It's an easy game.
My comeback player of the year.
Speaking
of which, let's go around the divisions.
Well, we got Frank Gore replay first. Frank Gore replay. We have Frank Gore on the roast this morning, Spinoni and Shasky and Lubman, and we began the interview by congratulating him on his induction into the 49ers Hall of Fame.
I appreciate it. Thanks, man. And I'm very excited to be getting inducted to, San Francisco Hall of Fame, 49ers Hall of Fame. I can't wait to Monday night.
Frank, I always felt like you just had great perspective. You're pretty much everybody's favorite 49er. Like, it's just you and Patrick Willis. You guys represented so much to that era of Niner fans. But tell me, you worked with Tom Rathman so long. And when I say Rathman to Niner fans, it's like, oh, my God, just old school, heart, blood, and tears. What did Tom Rathman mean to you in your career, Frank?
I tell Tom, man, and people don't know this. you know, Tom went to Nebraska. I went to Miami, you know, so, you know, when he first got there, he kind of like, you know, we kind of bumped heads at first, you know, because he thought, you know, that he feel like a lot of Miami guys talk too much. Yeah. And, but, man, Tom mean a whole lot, man. When we first got there, he was very hard on me. He thought I, you know, wasn't going to embrace it and, you know, and buy into what, you know, what he felt about the game, and I did. But Tom came in my career at the perfect time because I already made Pro Bowls, and when he got there, he didn't care. And, you know, when you make Pro Bowls, when you're a young kid that younger in the league, 21, 22, you can get complacent and think you know, bigger than what you are. And Tom wouldn't let that happen for me. He challenged me every day. He was real when I didn't play good. He taught me big picture of the game. And even when I left the 49ers, I played 6 more years, like going off Tom Rothman, the way Tom Rothman looked at the game. And I'll say that, man, Tom was big in my life, my career. Tom, I look at him as a father right now, man. Very tight. We still talk. But yeah, he mean a whole lot to me, him and his family.
And you know what, Frank? I think Tom feels the same way about you. We spoke to Tom about 3 years ago, and we brought your name up, and he choked up. He started crying on the air, thinking about you because you were a 3-down back, because you did run for 16,000 career rushing yards, third all-time in the NFL. You did run for over 11,000 with the 49ers. He choked up thinking about you. Now, I'm going to ask you, did you choke up seeing Patrick Willis get inducted this past summer in Canton, Ohio? Because I saw you guys, man.
When I heard the speech, and you know, it made me think about, like, even myself coming up as a young kid, what I had to deal with, and now I see, you know, why he was the way he was on the field. You know, Pat, a guy who I respect, I tell everybody, Patrick was the first guy, because, you know, us Miami guys think football made in Miami. He was the first guy I had to call back home and say, bro, I found the guy who not from Miami, who a baller, man. Pat, a guy who, like a brother, man. I respect him to the fullest. I'm very proud of him, and he deserved every accomplishment he got, because the way he came in, the way he stepped foot on the practice field every day, you would think that he was trying to make the team every day he stepped foot on the field, and that's why he was so great at the position and playing the game of football.
You know, Frank, I always tell Shasky this, and one thing, when you get inducted to Pro Football Hall of Fame in Canton, Ohio, that's when I'm going to make my trip to the Pro Football Hall of Fame, because I want to see you get inducted, check it out or whatnot. But two, I always tell Shasky, one of my favorite moments of your career wasn't even a play. It was in the Georgia Dome. You guys come back 17-0 in the NC Championship game, and Patrick Willis is getting interviewed, and you run up on him and go, Pat, we going to the Super Bowl, and you hug him, and you had your son. You remember that moment, Frank?
Yeah, because, man, you got to think about, you know, the core of that team. Me, Patrick, Vernon, Alex Smith. Even though he didn't play, he still was the core of that team. And we all was young, bro. You got to think about how when we was young, we was the laughingstock of the league. And, you know, the Niners just believed and kept us together. Scott McCoy drafted the majority of that team. And probably like 7 years in the league, 5, 6, 7 years in the league. And, you know, we got a chance to show them what we had in the locker room when Harbaugh got there, you know, to show what type of talent we had, to show them what type of dogs and what type of, you know, what type of guys we had in the locker room. And we, you know, being the laughingstock, and now the same guys who been together for 6, 7 years now get a chance to go, you know, to the Super Bowl, man. That was one of the best. That is the best. That game against Atlanta, that's one of the best time I had in my career, man. To celebrate that with my guys who I love like brothers, who I always would respect, and it's a great feeling.
Frank, you got me going down the nostalgia route, and I'm thinking about all those great games at Candlestick, and the final game ever at Candlestick, the pick six, or the pick at the stick with Bowman. I think you got the game ball in the post game, and I believe you gave it back to Denise DeBartolo. But that's not what I want to ask you about, because Candlestick was a special place. I know you played in the final playoff game, got that swing pass early in the game from Kaepernick. I think one of the greatest games that you guys all ever played in was the New Orleans Saints game, where we were breaking that long drought. Was that the best game at Candlestick? Like the Vernon catch, and I mean, God, I got goosebumps.
That was a all-time great. You know, when they pull up like the craziest games, they're gonna put us up there, and that was in 2011.
Yeah.
And that's when that year, when it was lockout year, Harbaugh first year, nobody know what to expect from Harbaugh, and he didn't know what to expect from us. But I think, I would say, and he'll say it himself, he came in a great situation. He came with a bunch of dogs, like I always said. Scott Trent, did a great job putting us together, and Harbaugh came with his coaching staff, who I love to death, Coach Harbaugh, and we all clicked, man. It was a perfect click. You got to think about it. No off season,
You guys are practicing at San Jose State, Frank. You're at San Jose State practicing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, no off season, and we got the camp, and we just all, we been into Harbaugh and his coaching staff, and we just clicked, man. And I would say the turnover came when we played in Philly.
Yep.
We was down, I think, like, what 17 or something?
Yeah, it was like 20-3 or 23-3.
Jeremy Maclin
fumbled. Jeremy Maclin fumbled.
And we all listening around, like, don't know what to expect, walking into the locker room, new coach. We didn't have to deal, well, I think we lost one game before we went
lost to Dallas. Yeah, you guys just beat the Cincinnati. Yeah, you just beat Cincinnati, and then, yep.
Yeah. So we going into the locker room, everybody looking at each other, and Harbaugh got up there and told us we had to make these adjustments. We got to do this, and we got to start fast. That's exactly how we did. And from that Philly game on, man, we went on for like 2 or 3 years, man, strong.
Yeah, I remember you guys ran the clock out. You had the first down. You guys all said first down. Got the victory formation, and Niner fans started believing after that one, Frankie G.
Yeah, that was the game that turned us around, man, for a couple of years, man. But that New Orleans game probably one of the best games that in the Candlestick, I would say.
Yeah, I'm with you on the Dante Whitner hit. Just the all-time play. Frank, they're back. I mean, they are back. Cam Ward looked incredible, but that's not the question I want to ask you about. Do you think that your University of Miami team, that 0-1 squad, do you think you could have beat the Niners?
Huh?
Yeah.
Man. No, I would say, what year? What Niner year?
You tell me. Any one, like one of the early versions, like the 05 or that 05 team was not good. I love you, buddy.
Yeah,
it was not a good team.
Yeah. I would say because I would think we have more talent than that team, but only thing, the trenches. They had Brian Young. When young kids come in the league, especially up front, that you got to at least give them two years to get going. Some of them, not the great ones, but some of them. And I would just say like the trenches probably would have been hard because it's different. We're going against grown men. But I would say it would have been. The Niners would have had to come play though. 05 team.
I love it.
We had some special guys on that team, man. Special guys.
Frank Gore joining us on the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Latham? Frank, when you were in the NFL, you were the last of a dying breed. And what I mean by that is you were a true 3-down back. You played on first down. You played on second down. You played on third down. You call passes out the backfield. You are a great pass blocker in the backfield. I hear about the Raiders practice and the scrimmages where you wore their linebackers out and Mike Singletary had to pull you out the drills because you were just laying them out in pass protection. Rathman took you out. Yeah, Rathman took you out. I heard the stories. I was like, dude, you were wearing these dudes out. Now, when you played as a 3-down back, Christian McCaffrey, we see him now. What do you think about him, Frank? Yep. Because he's kind of like you in terms of a 3-down back, and he's explosive as well, and a lot of Niner fans love him.
I love him, man. My first time meeting McCaffrey when I was playing for Buffalo, and we had a joint practice. And, we split fields. So after practice, I hear everybody saying, oh, man, just raving about him. I was like, man, I guess he was a rookie. A rookie year was what year?
2017.
17. Okay, so it's probably his second years because I was in Buffalo, the second and third year. So everybody raving about him, about how, so I said, man, let me go check him out, man. I checked the film out after our meetings. I went to go, I just wanted to, see what everybody was talking about on our defense. And man, when I saw his film, bro, I said, I got to go up to this kid, man. The next day I went up to this kid and I said, bro, man, the way you play the game, man, and how you practice, man, you're going to do some special things. And, that's why I'm not shocked that all the accomplishments he getting, the way he played, especially now I see it, when I'm out there at Kelp, the way he come to work every day is the right way. And when guys respect the game the way I did, the way he respect the game, man, I'm all for him, man. I'm happy for him. I just want them boys to go out there. And I want him to go out there and kill it for me, get this win so I can have a big celebration when I get inducted into the Hall of Fame. So, yeah.
I can't wait for that.
After the animal, his baller.
I know. I can't wait for that. Brock Purdy, come on. He's the guy you would have loved to have played with, right?
Yeah, I love Brock, man. I hate when people try to, downplay him because of what pitch he was. He can't help with that. A lot of guys miss. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. How they try to judge. Oh, he got players. I said you got to have players to have success, bro. Like if he was the first round pick, nobody would say the stuff they say. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But yeah, I like Brock a lot, man. He's a baller. I remember when the Dolphins game when our star quarterback got hurt, and when I came, I'm in the suite with Jed. I'm like, man, Jed. That was when Brock Purdy got in the game. I'm like, man, I didn't know he was a rookie, bro. I said, Jed, who's this guy right here? He said, I said, we're gonna be all right there, man, because the way he came in, he was poised. He made throws, and we still won the game. I was like, Jed, we're gonna be fine, bro. I don't think we're gonna have no problem at the position, just because how he came in that first game when our starting quarterback got hurt, and he just took off from there. So yeah, I like Brock Purdy a lot, man. He's a baller.
No doubt. You are a baller, and you're going to get your due Monday at halftime. You're going to address the crowd. You're going to be celebrated. Ceremony is also going to be streamed live on the team's Facebook, Twitter, X, and YouTube accounts for those not in the stadium.
We need everybody to wear 21 jerseys, man. Bring them out for me.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. We're going to be giving you a standing ovation. We can't wait for it. Who you bringing out, man? You bringing out the kids? I know Frank Jr.'s on the Buffalo Bills practice squad. He looks good. Frank.
I appreciate it, man. He'll be fine, man. Like I tell him, he was kind of down, but I told him, bro, it's God plans, man. You show that you can play in the league, man, and, we built for this, man. Nothing was given to me. Nothing they given to you, just different. I told him to keep his head down and you show people you can play in this league. You was one of the best running backs in the preseason. When you're getting on drop, sometimes you get caught in the numbers game. But as long as he keep working, and he's gonna be fine, man. I'm proud of him. I'm a proud father, man.
Proud father, proud human being, and we should be proud of his great football career. Third leading all-time rusher in the NFL, I should say. He will be in a Pro Football Hall of Fame one day, but Monday will be his day on Monday Night Football when he gets inducted into the 49ers Football Hall of Fame, the Edward J. DeBartolo Sr. Hall of Fame. I like to get the whole names out, like 49, Denise DeBartolo Way. What was it at Harbor Parkway in Alameda? Gotta have the complexes. That's how you know you're a real one. Like, where do they practice it to you? Coral Gables?
Jack Murphy Stadium.
We got a field on campus. They actually have a new indoor facility that they have. Mark Richt set that up.
Yeah. The
one good thing he did.
The use back.
That's your one good thing.
The use back. They're back.
That was his one thing.
Speaking of which, I'm uninitiated. What genre? Because I was thinking the big boss, Stacy Kaufman, was at the Jelly Roll concert.
Yeah, Jelly Roll's all of a sudden out of nowhere.
Who is Jelly Roll? What genre of music is he? I don't know.
Country?
Oh, he's country.
Because George Kittle brought him up when Baldy was in studio.
With all the face tats.
What did I say? I was like, the only Jelly Rolls I know is the ones on the side of my body. But Jelly Roll's like this big deal. Ever since George Kittle said, I see Jelly Roll everywhere.
So, face tats are now like country music?
Yeah, well, Post
I'm just
Malone,
asking.
right?
I'm not
Post
trying
Malone,
to,
right?
What?
Post
a new
Malone,
age.
Too. It's a new age.
Well,
Everybody's
Post
doing face
Malone-
tats.
I mean,
He's like he does like rap too. So he's like this like different kind of like not new age because we've had rap like country type of stuff too, but he's kind of like blurring those lines a little bit. And his background story, if you look into it, like what he's overcome with his weight, with his drug addiction, with being in prison, stuff like that.
Okay.
It's kind of an inspirational story.
all right. Yeah, I think I'm out on face tats. I don't think I would like to have one ever, nor would I want anyone in my family, my immediate family, to have a face tat. They might regret that. down
If
the
you
road.
were to get a face tat, though, Shasky, what would it be? Hypothetical. I'm not
Just
saying to get one.
teardrop. I'm just teasing. Not a teardrop. No, I don't. If I were to get one, I would never get one, ever.
Not even in a
Nope.
hypothetical.
Nope.
Not in a hypothetical?
Nope.
Steiny and Goo next.
Hypotheticals.
By the way,
I
Steiny
wanted
floated a
tattoos.
hypothetical to me.
Okay, hold on one second, real quick, before you get to that hypothetical, because I'm sure it's great. When I was 18 years old, all my buddies were good. Big Dog's got the Sick City tattoo on his back, and I got a bunch of friends with tattoos. Wet has tattoos. Everybody's got tattoos. And I wanted a tattoo. And the reason why I didn't get tattoos is because I was broke. I didn't have no money. And then by the time I got a little bit of coin, I was like, yeah, I'm kind of over the tattoo thing. I was going to get these Chinese letters that did something right here on the forearms.
And you better make sure that's the real, like,
Yeah,
like what
you
it
have to.
means too.
Well, we
You
live in
better know
San
someone that
Francisco.
speaks Cantonese or Mandarin.
Yeah, we live in San Francisco, so you know what? But you know, I had never got the tattoo. So
Hypothetically,
I would get a San Francisco bridge or cable car tattoo. That would be my hypothetical.
you ever even been on a cable car?
Yeah, we took Chaz on the cable car a few weeks ago.
No, I'm not.
I love the
I
cable
wasn't.
cars.
That wasn't me calling you out.
Yeah, no,
a lot of
yeah.
city folk
I
who
don't know
actually live in
why.
the city don't ever.
I don't know why.
Go
when
on.
When I
cable
worked at
cars.
Cobb's Comedy Club, I loved hopping on the train and to getting off straight in front of
Well, it's
Cobb's Comedy car.
expensive.
Well, if you had a fast pass in the city, it was free.
No, I know, but if you don't, it's
But if you grew up in the city and you took Beauty,
Yeah, you had
everybody had a
fast
fast
pass.
pass.
Back in the
so it was
$8
free.
days.
Yeah, so it was free. So love cable car. We took Baby Chaz on her first cable car a couple months ago. Actually, she loved it.
So Steiny grabs me, and we're in the hall over there, and I got Steiny, I gotta go to the bathroom. I only have so much time. We got a bunch of people here at the studio, and he goes, let me ask you this. Hypothetically,
Hypotheticals.
Lamar Jackson's released today. Released. He's a free agent. You can have him for nothing. Okay? Same contract that you'd have the guy on that you have right now. I don't think the Niners would take Lamar Jackson right now over Brock Purdy. And that sounds crazy and everyone would like lose their minds. But I think Kyle Shanahan would lose his mind watching Lamar play. Lamar's awesome. I want to make that very, very clear. But the way that the Niners want to play football and the way Kyle wants him to play football, I got what Steiny was hypothetically throwing my way. Like, I think that he likes the way Brock Purdy plays football.
Yeah.
And that I don't know if they would take Lamar Jackson right now for this year over Brock Purdy. And that sounds insane, and everyone's going to flip out and lose their mind. I don't think it's that crazy. I kind of get what he was saying. What do you think?
Well, I don't know what the Niners would do. I know what I would do. I love. I do. I really love Brock Purdy. I think he's the right quarterback for the 49ers. But if you told me Lamar Jackson was out there and I could go get him, I'm taking Lamar Jackson. What I saw, the most impressive quarterback performances I've seen with my own two eyes. One was Joe Burrow, and one was Lamar Jackson on Christmas night. Lamar Jackson, did you see the way he made Fred Warner look silly in the open field? I think Lamar, what he could do in this offense with Christian McCaffrey in the backfield and the weapons.
You would, but would Shanahan?
I don't know.
Well, let's ask the audience. Everyone came in here.
I don't know.
All right. Let's
I'm
ask
pretty sure the
everybody
audience is
right
going to say
now.
they're going to take Brock.
Would Kyle Shanahan take, it sounds insane, but just hear me out. Hypothetically, would Kyle Shanahan take Lamar Jackson right now for this year to win a Super Bowl over Brock Purdy, the way he plays football?
No.
I'm with the audience here. I don't think he would.
I think it's an easy yeah. I mean,
You think he would?
yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
No, but Lamar,
He freelances so much, I think it would drive Kyle crazy.
he's a two-time MVP.
True.
Without Lamar Jackson on the Baltimore Ravens, what are they, an 8-win team, 9-win team?
No,
I mean, Lamar Jackson is, who was at the Christmas Day game, Christmas night against Lamar? You saw Lamar in person.
Yeah.
What did you say to yourself when you walked out that stadium?
Wake-up call.
And what about Lamar?
Yeah, looking good. I mean, he just did everything.
Yeah, but would the Niners run their offense the way the Ravens do? I don't think they would at all.
No, but I think Lamar could run this offense. The Niners run the ball. They're the second, what was it? The Ravens and basically the Niners were 30th in pass attempts last season. 30th in pass attempts, so they run the ball a lot.
Yeah.
That's right up Lamar's alley. Play action pass, you get him on the edge, you get him on the perimeter, and all of a sudden you got a linebacker who's got to make a decision. Do I step up and try to shut Lamar down from running, or do I kind of play back here? Lamar can make all the plays, man. He's a special player.
I don't know. Well, Steiny's going to go through that, and I find it to be an interesting conversation. But now we got the whole audience here. All right, guys. Do we want to face the Chiefs, yes or no, in the Super Bowl? Again, that's who you want to beat.
You know why? You know why?
If the Houston Texans are sitting there and the Chiefs in the AFC Championship game, you don't want the Houston Texans over the Chiefs? I'll take the Texans.
Yeah, see, these are real. These is why I love these roasters right here. They may be Bonte Hill fans right there. They may not even be Shasky fans. They want the Chiefs. You know why? Because to beat a man, you got to beat the man. And we want to beat the man in Superdome in New Orleans. We want Kansas City. We have them on the brink, not once, but twice. They got away with a couple. We get it. They got away with a couple. And we could have rewrote the history of the NFL if they stopped the 3rd and 15. But I want the Chiefs. I want Andy Reid. I want Kelsey. I want Taylor Swift. I want them all. I want everybody. I want Kansas City. And I want Kansas City barbecue. And I want to smoke them in New Orleans with all their pig and their barbecue and triceps and everything. And I want to have a long night on Bourbon Street, baby, celebrating the Super Bowl win over Kansas City. You guys want the smoke, right? Yes. They want all the smoke. These are 49er fans, Shasky.
All right, where are they
Get
from?
out of Sausalito for once.
Where are you from?
San Ramon.
San Ramon. What about you? Danville. Alameda. Tracy. Let's go.
Love that Tracy, baby.
San Ramon. Burlingame. Richmond. Hayward.
Highway 50, baby, EDH.
Let's go. Jesse.
San Mateo, baby.
San Mateo. Let's go. We got the full Bay represented. Carter, where are you from?
San Francisco.
Oh, Big Carter. Big Carter's going to play right tackle if Colt McKivitz can't
Carter's
figure
a
it
big
out
boy.
on Monday night.
You know, when I first met Carter, I met his mother as well. His mother goes, "My son knows more sports than you." I was like, "Oh,
whoa!"
And then 2 weeks later, Carter's like, "Can I get a reference from you?" I was like, "I don't know." Tell your mother to apologize. No, I'm kidding. Carter's a great guy. Great dude.
Well, your mom is a bigger fan of mine than yours. As is my mom a bigger fan of you than me.
Yeah, she is.
You know how that goes.
Yeah, you
all right,
know
are we
exactly
going to
how
win
it
on
goes.
Monday? Yeah! All right, we got to get a Let's Go Niners chant. All right. Let's go Niners! Let's go Niners! Let's go Niners!
That's pretty good.
Let's go Niners!
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
What do you got, B?
That's pretty good. What do I got? Oh, baby! Y'all got one of those? Y'all got one of those?
ready?
That was a short one. That wasn't even big.
2, 1.
Good morning to the graveyard shift workers. I'll stop right there.
Don't talk about that.
We ain't going to talk about that.
All right, who's the best player on the 49ers? Everybody say it all at one time. Who's the best player on the team? There's going to be a lot of answers here. So just get ready to belt it out. 3, 2, 1.
Warner.
See, that's the beauty of this
I heard
team.
Fred Warner, CMC, Debo. I heard some Bosa's.
Purdy?
Who? Trent Williams. Wow, Trent Williams.
Okay.
Wow. No Kyle Juszczyk? I'm kidding. Fullback. I was for Matt Steinmetz. Isaac Guerrero.
Who's the team we hate the most currently, Niner fans? Chiefs. Over the Cowboys?
Oh, yeah. Oh, the Cowboys are our sons, right? Nobody's worried about the Cowboys. Hey, are you guys worried about the Cowboys anymore? No, they're so jacked up in the dome. The Jerry Jones will never win a damn thing. What about the Seahawks and their fake 12s?
I used to hate them. They used to be my number one.
Geno Smith. What about Sean McVay and the L.A. Hollywood Rams?
Great hair.
Nobody fears him. Nobody hates them. We own the West, right? Kyler Murray in Arizona. It's the Eagles and it's the Chiefs. Baltimore's tough too, though. But
your affinity for Baltimore is just fascinating.
I mean, you weren't there on Christmas night. My man saw what happened on Christmas night.
I was holding my son right near the Christmas tree, and I was looking, and I was saying, "Gosh, this game can't get any worse for the Niners." I think that the interception really changed the game.
It's like the Super Bowl.
All right,
so the Niners will win the Super Bowl if what? If what? Give me some answers here.
Stop the run.
Stop the run?
Stay healthy.
Stay healthy. Okay.
Play calling by Shanahan.
Shanahan play
Learn
calling.
the rules. She said,
Yo, Shanahan, run the ball,
Who said that today? Learn the rules. That would help. That would help.
all right, was Jack's breakfast delicious?
Amazing.
My favorite was the bacon burrito. I had that, and I had to dip a little sour cream in there. What was everybody else's favorites?
Same.
Yeah, bacon, bomb. All right, let's go. Bonte, what'd you like?
I like a little bit of everything, but I had to bake a burrito.
Yep.
I had to bake a burrito with a little bit of sour cream. You got to have sour cream with burritos. I'm a big sour cream guy. I like sour cream with anything.
Well, I like sour cream with the green onion dip. You know, the little packets. You guys know what I'm talking about?
You know, back in my college days, I would do the Ruffles, cheddar, sour cream. And
What is going on here?
Who are we rooting for tonight? Philadelphia or Green Bay Packers? Who want to win?
We want to root for a tie, right? Root for a tie. Does anybody still hate Green Bay? I'm still kind of scarred from Green Bay in the Brett Favre days. Even though we owned them, they ruined my teenage life.
Yeah, but I don't look at them that way. I kind of like Jordan Love.
I do like Jordan
Today, we'll see where we're at the end of the year.
I do like Jordan.
I hate the Eagles still.
Yeah, it's the Eagles. Where's
Philly Day?
He's standing right behind me. Why you gotta stand right behind me? You know what? You're standing right behind me. I was just in Philadelphia running the Rocky Stairs and talking trash to everybody. Are we singing a song? Cry, Eagles, cry on the road to misery. LOSERS, losers.
All right. What is everyone's favorite caller on the morning roast? BPA?
Oh,
I have a big mouth sometimes.
Juice is a good one. Where's Juice been? Tony in Oakland. Who's a fan of Tony in Oakland?
Phil Mike.
Phil Mike.
Yeah, Phil Mike.
Robin in the City. Robin in the City. Tony's out there somewhere.
I smoke with Mike, though.
Oh, Duke. Yeah, Duke in the City. Duke is a legend. Duke is a legend.
Yes.
What about Verducci? What about Ducci?
Love y'all.
Is the boss taller or shorter than you thought he was, Matt Hegan?
I think he's exactly what I thought he was.
Oh, that's him. That's him.
I know.
That's the guy.
Bonte's taller and I'm shorter than you think, right?
No, you're taller.
He's just so damn tall.
So wait, you guys thought he was like 4'8" or something? You thought he was 4'8" the butcher?
It's the worst, dude. Every time I'm near him, Michelle says every time, you can always spot Bonte in a crowd because it's just head and shoulders above everyone.
Yeah,
so we always know where we are. And then I'm like, yeah, I'm normal sized. He's just a giant. And then Carter is like, I mean, the guy looks like a monster.
What is Carter, 6'6"?
Carter, what are you?
6'8"?
6'11".
And not an athletic bone in your body.
And you didn't play at Stewart Hall. Wait, you mean Coach Charlie Johnson at Stewart Hall? Shout out to Coach Johnson. He's out there with our boy Ike in New York City. They hit me up. Now that I think about it, I covered Stewart Hall basketball. You never played. What a waste of height.
I was first team All-City.
Oh, well,
At
I guess
what?
I'm at what?
Water
Rugby?
polo?
Volleyball?
No, basketball.
I don't remember. Did I cover you, Carter?
Knocking stuff over
Can't
the studio.
teach size, Bonte. Can't teach size.
Frank Duncan was better, Carter. Frank Duncan. Shout out Kansas
Size
University.
matters.
All right, fast
Size matters.
It does matter. It does matter.
It's time for the Xfinity Fast Five. Your
All right.
All right, Fast Five. What you got, Shasky?
Lubman, get ready. Open the mic. Is Lubman the funniest character on the show? Because I think he is. Lubman, what do you got on the Giants? We just want to hear how crazy you are about the Giants right now.
Oh, he's talking to Carter and he's doing other things.
Of course. Yeah, go to him and he's not even ready.
Yeah, no, he's not ready. Carter,
Here's my
it's
final
just us.
thought.
My final thought
Thank you
is
guys for
I
coming
love
in
you
here.
guys.
We love you. Without you guys,
absolutely.
we don't have a radio
No
station. Seriously, it means a lot to each and every one of us. I appreciate you guys are part of this audience. We have a great community. Love you guys, man. Go Niners.
No, you guys spending your Friday morning here, getting off
hell
of
yeah,
work
thank
and
you.
making the travel and coming in here to the city where it's hectic at times with the traffic and everything. This means a lot.
Yeah,
it means
does.
a lot. It makes us feel good about what we do here on a daily basis here in the morning. So thank you guys for coming out. And go Niners, huh? Spinoni, anything? We're done?
Hey, Spinoni.
Spinoni's the presser.
Raiders
He's a Raider
suck.
fan. He's a Raider fan. Can we boo the Raiders? Hey, when I say Raiders, can you guys boo? Raiders! Boo!
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi, my daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party.
bullshit. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points.
Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
When are you going to get a heart?
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Good morning. How we doing? We got a football game under our belts.
Man, what a game.
What a game. It's a good ball game. Good ball game to start. I listened to Bonte and Shasky on the way in, and Bonte was talking about how everybody's saying, Chiefs are going to 3. I didn't think they looked that great. I don't think they looked unbeatable last night.
No, you got to have that Jedi view of it. And you got to fast forward to January.
Let's not do that.
And the speed that they have now with Xavier Worthy. Hollywood Brown wasn't even on the field. They're faster. So that's how I was looking at that. But as much as I love Lamar Jackson, and you and I, it was one of our biggest fights, Steiny. Good morning, everybody. But you got to make that throw. As great and spectacular and excited as you are, Lamar, the dude was wide open, Steiny.
Yeah.
I can make the argument he had 2 guys that he should have hit. And I got to give you a win here real quick on a non-payday Friday. Harbaugh was about to go for 2. I'm sold now. That forget overtime. Had they got that, go for 2, baby.
Yeah.
And then he was out.
So, you guys know I'm not a homer, right?
The definition of it.
I try to be as objective as I can.
Pessimistic.
Blake Snell, realistic.
Have it early.
All right. I don't pander. I don't troll. I tell you what I think. And maybe I can't believe I'm going to say this, but I'm going to say it.
I have no idea where you're going in your smile.
If you told me you could drop Lamar Jackson onto the Niners right now, I think I'd say no thank you. I think I'd say, nah, we're going to roll with Purdy this year. There's just...
I always interrupt. I'm not. Just keep going because...
There's just something about Lamar Jackson. He is great.
2-time MVP.
I'll say right. He's better than Brock Purdy.
Whoa.
But I don't know if he could be better playing for Kyle Shanahan. I know it sounds crazy, but there's something about Lamar Jackson where everything you do on offense, everything has to be centered on him. It has to be centered on him. Everything everybody does, it's all about him. And, I look at the Niners and how they've had success. And one of the things that Shanahan subscribes to is a diversified offense. And I'm not saying he would reject Lamar Jackson, but I don't think Lamar Jackson is the kind of quarterback that Shanahan would want.
Okay.
And here's the other thing. In a practical sense, with this 49er team, I feel like what's their strength? They got a lot of weapons.
Wow.
McCaffrey, Debo, Kittle, Ayuk. And I just feel like if Lamar Jackson were the quarterback of the Niners, it would take too much away from all those guys. I don't know.
I'm not mad at you. I can't wait to get to the plate and take a swing at this.
Yeah.
Mark Willard, months ago, Dibs as well, we talked about it, and I'm on record, Steiny. You can't find the sound, but I'm telling on myself, snitching. I said, you know what? I would take Brock Purdy, but I've done a 180. And the reason I've done a 180, Steiny, Lamar Jackson would be the best version of himself under the tutelage of Kyle Shanahan. So I feel like you or anybody out there saying what you just said, you're kind of robbing Kyle of doing something and having an impact on Lamar. So let's just talk about the 3rd and 4 where Chris Jones wrecked the Super Bowl with Jimmy Garoppolo and Brock Purdy for that matter last year. What if you have the outlet that is Lamar Jackson? Now Purdy, and I gave him credit for his escape ability, but he's a Nissan, he's a Honda Accord. We're talking about a Ferrari in regard to when things break down, escapability. What if Kyle had that at his disposal and then he threw to Kittle? And then the Kittle component. What if I talked about Kittle's in because he needs to block? Well, maybe he doesn't need to block when you got a guy that's a road runner like Lamar Jackson. So, Steiny, this is no shade at Brock Purdy. I got to keep it real. I've checked myself. I wanted to say you were correct, but I'm saying Lamar Jackson, a 2-time MVP, with those legs and that weaponry that is Debo and Ayuk, good God, maybe the Niners would have not 1, 2 Super Bowls with Lamar Jackson. And the last time Kyle Shanahan was the coordinator for a guy that had the skill set close to Lamar Jackson, RG3, he was Rookie of the Year, Steiny. It's fascinating.
All that stuff, I get. I completely get it. And I'll throw it out right now. 888-957-9570. Am I absolutely nuts? Am I absolutely nuts? If I acknowledge, I'm telling you right now, hey, Steiny, who's a better quarterback? Well, Lamar Jackson. But who would you want quarterback in the Niners?
Wow. I wish we could get Kyle's truth serum.
Well, I'll give you Kyle's truth serum, according to Matt Steinmetz. I think Kyle Shanahan makes a huge differentiation between a running quarterback and a quarterback that can escape trouble. And, I'm looking at Mahomes last night, and he runs to pass. And Chris Collinsworth said it on the broadcast.
Who I love, by the way.
He'll drop back. He'll get flushed out of the pocket. He'll start running toward the sidelines, and you think he might run upfield, but he doesn't. He stays back, and he throws, and he usually hits somebody.
Incredible.
Josh Allen apparently is kind of the same way. But when Lamar Jackson puts the ball away, he's running. I mean, he's running.
But he's a threat, though. It's Jesse Owens.
I know it. But I don't think that's Shanahan's ideal version of a quarterback. One that, as great as he is at running, and what do you have, 100 and some yards last night? And I'm not saying he couldn't coach Lamar Jackson. But I how could Lamar Jackson be a great quarterback for the Niners, and he's not really precise?
Now that's his deficiency. You are correct, but when you're a home run threat in an offense in itself, like Lamar Jackson, Steiny, I'm telling you, man, I've been so critical, but I'm sitting there watching him keeping those plays alive, and again, the maestro that is Kyle Shanahan, how he would use them. Mm-hmm. And I believe he would be playing in the Super Bowl. And maybe, I was watching Chris Jones. He did his Bosa impersonation. He had to get off the field and drink water on a 3rd down because he was beating his man. But Lamar was just getting outside the pocket or going up the middle. And I'm like, this is why he's special. But what if I were to tell you, Steiny, everything you said, you're spot on. But I think you're underselling how great Lamar would be under Kyle.
Maybe.
And I know we got the great Randy Cross coming up. What time is that, Steiny?
Randy Cross at 11, okay. Santana Moss at noon.
He could get behind you.
Yes.
But that was a great game, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it was a great game.
In the 70s or 80s, that's an overtime game because they wouldn't have had replay. I wanted the foot to be in so we could see the 2-point conversion or OT. It was the Kevin Durant against the Bucks a couple of years back.
888-957-9570 is the number.
Damn.
Is that a crazy thought?
But you feel it a little, like you're not mad if people called you crazy on that.
No.
Like you understand it. You can, you know what I mean? Sometimes you're like, what do you mean? Let's fight. But now you're kind of like, Goo, I'm ready for it. I understand.
And Uncle Looney on the YouTube chat says, then why did Kyle draft Trey Lance?
Wow.
Because he thought Trey Lance had escapability.
Almost like a Lamar, Steiny.
Yeah, I don't think he drafted Trey. I think they thought they could turn Trey Lance into a guy who could throw and also run. But I don't think in Kyle Shanahan's wildest dreams, or I shouldn't say that, I don't think Kyle Shanahan, on balance, would want a quarterback like Lamar Jackson.
He wants a Kirk Cousins who can move
or
like
Josh
a Brock Purdy.
Allen.
Well, Josh Allen can run with the best of them.
Right, but I think Josh Allen, well, first of all, nobody's as dynamic as Lamar Jackson, obviously.
Well, Josh Allen, I got you.
But I think
he's
Allen's more of Kyle's type of guy. You know, scramble to get the first down by the sidelines, not running up the middle of the field. But I don't know. I'm just looking at that.
No, it's
and
fun
here's the
to
other
think
thing.
about.
I said to Evan, and somebody said, Steiny, you're a prisoner of the moment. Fair enough. But the first question I asked to Evan was, can you win a Super Bowl like that?
I don't think
like
you
Baltimore.
I'm saying no.
They play.
I'm saying no because of what you said and what the one thing that I think Lamar Jackson has not improved. I see it on some throws, but Steiny, he came in here and kicked the Niners' ass last year. They did on Christmas. But the bottom line is those missed throws are symbolic to me, and I don't think he can ever get better at that. Now, I could be dead wrong, but the roller coaster of the Lamar Jackson experience, that is just what it is, man. He had a wide open receiver. Some could say average passer or slightly above average passer. His likely right in the breadbasket. So you got me just thinking how great or better Lamar would be under Kyle. And I don't know if you remember this real quick. I got to go back when we were doing pandemic radio, remote. The Monday night game, when the Niners were playing their home games in Arizona, they played the Buffalo Bills. Josh Allen looked like Hercules. I believe that was the inception of the thought to Kyle Shanahan, who had to deal with Russell Wilson, who wasn't washed in his division. Kyler Murray 2 times also. I really believe after that game, watching Josh Allen do what he did on that stage to the Niners, I believe that's when Kyle said, you know what? I need something like that. And that's what fertilized the seed that was, if I get a chance, I'm going to try to go get that. And unfortunately, Trey Lance wasn't that. But I'm going to give Uncle Looney the win, Steiny, because he did fall in love with something that represented using your wheels.
Not like that.
There's different.
If you said when they drafted Trey Lance, somebody said to Kyle Shanahan, yeah, he could be similar, or he's a clone essentially of Lamar Jackson. I think Kyle would be like, it's a little too much running for me.
But Josh Allen is okay. Because Josh runs with the best of them too much.
Yeah.
He'll take hits.
I don't put him in the same class as Lamar Jackson, but maybe others do.
But Lamar is, like I said, Jesse Owens, you're not saying it, but Josh Allen can run with the best of them too, Stein.
Yeah.
He's incredible. Like Hercules almost.
But, I mean, how many rushing yards? Lamar's got to have like close to 1,000.
He can take it to the house.
Yeah.
But Steiny, he's not accurate. That game should have went overtime or at least minimum of a 2-point conversion for the win.
And as for, Kyle was looking for that kind of quarterback in Trey Lance.
That's a great call to me.
I don't doubt that at all. But I think what they saw in Trey Lance was this guy can get out of the pocket, make a play. He can escape the rush. And so the thing we're going to have to deal with Trey is how to, throwing accurately. And I think what they found out was he wasn't as great of a runner as they thought.
Yeah, he took a little
around the edges, and then Brock came along. But how about this?
Good call.
Will you meet me halfway here, guys? If I'm starting a team, I'll take Lamar Jackson. But if you're asking me who you'd want to be the quarterback of the Niners right now, I'm taking Purdy. I just am. Here's the other thing. Well, you know what? Let's get Mac T in here.
Right.
Mac T's
Mac
in
T.
Union City. He
The
wants to jump in. Let's go,
Mac.
What's up, guys?
Hey.
Yeah, I mean, Lamar just isn't accurate enough, and to piggyback on the Ferrari reference, he is a Ferrari, but would the Ferrari be your only vehicle? No, it's completely impractical. Got horrible gas mileage, a lot of mechanical issues. It's not something that makes sense to drive every day, right? Like, nobody's just going to have one Ferrari. If you got a Ferrari, it's probably like your fifth car.
Yeah.
And that's how Lamar is. And he's just leaving too much talent on the table. He's kind of leaving his other Ferraris on the table. McCaffrey's going to be like a slot receiver that's not going to get any touches. Ayuk is going to be like, Ayuk okay, bro? And he's not going to get the ball. And it's just like, it just doesn't work.
And that's this. Thanks, Mac T. And what a great analogy.
But how would you stop this Niner offense? Well, like Debo's going to be here. You have to deal with that.
I look at it this way: if you're playing the Niners with Lamar Jackson,
oh my gosh,
all you got to do is focus on Lamar Jackson. But when you play against Purdy, it's like then you have to worry about the weapon.
No, Steiny, him handing off, or what you think is handing off to McCaffrey, and then he keeps it, and then he's gone.
So hold on.
He gives it to McCaffrey, and he's gone.
So hold on. So the 49ers,
oh my gosh,
have McCaffrey, Kittle, all those weapons.
Oh, it's
and
over.
Then you're going to have a quarterback, okay, who throws 30 times a game, but is not accurate, and then the same quarterback runs 10 times a game.
But wouldn't your threat of a home run
enough touches?
Yeah,
when they
forget touches,
he would not be able to utilize the weapons.
What about even if he was 50% throwing it?
It's not good enough.
The home run factor, to me, that element increases. So yeah, you could be, damn, dude, you're missing half your passes, but one of the plays could go to the house with a Ayuk,
right. But he's going to throw he's going to throw a lot of incompletions. I mean,
but they would gash defenses, though.
Okay, what would be the difference here? Like, he's in the shotgun, he takes the snap, he looks around, he fiddle faddles
with
he fiddle faddles more.
Yeah.
Okay, what's he going to do?
Throw the Kittle
throw
down
an 8-yard pass?
Did you see Likely yesterday, Steiny? You know that he looked like Mark Bavaro. I mean, I'm just saying he had a great game.
Scored 20 points. I'm just saying, I actually look at all the 49ers weapons as not a great thing for a guy like Lamar Jackson. Because like when I look at the 49ers and use the term playmaker, I would say Kittle, I believe it or not, I wouldn't say Purdy's a playmaker. He makes plays, but I don't think he is, a dynamic type of guy.
See, I would give him that, Steiny. Not Lamar type.
He's not dynamic. Brock Purdy, come on.
Well, Steiny, we're watching him roll out, and unlike Jimmy, and still keep his eyes down the field. He's not Lamar Jackson dynamic, but damn it, Steiny, he can keep the play alive and hit guys in stride.
Why would you need? You know what? Here it is. And I've heard this now 3 or 4 times, and it's right. He's like Harden or Westbrook,
who I love.
Yes, but they dominate the ball.
Oh, you're talking about Lamar.
The entire defense always has their eyes on him. He doesn't get others involved as much as other teams get their weapons involved. And I just don't think Kyle Shanahan would love all the improv.
Man.
That's all. 888-957-9570. I'll say it again. If I'm starting a team, I'll take Lamar Jackson over Brock Purdy.
And I'm asking who's my coach? Because if it's Kyle, I'm taking Lamar.
It's Kyle.
Oh my gosh.
It's Kyle. Yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think? 888-957-9570. I'm just saying, I'd rather have Purdy quarterbacking against the Jets. That's all. Mike's in Santa Clara. What's up, Mike? How you doing, man?
What's up, guys? I was watching the game yesterday, and one thing that came to my mind is that the Chiefs are still the team to beat in the AFC.
Man.
Not by a lot, because I'm actually very surprised that Baltimore kept it as close as they did. And props to freaking Isaiah Likely, man. That guy's going to be a future, for that team. Oh my God. And but one thing I was noticing is that I didn't really see a whole lot out of Baltimore just because they don't have as many weapons as you think. Mark Andrews was a no factor. Zay Flowers, I think he's gonna have a career year. But he was going against one of the better defenses, especially on the first game of the season, and we'll see what happens with that. But outside of Lamar, and the only reason I say Lamar is because I still have it embedded in my freaking head, that Christmas Day game when he ran for that 15, 20 yards on that third down. Oh my God. And I was there at that game. That one killed me. The whole crowd just silenced. But I just didn't see a whole lot out of Baltimore. I'm not really afraid of Baltimore in this case. They just didn't. And again, first game, maybe first game jitters, who knows?
Yeah. A lot of penalties.
We also haven't seen what the Niners can do either yet. And honestly, I just don't see it in Baltimore this year. I was tired of the dump offs. There wasn't really a whole lot of high plays. Lamar Jackson was sporadic with his deep throws, and I know he said he was going after Hill on that pass instead of Zay Flowers. But you know what? There is still, that opportunity to actually get it done.
No doubt about it.
Get it done.
And that was the Chiefs.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it.
I'm going to say this to you real. Go ahead. Because this is a random thought I have, and I got to get it off.
It was 4 or 5 years ago. Kyle had been asked multiple times in multiple ways, what do you want? What do you want in your quarterback? And the number one thing he says that quarterback has to do is make throws from the pocket. And then he would always say, now, if he can escape the rush, that's just an added bonus. But he always would say the first thing you must do that he always looks for is to make plays in the pocket.
Yeah, but he was willing to trade 3 first-round picks for a guy that was supposed to be, I'll just call him Donovan McNabb, who was great and should be in the Hall of Fame.
He clearly thought he could turn Lance into a pocket passer
and use his legs to run. Yeah, no doubt about it.
Yes,
and he couldn't do both. I mean, his 0 to 100. Derrick Henry, Steiny, he's punch drunk. I know it's one game, but he was tippy-toeing like he's carried so much.
What was his name? Ernest Biner. Remember him?
I got some other names to tiptoe.
Of course, Evan doesn't know. All right, we got to get out of here right now. We'll be back after the break.
Already, D.
888-957-9570 is the number. What do you think about what I just said? I like Purdy quarterback in this Niner team. I'm just wondering, Lamar Jackson ever going to be able to get it done with that style? I don't know. What's coming up on the game? Presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment brought to you by Chilton Auto Body. That's really important. First, Patriots-Bengals. That's at 10 a.m. Then we got the Raiders at the Chargers at 1 p.m. Listen to NFL Week 1 action all day Sunday on 95.7 The Game.
I got a quick question for you and Evan.
Okay. You can stop asking that question.
I'm going to ask it. Since we're talking about running quarterbacks, I'm looking at a list of the quarterbacks that have had the most rushing touchdowns since the Super Bowl era, 1966.
Oh, God, I love this.
So I'm looking at the top 3. So you go and Evan go, and if you miss, you just keep rotating.
So these are the top
3.
Like total yards.
No, touchdowns. Total touchdowns by
a
quarterback in the Super Bowl era. I'm looking at the top 3.
So that starts
in 1966.
In the late 60s?
Cam Newton is not. That would be. This is great. I would have never guessed 2 of the 3.
Call me crazy, but I'm going to guess Randall Cunningham.
Dude, he's 4th. Oh, yeah. Oh, I got it right. I can't butcher this. Shout out Shasky. Running.
Lamar?
No.
Fran Tarkenton?
Nope.
Yeah.
This is great.
He was more of a scrambler.
I'll give you a hint.
Okay.
He's on Netflix. They had something about him on Netflix.
McNair,
number 3 with 37.
How many years did he play?
I will look it up. 37. So it's 2 more.
This is most rushing touchdowns by a quarterback.
A quarterback in the Super Bowl era, 1966 to present.
Rushing touchdowns.
And McNair is 3rd with how many?
37.
When was this list put together?
We just got 2 more.
Tom Brady.
Rushing touchdowns.
Well, they snuck in from the 17 times a year.
Josh Allen?
No. Good guess. Tell me when you guys are ready. I can't believe you haven't mentioned one.
Steve Young.
Number 1 with 43. Now there's one more. And he's from Pennsylvania. He played in Pennsylvania.
Joe Namath.
That's right.
Jim Kelly.
Jalen Hurts.
No.
That does not rule out many quarterbacks because the best ones come from Pennsylvania, baby.
When you're done, I
Western
have some news.
Okay.
Oh, no.
I'm just looking at what I'm looking at. You want me to give it to you guys?
No, I don't. Vince Evans.
Nope.
Oh,
he played for the Steelers.
Oh, he played Bradshaw?
No.
Oh, Cordell Stewart?
Yeah, with 38.
Wow.
So the list I'm looking at, Evan, Steve Young, 43, Cordell Stewart, 38, Steve McNair with 37.
Fingers crossed.
Most rushing touchdowns by a quarterback career in a Super Bowl era from 1966.
Until 2000.
Oh, no.
The most career rushing touchdowns by a quarterback is Cam Newton.
Oh, no.
He has 75.
Oh, no.
Josh Allen is second most with 53. I'm sorry.
What are you laughing at?
It's just funny.
I got it right here.
Steve Young is on the list.
We love you, buddy.
No, I said retired quarterbacks. Oh, go ahead. What list am I looking at, Evan?
I don't know.
I got it right here. Young, 43, Cordell Stewart, 38, Steve McNair, 37. I didn't say, I should have said current. But they're retired quarterbacks I'm looking at with the list. But anyway.
Yeah. Jalen Hurts has 41.
But I should have said retired.
So in other words, you were really looking for the 11th, 13th, and 16th.
No, these are by the retired quarterbacks.
What are we doing here? All right, well, hey.
I'll take the L.
Yeah, I made mistakes. What did I?
It's not a mistake. I should have said retired.
Well, put it this way.
I should have said retired.
Put it this way. We're going to start calling you Guru Filipponi.
Oh, boy.
Hey,
by the way, 24 hours from Filipponi's prediction. It did say September 7th.
Wouldn't it be unbelievable if they traded IU?
So my boy goes, damn, D. Silk Basie. I should have said retired quarterbacks because I got the list in front of me. But everybody he mentioned are current, and they've blown past it.
Hey.
I'll take it. I'll take the L.
Go. Yesterday, I'm sitting here talking
L
about
is for
Grandpa.
love.
Yeah, I'm sitting here talking about Grandpa Daddy. I was wrong.
But the excitement you and Evan had.
It just. Well, here's the thing. So you're asking that question, and I'm trying to think of the answers. And I look over to Evan. Apparently, I make too much eye contact with him. And I see him go to the computer. But I know Evan so well that I know he's not looking for the answer.
Right.
He's looking to verify.
No doubt. Shout out Twitter.
All right. Lamar Jackson stinks. He's terrible. You can't win that way. You can't win that way in the National Football League. Get over it, dude. It's all right.
Well, I found the error. You want to know what it was?
Sure.
With the 2013 NFL season underway. That's my list. Who has Sports Central up? Oh, boy. Go ahead.
By the way, Randy Cross, 3-time Super Bowl champion, coming up in 20 minutes. We've had him on a few times last year. He's got some opinions, put it that way. The one thing I came out today and was just thinking about Lamar Jackson. Obviously, they lost 27-20 to Mahomes and the Chiefs, and he had monster game in terms of yardage. But I'm just thinking that, I don't know if you can win a Super Bowl that way, et cetera, et cetera. And I just started thinking about the Niners and how Brock Purdy's quarterbacking this team. And I just think that for this team, I think I would rather have Brock Purdy quarterbacking it. Now, I think what a fair question is what would Shanahan do with Lamar Jackson? Like, if he had Lamar Jackson,
what if I told you
how would he coach him?
Just like he did RG3. But I believe, Steiny, I mean this, people. Steiny, what if I told you I think he could be the difference in he would have a Super Bowl? If they were down, if they had that 10-point lead against the Rams in the NFC Championship game, fact that Jimmy was, I'll call him a statue, but if you had that component of escapability.
But what if I would just say he's not accurate enough?
But what if he's accurate enough to get the AFC Championship game and get close? What if Kyle was to turn his flaws into positives or limit his flaws?
That's what he'd have to do. He's not going to make him into a great thrower.
Because let's not act like he's a bum. Lamar Jackson, he's got Steiny. If I needed to pass with my life on the line, Lamar, stay your ass and your phone won't ring. But he's a 2-time MVP. We saw what Kyle did to hide the flaws of Jimmy Garoppolo, what he's done with Mr. Irrelevant. I still can't get over that air. But also what he would do with Lamar.
But that's the thing.
Would he have a ring?
I'm interested, 49er fans, and because you asked the question, and I think it's a great one. What would he do?
I need all the love I can get right now.
What would he do with Lamar Jackson? Like, how would he use him?
Could he have a title? A 2-time MVP.
I'm not even going down that road.
I'm thinking about him just keeping the play alive.
I'm thinking about what kind of style they would have, what they would hang their hat on offensively.
Austin and San Jose on the YouTube chat, brought to you by the First NorCal Credit Union. Steiny, no question Niners win a Super Bowl with Lamar.
Why?
He says Steiny is thinking crazy. Lamar can make throws on the run.
On the run.
That's when he's more accurate than he is in the pocket. I'll give you that, Austin.
But again, I go back to the beginning of Kyle Shanahan's tenure when he was asked over and over about what he wants in a quarterback, and he's never wavered.
But what about the pick of Trey Lance?
They thought he could be they thought he was young enough that they could turn him into a pocket guy who could make plays.
That's Donovan McNabb, Stein. He could do both to me.
But the thing he always says first is you got to make throws from the pocket. And I get it. Kyle Shanahan wouldn't say, well, I don't want Lamar Jackson. I'm just thinking, well, what kind, and assuming they'd have the same personnel, which probably would be ridiculous because Lamar Jackson's gotten paid now. But, you know, I just don't see Lamar Jackson dropping back, sitting there,
But what if you had all those headaches, the threats of Debo and how they use Debo and Ayuk, and now Kittle, he need to stay in the block. Maybe not as much with Lamar, because his legs can make up maybe what you're lacking on the offensive line. But I do know this. RG3 was Rookie of the Year. They went to the playoffs, and Kyle did that with RG3. And then he tried to – I know what you're saying, why Trey Lance was attractive, but it had to be his legs, though, Stoney. It had to be those legs that made Kyle think not only can he throw from the pocket, but if things break down, he could do what Russell Wilson did in his prime. What we've seen Kyler Murray before he fell off do to us 2 times a game, even though we were able to get wins. It's fascinating.
Yeah. The other thing, Kyle, let's be honest. You know what Kyle hates? He hates when a quarterback breaks off a play too soon and runs it.
Well, how many of the quarterbacks has he had like that, though, here with the Niners? I think of Beathard and Mullins. Those guys weren't that type.
Yeah,
Jimmy damn sure wasn't.
I just don't think he likes those kind of guys. I don't know.
I guess what I'm saying, Stoney, is I hear you on the pocket portion of Trey Lance, but I think he's a dual threat. So Kyle was saying, Stoney, sign me up for that. That will work for us.
And you know what? This is a great point from the 415. You're like, imagine Kyle's system.
Yeah.
415 on the Xfinity Mobile text line says, Goo, Lamar is being coached by a Super Bowl winning coach.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, Harbaugh's
That's
not
a
chopped
fact.
liver, but.
And you guys are right. D. Lou pointed out he missed Flowers wide open in the end zone on the run.
Do you think.
But Lamar's phenomenal.
Let me ask you this. Do you think that style can get it done?
What if I told you I think that I'm going NBA? That's the 2018 Rockets style of shooting the threes the way they did. That's what Lamar, that's how I don't.
So no.
How many running quarterbacks have ever won it? Russell Wilson. I'll give him that, Stoney. Steve Young. But he was they were polished in the pocket too.
You know what? To me, that's the quarterback, and it's easy to say, that Shanahan, I think, would want. Steve Young.
Yeah.
Who's great.
And Kirk Cousins
thrower.
is no statue.
Yeah, he's
not
losing,
a statue to me.
He's losing some mobility.
Well,
you like that? Because he's getting older. Yeah, I don't know. Just some food for thought
doubt.
there.
It is fun.
Watching last night's game.
But there's no doubt watching last night's game, when my man Mahomes buys time and moves, his accuracy, I think, there it is. I don't have to. The dude's got 3 titles.
I mean,
and he's still a baby. He's still a effing baby. He may catch Brady.
I know, and here's another thing that I think I lost my train of thought because Evan, I think, was going to say easy or pump the brakes.
On catching Brady?
Yeah.
I think there's some people out there right now. If I say that, you think he could get 7? I'll bet it.
It's 4 more.
Dude.
4.
He's been to 4.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
What are you going to say, Evan? I'm mad at you, little Evan.
Yeah, I know.
What am I mad at you for?
Brady has more than double what Mahomes has. I don't know. It's just.
Well, how about we do this?
Rings is a lot of rings.
Let's project Mahomes' career if he played to 44 or 43. Look at it through that prism.
Well, maybe he's not on a good team.
No, he's got forever to get 4 more.
Oh.
You know what I mean? Dude is incredible.
I would take that bet right now.
That he wouldn't?
Yeah, that he wouldn't. But that's just because that means he needs to win more Super Bowls from this point on than any other quarterback except Brady, and I guess Bradshaw won 4.
Well, they're on the cusp of doing something that Brady and no other quarterback has ever done.
Here's the other thing, and you may disagree with me on this.
28 years old. He's got, let's say he played to 44. That's 16 more seasons.
I'll bet you he doesn't play to 44.
Well,
Brady also had a head coach the entire time with him. Andy Reid 66. So you're also assuming that his head coach is going to be there.
Don't kill Andy, Evan, but I hear you.
No, I think the head coach is pretty important. Man. Also, is Travis Kelce going to play for 10 more years? Is Chris Jones going to play for 10 more years? There's a lot of things that go into it.
Yeah.
Here's the other thing I was thinking about Lamar Jackson. Okay,
Louisville.
And this is to me like a big aspect of it. I have him on my fantasy team, okay?
Lamar.
So I'm watching last night's game, and I'm just watching him rack up points.
Well, not in the first half.
But the real, I mean, I don't know. I forgot what I was going to say now.
You just think that's not style, Kyle's cup of tea, that style.
Yeah.
Dude, he had Chris Jones looking like, I am sick and tired of this MFer. I'm beating my man. Normally I'd have probably 1 or 2 sacks to show for it, and he just gets out of dodge. And what's crazy about Lamar, and we talked about it, Stoney, his accuracy is better on the move than it is in the pocket, I believe.
Yeah,
you got to fix it.
I don't think.
Can you? What we talk about the NBA? Can you learn how to shoot? Magic Johnson, Jason Kidd did.
I think it's.
Can you learn accuracy?
Well, how old is Lamar now? How many years has he been in the league? Randy Cross coming up in 10 minutes. 3-time Super Bowl champion with the San Francisco 49ers. And, it was just fun to have a game last night.
27, Stoney Lamar is.
Yeah, so, okay.
Fact check that, Evan.
888-957-9570 is the number. And
great game, though. Yeah. And we got one tonight.
Yeah, we do. Eagles against the Packers. Yeah, in Brazil. Is that a 5:15 start? West Coast time? Something like that? 5? Oh, you don't know?
Next question.
I'm laying out.
I think it's 5. I think it's a 5 o'clock.
Philly -2, if you're into that.
Oh, we're going to unveil a new segment today, aren't we?
Yeah.
Do we have a name for it?
I got something in a hopper.
My man, Evan.
Okay.
When do you want to do it, though? 1 o'clock?
Yeah, let's do it at 1 o'clock.
Because we also got Santana Moss, former Jets wide receiver, coming up at 12.
So we got Santana Moss at noon and Randy Cross at 11 o'clock. I'm kind of mad right now.
What happened?
Because I forgot what I was going to say. It was poignant, and I think it's because you interrupted me.
I didn't say a word. I laid out.
Something about Lamar Jackson. And then you blurted something out, and then I continued the thought, and you blurted something else out, and now I'm mad at myself. Now I'm mad at myself because usually
I didn't blurt anything. I've been taking plays off after that blunder.
You got to keep talking because I got to figure out what I was going to say. Because
you were talking about your fantasy team, Lamar. We got a new segment, Santana Moss.
Oh, I remembered it. Let's see if I can get the thought out.
This better be good.
Put your glasses on. In other words, he gets a lot of fantasy points. I'm sorry. The Baltimore Ravens are not an exciting team. I find no beauty in Lamar Jackson takes it out of the shotgun. It'll handle. Oh, is he going to run or throw 7 yards downfield? It's like they're not. They have no diversity. I don't think they're an exciting team to watch.
Last drive,
he's in. What he has to be in on every.
But that's okay.
Who averaged the most? He's like a worse. He's like a bad version of Kobe Bryant.
Well, I thought you were going to say Harden. Stoney, that's the Michael Vick experience, man. And then they get. They should have gotten the end zone, but I think you'll lose a lot. A lot of people say you're tripping. That is exciting, Stoney. A guy that can.
I don't think
he's a threat to take it to the house, and then when he's on the run, let me stop and hit Likely or my tight end or whomever. Man,
I'm not. Listen, I'll say it again. If I'm starting a team, give me Lamar Jackson over Brock Purdy. But if I want Brock Purdy quarterback in this team. Because I don't know what Kyle. I mean, sure, Kyle would make the best of the situation, but if the guy's not accurate, it's.
Remember, we talked about our dream quarterbacks. What was the one trait that they had to have? I forgot what you said. You might have said arm strength. Stoney, I said accuracy.
I think I said something about smart or process or something like that.
Well, that's what Purdy has.
Hey, by the way, do you young people out there realize, and I was talking to Evan about this. Evan's 30. And do you guys, if you're 30, 35, younger, do you realize that in Guru and my childhood,
well, Evan's mom said I didn't look 50, so I'm putting in Evan's camp.
Do you realize that it wasn't long ago?
That is true.
I love you.
It wasn't long ago that play could have happened last night, and they call a touchdown.
Right, I just said that.
And then Baltimore goes for 2 and gets it, and they win the game.
The 80s, Steiny.
And that's it.
I don't know.
But his foot was on the line. Yeah, it was.
I feel like we were robbed because of the technology. I'm almost like, we needed the final chapter. Steiny, I see where you're going. I said in the 80s that we would have watched overtime or them go for 2. And it was so just like you were on a roller coaster. Hold on, everybody. And then you saw the size, 11 foot?
Boy, it was,
big toe on
it
there.
was so close.
Were the games in black and white?
Now, that's not my era. I've been color.
He's a clown.
Yeah,
he's a clown. He's feeling good. He's feeling good because he got to put you down.
No, he didn't put me down.
Well,
he just corrected me.
Yeah, he locked you up.
No, he didn't. I locked myself up. It was too. Why did Shasky have it up?
He got you.
No coming back from that.
Sure
so I'm
is.
asking the great Rich Mitchell. Hey, it's a fun Friday now. What's going on in here?
I'm trying to think if there were plays. I can't think of any plays that were, well, other than, what was his name? The Joyce.
Let me tell you what's old.
James?
No, the
Joyce.
Made the bad call at first to cost
Jim. Good, yeah.
Jim.
Oh, boy.
You know.
Let me tell you what's old. Taylor Swift, keep your ass at home.
Hey, Guru.
I am so tired. Now she's calling
out.
plays. Oh, no, that's a sports opinion.
Get your sports opinion on the radio.
No,
anything else?
Now she's
hit the
calling
pike.
plays.
You're so jealous.
Of
You're
what?
jealous. You're jealous. You're jealous of the attention she gets. Because as a limelight seeker that you are, you want to be her so bad.
Steiny, stop.
What do you mean she's calling plays?
No, they
Stop
pan
it.
to. I don't need to watch her. And now she's calling plays. That's a thing.
And this is why Roger Goodell is the commissioner, and you'll never get anywhere near the NFL front offices.
It's sickening.
Because
it is sickening. Like,
it's
I
not
like
sickening.
her, but it's over.
No, it's
Give
not.
us something else.
It's not over. It's just starting. Swifty's coming out. Mm-hmm. Why do you let that bother you?
Because it's just like, she's not part of the show. This is football.
You ever watch a Giants game?
New York or San Francisco?
San Francisco Giants.
Every night. Well, it was every night.
How many times they pan into the crowd? Hey, there's his mom and dad. There's his mom and dad. Hey,
that's different when a call up, Steiny.
Tyro Estrada, his parents are here, and his nephew. Let's make sure we put that.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm saying when you got Mahomes and Kelsey and Chris Jones, you don't need to do that. When you got the Giants' impotent offense, you got to find stuff.
You do realize that Taylor Swift is 10 times more popular than Patrick Mahomes. You realize that, right?
I don't need
Thank you.
Don't supersede my football. Thank you, Fitz.
No, Goodell will supersede your football because he wants more fans. He knows you'll watch no matter what.
You're the real guru.
He knows.
You're into that stuff.
He knows.
The stuff you hate,
he knows
you really
he can
like.
put Taylor Swift up there all day long, and you know what? Guys like Daryl the Guru Johnson, they're going to watch no matter what.
She's got a bunch of calls. How many calls went against the Ravens offensive line for lined up illegal formation, and the Chiefs were doing the same thing? No whistle.
No, you got to stay set.
We love Taylor.
You got to stay set.
Like, I thought about that.
You thought about what?
Like, is she part of the team? Dude, I'm letting it all
with
out.
Him?
No, I'm letting it all. What's bugging you?
She's calling plays. You want to take that back?
No. So you missed it on Twitter. They were talking about her calling plays, creating plays.
You're right. I did miss it on Twitter. I did miss it on Twitter.
She's on my nerves.
Good. Hey, don't miss the kickoff show on Monday with Willard and Dibbs live. 2 hours before the start of the game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay Area, presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged? Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. Randy Cross on the other side.
Taylor Swift, keep your ass at home.
Hey, Guru.
I am so tired. Now she's calling plays.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, welcome back. And let's get right to it. All guests on 95.7 The Game up here on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Joining us right now, Randy Cross, 3-time Super Bowl champion, offensive lineman with the San Francisco 49ers. Randy, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
It's my pleasure, guys.
Let me just start out with a general question. Do you think a team like the Ravens with that kind of style and that kind of quarterback, can they win a Super Bowl that way?
I think so. They're one of the, let's say, 6 or 8 teams, and in that group are the Niners, and the Chiefs and the Ravens and a few others, that if they stay healthy, they can be a Super Bowl team. And I think Lamar Jackson's got the ability to be a Super Bowl winning quarterback. The problem is he's going to have to do it late in the game, and usually he's going to have to do it throwing the ball. He almost pulled it off last night by about what do you say? About a third of a toe. A third of a toe.
Mm-hmm. Randy, I was telling our listeners that, I grew up in a time where, the refs might have just called that a touchdown, and that's just the way it would have gone without replay back in the day. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It makes you wonder, just in general, especially last night with all the illegal formation calls and everything else, and the way that was going. You knew it was going to have to be clear, undisputed, and no doubt about it when it came to the end. And as soon as you saw the very first replay or two, your eyebrow kind of raised up. You went, no, maybe not.
Yep.
Once they slowed it down, you saw that, he was out.
Randy, you were one of the best to ever do it on the offensive line, and I'm kind of curious. Rookie right guard Dominic Puny is getting the start Monday. He's got at right guard. He's got to deal with Quentin Williams. Talk to us about his preseason and now Monday morning when he wakes up and is real. What advice would you give him?
Don't worry about the moment. It's you can't be too big for it. It can't be too big for you. Just don't back down. I don't care who you're playing. Don't back up and don't back down. Set short, use your hands, keep fighting with your hands, and if you don't hear a whistle, keep trying to drill them.
Randy Cross joining us on 95.7 The Game, 3-time Super Bowl champion. All right, I'm gonna give you an opportunity to take me to school and tell me why I'm wrong about something, because yesterday I was reading a lot of previews about the San Francisco 49ers, and we know they're loaded and talented. And I read something where it said, what's the biggest concern or the weakness? And the answer was the center position. And I said, that just shows you how good this team is. They're worried about the center. So tell me why the center is vital to a great team.
Well, it's got everything to do with communication and sort of sharing the brain with the quarterback and setting up your protections the right way. And, once he declares things, your strengths and your weaknesses, and who you're willing to have a running start and who you're not willing to have that running start on the defensive side. And that all sort of starts with the center. And usually when you have veterans and they've got veterans on that line, it can sometimes be kind of a decision by committee, but when it's getting down to the real cutting time, it's got to be one guy making the call. And I think Brendle's got that ability. I think that you can do those kind of things. Yeah, has he played another position before? Yeah, he's played another position before. But I think he's going to be a real asset for the team, and it's going to be about two things. It's going to be about that communication I was talking about and making the right decisions and staying healthy. If they stay healthy, and that's for every game. And nowadays that's what, 19, 20 games in a season.
Yeah.
And they did it for 19 last year. Just couldn't do it for all 20. Randy, my partner and I have a lot of fun going back and forth of when the Niners are going to, kind of what I deem get that monkey off their back. But you're a 49ers alumni. When you went to the Super Bowl, you handled business. I know, Kyle, they've built something great, the roster. But I tell my partner, they got to cash it in. when you look at the Niners, the last 2 Super Bowls, how do you feel when you see them so close but yet not get it done?
Well, personally, it kind of kills a little piece of me inside. I'm used to being in that position, and if you get that chance, you make it pay off. And, you either do or you don't. And at some point, you've just got to do it. I mean, this is literally, they're in a do or die kind of a thing, I think, because you've got a really, really young quarterback, but, your core, your team is right in the heart of everything they're ever going to be. And it's got to happen. I mean, it's got to happen. And, yeah, they're going to have to stay healthy and all that other fun stuff. But, I think getting there and almost, that don't cut it.
Wow.
And after a while, that has repercussions.
Yeah. Randy Cross joining us on 95.7 The Game, 3-time Super Bowl champion. Christian McCaffrey is somebody who had a heavy workload the last 2 years. I think he had 329 touches 2 years ago, 339 last year. He's 28. When you played, how much attention was paid to a guy's workload, particularly a running back's?
Well, I mean, I played with Roger Craig and Wendell Tyler. We never really cared about workloads.
Right.
And I don't think anybody's ever cared about workloads for running backs. That's why they talk out of both sides of their mouths about running backs. Everybody wants them on the fantasy team, and nobody wants to give them a second or third contract because of that use and because of what you do and how much you use them up physically. You've got a guy there, McCaffrey, who trains like he's obsessed. And I think that's one of the keys to him being able to play like he does is he's so well trained, but that puts you right there on the razor's edge.
Randy, I want to ask you about Trent Williams. Obviously, he held out. He got his new money. He's 6'5", 320-plus pounds. He didn't get a snap in OTAs or preseason, one of the best left tackles to ever do it. I'm asking you, the great Randy Cross, is that a big deal that he missed all preseason, or are you watching him to see, he's got to get in shape or nothing to see here?
Well, maybe the first couple of snaps, you're getting back into the speed of the game because it's different. He hasn't been in a real live snap since Super Bowl. But that guy is so good. If there's a play or two where he's not exactly 100% comfortable, and that's only a slight chance that even happens, he'll be splattering people right away. I think he is so good at what he does. They can't pay him too much is the bottom line for me. I think he is so good. He makes that offense and solidifies that side, and he is such an intimidating factor to the guys on the other team. Cornerbacks, safeties, linebackers, they see 71 coming. They try to get under the turf.
Hey, Randy, can you tell me, specifically what Trent Williams does that makes him one of the greatest left tackles of all time to, maybe somebody who's not an expert on line play?
Yeah. I think he's got such excellent feet. He coordinates that really well with his hands. And on the move, with that size and that ability to move, he can change directions. He can lower. He can hit and accelerate his feet on contact. And those sound like kind of cliche things, but, big people don't all do that. In fact, big people rarely do that. And he has that ability. I think he's the best tackle to play in the NFL since Jonathan Ogden.
Hey, Randy, I'm curious, when you talk about championship coaches that have actually won a Super Bowl ring, and I think of the great Marv Levy. He got there to the Super Bowl 4 times, didn't get it done. How big of a deal is it when you got that coach that actually got over the mountaintop and some that had a good regime, a good run, but couldn't get over the hump?
More than anything else, it's kind of sad. I think you've seen guys, like Bud Grant was like that, and there's others in the past, as long as who you mentioned with Levy. But bottom line is they've won a lot for a long, long time in most of those cases. It's just that one thing, and it's the definition of that terrible cliche of it is what it is, because that's the thing about being a champion. Yeah. You either are or you aren't. And they can be the winningest coach in the history of the game, and if you haven't won a Super Bowl or you're not a champion, you're just not a champion.
Yeah. Harsh but true, Randy.
Yeah.
Hey, thank you so much for joining us. Really, really appreciate it, and we look forward to talking to you again if that's the case.
No problem. Enjoy Monday night, and the good news is you probably don't have to beat the guys in the striped shirts.
Hey, Randy, give us a prediction Monday night, because it's going to be a great game, I think.
I think it's going to be a fantastic game. I'm looking at like 28-24, something like that.
All right.
I think Aaron Rodgers he's still dangerous. He's not an empty chair, but I think the Niners and that passing game and all those toys, I don't know. I don't think the Jets can hold up. I like their defense. I love Saleh and what he does, and all the Niner fans love Saleh too. But he's going to be really, really good, just not good enough.
Great stuff, Randy. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
All right, that's Randy Cross, courtesy of the River Islands Guest Line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. That was 3-time Super Bowl champion Randy Cross.
Yeah. Steiny, that's a champion. You know what I mean? He said a piece of him dies when his alma mater doesn't get, they get close and don't get it done. Like, I can respect that.
I've always wondered about that because, like let's say, because what kind of person are you? Let's say you played on the, let's say the Bills win it all this year. The Bills.
Okay, gotcha.
First one ever. Okay. Then they don't win one for 10 years. If you were Josh Allen, do you really want the Bills to win another one?
Oh, see, that goes
once you're retired.
Of course. You could tell that's a proud man. He's done it 3 times. So, there's no insecurity for Randy Cross about watching his team, wanting them to probably do better. So, you know what you just reminded me of? Yeah. Nick Foles and Carson Wentz, when he got hurt and Nick went on to win the Super Bowl, I was like, I know he's on the sideline. Go, guys, but please don't let this dude win my chip. But as far as a guy that's got it done, Steiny, I don't think you're in competition. You want to see your alma mater do it.
All right, so it's different than the 72 Dolphins and Mercury Morris who root against teams to go 17-0.
Yeah, that's different. Yeah, because that ain't Miami. Oh, Mercury. Yeah.
I don't know.
Steiny, he said repercussions. Like, I just appreciate, and everybody's different. And we all talk about Kyle's greatness and what him and John have built. But damn it, Steiny, at some point you got to punch that ticket, man.
Yeah. That's for sure.
And you always talk about Purdy being a puppy, but Kittle's not a puppy, Steiny. I don't have to tell you, Trent Williams is not a puppy. Other guys are getting older, and I know, you got that piece, but man, you wanna cash in.
888-957-9570 is the number. It is football season, no doubt about it. In 45 minutes, coming up, Santana Moss, former New York Jets first-round pick in 2001, played 15 years in the NFL, and shout out to Sam Lubman. He's a University of Miami Hall of Famer. He's coming up at noon. We started the show talking about last night's Ravens-Chiefs game, and it was a heck of a game. 27-20, the Chiefs won, and I'm just watching the Baltimore Ravens, asking myself, boy, can you win a Super Bowl this way? And I get that they're one of the top 6 or 8 teams in the league, but can you really win a Super Bowl when your quarterback runs so much and his ability to run is almost the centerpiece of their offense? I don't know. Like I just don't know.
It's fat. Well, I think we know right now, Steiny, that this is not their first rodeo.
Right.
Right now, they haven't been able to do that. And you're going to say, Guru, you're being unfair, but I remember the home loss in the playoffs to the Chargers when Lamar Jackson, people wanted Flacco to go back in the game. So I know he's more mature now. He's deadly. He's a great highlight. But Steiny, what if that were the AFC Championship game? And I know it's the first game, and that's a throw a high school quarterback can make wide open, and he missed it. I do wonder if that's going to be his legacy. Oh, he was fun to watch. He could get you there, but when you need him to make that throw or throws, he's going to come up short.
Yeah,
And right now, I believe if you let me know if I'm being overly right now, that's the title of the jam. Close enough, but no cigar.
I just don't. I think it looks like you know what the Ravens remind me of. At least you know what the Ravens reminded me of.
Rockets for me.
No, you know what they reminded me of last night. They reminded me of a team like a high school team that doesn't have a ton of talent, and so they just put their best athlete at quarterback. They snap the ball to him, and the quarterback is able to make plays because he's bigger and faster and stronger and better than a lot of players. But there's
now I feel like you're selling them short. They got some talent.
It doesn't feel like they have any creativity, and maybe they don't have creativity because he's limited in what he can do.
He is their creativity, though.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. I mean, how many of his plays are like
off script?
Yes. Can you win a Super Bowl when half your plays go off script?
Well, I'll tell you this to that. They got the number 1 seed that way last year and had the AFC Championship in their own backyard and had a wounded Kansas City offense, as their visitor, and they couldn't get it done. And are we being unfair putting it all at the doorstep of Lamar Jackson? But I just think of Steph Curry. Steiner, he got the only unanimous MVP. Well, guess what he did in that year? They got a chip. He basically validated that run, that era. And right now, Lamar Jackson, 2-time MVP, Steiny, but he doesn't show that in the playoffs thus far. And again, they're one throw away from maybe winning that game or putting it in OT. So they're going to be heard from, but I don't have the answer to that question. And right now, looking you dead center in your face, right now on this Friday, I would bet Lamar never wins it.
I would not make that bet.
What would keep you from not making that bet? Because his coach is not going to change.
I've just seen I've been sure of too many things that have been wrong in my life.
I love that.
So I would never say he can't win a Super Bowl. I'm just wondering if he's going to be able to. That's all. I'm just wondering if he's going to be able to.
And let me throw this to you real quick. It's like the Niners. I do wonder if Lamar's had his best chance, and John, of getting it done with Lamar Jackson. Now, we're assuming they're going to be there, but Steiny, I'm looking like, man, is Derrick Henry, I know it's one game, but is that the perfect complement to Lamar in the backfield? They were talking last night when he was back there. They knew they were going to run or what Baltimore was going to do. And then when he wasn't on the field, Derrick Henry, you kind of knew it was going to be off script. Give it to Lamar and let him make something happen. He did late. But, man, I just wouldn't feel confident saying that guy, Lamar Jackson, is going to be a Super Bowl winning quarterback. And I know they're going to come for me.
See, can I let our audience in on – I don't know, just a little something that rankles me. Rankles isn't quite
show
gets
related.
Me mad. Yes, show related.
Okay.
And it's from the text line. I'm sorry, from the YouTube chat. Austin in San Jose.
Our guy.
He says, thank God Mahomes won the Super Bowl last year. Or Steiny would be saying Purdy is better than Mahomes. See, now that's what rankles me. I said, Lamar Jackson's a better quarterback than Brock Purdy. Most people would take Lamar Jackson over Brock Purdy. I said if I'm starting a team, I would take Lamar Jackson.
I heard that.
Over Brock Purdy. I'm not saying Lamar Jackson is Purdy's better than Lamar Jackson, Austin. I'm not saying that. I'm saying
stylistically,
sometimes I think, or I'm starting to think that Kyle Shanahan would prefer a Brock Purdy over a Lamar Jackson. That's what I'm saying. And when I look at this 49er team and see how many, the variety of weapons that they have, I feel like a quarterback like Purdy can utilize those weapons better than somebody like Lamar Jackson. I said it.
And, man, you got me thinking now what do you give me for this? Right now, Lamar Jackson reminds me of Randall Cunningham in Philly. When they had them great defense, Donnie. I mean, Randall had defense and weapons and running backs and tight ends. Byers, like, that's what this is reminding me of. And for whatever reason, Donnie, the league figured Randall out and it was gone. Vamoose. But Randall was good, man. In Philly, he had it all.
Hey, listen.
They had it all.
Don't tell me about Randall Cunningham. I was an Eagles season ticket holder in the mid-'80s.
So hit home.
I saw him play dozens of games up close with my buddy Joe Fenlon.
Jimmy Johnson ruined him.
Randall Cunningham
was
more accurate than Lamar Jackson.
Now, I'm going to be quiet on that.
Randall Cunningham was more – now, he had more of a wind-up.
Yeah, he was
Randall
one of my
Cunningham.
favorites. But still, I'm talking about winning it all, Steiny. They didn't.
Yeah.
Those Philly teams were talented, man. Dogs everywhere on defense, just like the Ravens. And I think Austin in San Jose he's thinking you said Baltimore's not talented. Now, you didn't say that.
It feels like
defensively, they are just, they're a bear.
I mean, how many times can you snap the ball to Lamar Jackson? Again, runs around, stops.
He's good at it, though, Matt.
Okay, 8-yard pass or 8-yard run. I
He's good at it, though.
But that's not, it's kind of not an offense.
But it is because he's a 2-time MVP and people got the Ravens to win it.
Well, that's because he puts up monster numbers.
Like, you don't like when he's back there in a double threat.
I find it unbelievably boring.
Steiny, how?
Because nothing happens.
He's making NFL football and defenders look like it's high school. That's what's so fascinating about him.
You know what,
I mean it.
You're right. When he drops back and throws, he does look like a high school quarterback. How about that?
You selling it, yeah. Dude is special, man.
I just think in this day and age with the NFL,
that ain't working.
You have to be able to deliver the ball. You have to be able to. And I'm not saying he can't.
There's some throws, like the first drive, you're like, that's what it's supposed. All right, Lamar in the pocket, but then that goes away.
Oh, that's a good question, and we can throw this out to our listeners. 888-957-9570. Answer this, Steiny, and you can too, Goo, and anybody else or listener. That's a good question. You got 2 or 3 minutes left in a game. Who would you want to drive the team down the field, Purdy or Lamar Jackson?
Oh, Purdy. It's Purdy.
Wow.
And if you gave me Dak and Lamar, I'd go Dak. Steiny, that's when I'm down on Lamar, man.
Even though he almost did it last night.
What if I tell you I think he doesn't want to throw it? Like, you got to throw it,
but I don't have a quarterback like that.
I feel like he knows, like, this, I need to run or be on but sometimes you got to just, you had to make that throw last night, and there were 2 of them. That one to Likely Steiner, you got to hit that one.
Yeah.
Quarterbacking ain't easy. I used to do it.
Oh, my God.
Now, we talked about my arm.
Yeah. You were Jamarcus Russell.
Hey, you see me throw
Let me guess, you can throw 40 yards from your knees.
You see me throw a bowling ball and make it look like a rock.
Right, but you have no form. But
it comes hot.
You couldn't throw a football.
You said I've thrown the hardest bowling ball you ever seen.
Yeah, you throw it straight into the ground.
It strikes, though.
Spadoni, you ever see Guru play bowl?
Anyway, it's
scary, man.
Dude,
it's scary.
Spadoni see me hit a home run. Spadoni, I throw it hard. Yeah.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Ladies and gentlemen, it is football season, and the 49ers open up theirs on Monday Night Football. We're talking about Brock Purdy and Lamar Jackson. We've got one game that we watched last night. What did you think of those two teams? What did you think? Do you think the Kansas City Chiefs look like they're going to be unbeatable? Do you think you think the Baltimore Ravens can make a run? I get it's one game, and the nature of the business is to overreact. Just not crazy about Baltimore. I'm just not crazy about Baltimore.
We're getting a lot of, if Lamar had the weaponry Purdy and Jimmy had, he would have won. And I know we got Santana Moss coming up soon here. A lot of people are saying if Lamar had this weaponry.
Who's he going to get the ball to?
Debo, McCaffrey, Kittle, Ayuk.
But he's not accurate enough.
What he brings to the table.
Is he accurate enough? Is he accurate enough to run Kyle Shanahan's system? What would Kyle Shanahan do with Lamar Jackson? 888-957-9570. We're talking on 95.7 The Game.
Hi, everyone. If you've been injured in an accident and think you deserve company.
Snuck up on me.
Yeah.
You could just play that on a loop until I got behind the mic.
My boy
Steiny
Tone just texted me, goes, wow, Steiny just cut you off. I go, when? That's my partner. What do you mean? I guess when I was going in on Taylor Swift, I don't think he cut me off.
Not like you cut me off.
No, you said blurt. No, you cut me off when I was talking about Randall Cunningham. He was my favorite, man.
I loved him. I loved Randall Cunningham.
Air McNair, I think he was a pocket passer with the best of them and could run. And that's why I have an infinity for Donovan McNabb. He gets no love, but Steiny, those dudes could throw from the pocket, then move. Lamar needs to move before, like the pocket's his kryptonite. I'm sorry.
Maybe this is kind of a dumb question, but I'm just basing it on.
The only dumb question's the one you don't ask.
I don't know about that. I don't know about this.
Spadoni, I learned that early. The only dumb question is the one you don't ask.
I guess what I'm asking is, because do you think Lamar Jackson's going to the Hall of Fame?
If you don't take another snap.
Okay. Who would you rather have? Dan Marino or Lamar Jackson?
Dan Marino.
Why?
Because he's better at his job. He didn't need the escapability. Okay? He was so prolific at reading defenses and getting that ball out that I would take that over the Lamar Jackson experience. How about you?
Well, I think most people would.
Yeah.
And I guess that's
not even an L for Lamar. Steiny.
No, but I guess like that's what I'm saying. If you've got a quarterback who, I'm just hey, we got two Hall of Fame quarterbacks. Which one would you prefer? A guy who stayed in the pocket or a guy like Lamar Jackson who's dynamic and can run? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. We started this conversation, and by the way, coming up in a half hour, Santana Moss is going to join us, former New York Jets first round pick.
Boy.
But I want to just talk to 49er fans about Kyle Shanahan, the quarterback position, especially after watching Lamar Jackson last night. I mean, the numbers speak for themselves. His numbers speak for themselves. And I'm watching it last night, and I'm just thinking, I don't think Kyle Shanahan prefers a quarterback like Lamar Jackson. I think he's more regimented. I think, and that's where I think the difference between a John Harbaugh and a Shanahan, or even a John Harbaugh and a Jim Harbaugh, like I feel like John Harbaugh is pretty, what's the word, open. And I feel like Kyle Shanahan's a little rigid. And I feel like a coach like Harbaugh, John, is more okay knowing, look, I'm going to devise a game plan, and chances are a certain percentage of the time, Lamar's going to do his thing.
He's married to that. He married that.
Like, I'm not sure Kyle would want to marry something like that where
he would divorce Trey.
In other words, like Kyle Shanahan would have to yield part of the offense to Lamar Jackson. He would have to acknowledge that there are going to be more plays with Lamar Jackson that go off script than probably another quarterback. And I just I'm not convinced he likes that at all.
I feel like Jason Lewis on the YouTube chat just said what you're trying to say, and you tell me if I'm wrong. Kyle wants all the credit. So a guy like Lamar would, if he's out there doing his thing, Fred Astaire with his feet, Steiny, Kyle could dial up a play, but Lamar's athleticism would be what you're in awe of. And, I'm not saying anything foul about Kyle and his personality because we don't know it to be true, but Kyle's ego wouldn't want that quarterback to do that because it would solely be his skill set that got it done as opposed to what we seen Kyle do with Jimmy. And to be honest, Donnie, what he's doing with Brock Purdy.
And let me throw this one at you too, because we were messing around about what would Kyle do with Lamar Jackson if he were the quarterback here and if he had all these weapons. And I actually look at it from the other point of view, and I get it. I think it's easy to say, oh, look, you give Lamar Jackson all those weapons, forget about it. See, I look at it just a little differently. Yeah. I look at it as if you would give Lamar Jackson all those weapons, I think there'd be a chance, not that it would happen for sure, but I think there'd be a chance that you would expose him a little more to the things that he doesn't do well.
Well, then I would say to you, Steiny, you're really down on Lamar more than you think.
I'm not down on him.
I just not confident. Because to me, why is he not getting? Well, let me just get this out. Why is Lamar not getting the benefit of the doubt that under the tutelage of Kyle, when you look at what he did for Jimmy and what he's doing for Brock Purdy, what he would do for Lamar? That's what. So we understand.
He can't make Lamar more accurate, and his offense is based on timing and precise route running and putting the ball maybe in an area where the receiver isn't, but where he will be when the ball arrives there. I'm not saying he couldn't, but I'm just the first thing he would want to do is, Lamar, you got to play from the pocket. And then if he plays from the pocket, what if you realize,
well, I don't think
he's not accurate enough.
Kyle's too smart, Steiny, and that's why I keep bringing up RG3 because RG3 could do both.
Right, but they didn't win anything.
But they made the playoffs with the rookie quarterback, and he got Rookie of the Year.
And what happened?
Well, he got hurt.
Well, and
they ran him in the ground.
That's another thing. I think just durability, has got to be taken into account, and how long a guy can specifically play. Alex in Oakland. What's up, Alex? How you doing, man?
Hey, well, what's up, fellas? I just wanted to say, listen to both sides of what y'all saying, is two things can be equally true, especially in a game like last night. Lamar Jackson did not put them in a position to win, but he didn't put him in a position to lose either. Because he missed a wide-open throw, but he made a precise throw in the back of the end zone.
Yeah.
So two things can be true. If at the end of the day, is he getting the job done? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You see the results. Does he look like Joe Montana, Brock Purdy? No. But he gets the job done. Is he going to win you a big game or lose you a big game? You don't know. But you know at the end of the day, he's going to get the job done. It's not going to look traditional,
right?
But the job done nonetheless.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he hasn't got it done as of yet. And that's the big question mark, Stoney.
Yeah. And 2/3 of quarterbacks in the league haven't got it done either.
Yeah.
So that's not saying much.
Yeah. Yeah, and Alex, I'm kind of with you, and I don't want to make this necessarily about, because what is he, 27? 28. And I'm not trying to write the guy off at all. And like I said last segment, I would never say, he's never going to win a Super Bowl. But here's a sentiment that I disagree with from Mac on the YouTube chat. Steiny, but Kyle used 3 first-round picks to draft a quarterback just like Lamar Jackson.
I saw that.
That's what I don't believe. I don't believe they drafted Trey Lance to be Lamar Jackson, because I don't think Shanahan wants a Lamar Jackson. I think, like he said many times, you got to make a play from the pocket, and then if you can run, great. So I think they looked at Trey Lance, and they saw his arm also, and they liked the strength of his arm. Unfortunately, he wasn't accurate enough.
But when we saw him get on the field, I got mad at the way Kyle used him, because he was running them like a fullback.
Maybe because he was not accurate. And maybe that's what would he have to do that with a guy like Lamar Jackson if he were here? 888-957-9570 is the number. We're just chopping it up here. We had our first football game last night. It was a lot of fun. Let's go to Austin in San Jose. What's up, Austin? How you doing, man?
Hey, man, I love you guys. Danny, I love you, man, and Guru. I just want to come at you a little bit, Steiny.
Sure, go ahead.
This morning on, it's a little bit of back and forth. We got to have some fun. If we all agree, what's the point, right?
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
Listen, Lamar Jackson, I'm not a big Lamar fan. My brother is, but I tell you what, I used to criticize him a lot like Guru, and I've come to respect his game really over the last couple of years. Just because he hasn't beaten Mahomes, I think we got to be careful. This dude is supremely talented. Are you telling me there's no way that Kyle? I mean, if Kyle could replace Purdy with Lamar Jackson, with his with all the quote-called weaponry those guys have, are you kidding me? Go to the locker room and ask the 49ers who they would take. I guarantee they would take Lamar. Do you remember what Lamar did to the 49ers last year? I mean, come on, guys. What are we talking about here? And I think he does get criticized. This guy can run. Hey, Skye, since when do you have to stay in the pocket to be successful? This is all the stuff that the media has been propagating over the years, that you got to be a pocket passer to succeed. Well, that's a bunch of crap, man. You can be on the run and make plays too. What does Mahomes do? He got 3 championships doing that. Come on.
But hold on, Austin, though. Hold on. The number one thing that Kyle wants out of a quarterback is to make the throws out of the pocket. He said he loves all the other stuff, but they have to have that foundation. That's all I'm saying. And I'm not saying he wouldn't coach him or he couldn't coach him. I'm just saying that I'm not sure he prefers to coach that kind of quarterback.
Super Bowls. How many Super Bowls does Kyle have?
None.
There's your answer right there. So maybe you should change.
All right. Fair enough. Have a good weekend, buddy.
Yes. Like I said, I'm on record. Give Lamar Jackson, the Jedi, who is Kyle Shanahan, and I'll even throw Andy Reid in for that matter, Steiny. He'll be the best version of himself.
So you don't think he's the best version of himself now?
No, I think he would be better under the tutelage of Kyle. And you talk about the lack of accuracy. Maybe you limit that. Maybe you call or dial up more things that he's good at. But I'm not going to sit here and I was thinking about it too. As much as I've dissed Lamar and put him in this Niner situation, Stoney, they could have a Super Bowl. You know, maybe Chris Jones doesn't wreck the 2 Super Bowls because of his escapability. Like, we're talking about a 2-time MVP.
Yeah, I would never.
But you saying, Goo, would you bet on him to win one? Right now, I wouldn't, especially with Mahomes just in his way, and he's 1-5 all time against Patrick Mahomes. But, yeah, I would take him in this Niner offense with Kyle over Brock. And, Stoney, the unknown that was Trey Lance, do we really, really know? Because nobody got a good look at him, that the drafting or the attraction from Kyle was strictly just he could be a pocket passer. Because I look at Trey Lance, to me, as a dual threat. Nobody's Lamar. That's what Moldy is.
I'm just telling you,
like Kyle wanted
what
legs.
Kyle Shanahan has said and been consistent about his entire career.
But we can't omit the draft of Trey Lance.
Right, because he thought that he could be that.
But you don't know that.
Of
You're
course
saying
I
that.
do.
No, we don't know.
Or he could turn him into one. I mean,
but the component of being able to move and run was attractive to Kyle too.
Fine, but he doesn't. If you can't make plays out of the pocket, I don't think he wants you. Is all I'm saying. And I'm not saying a guy will never make plays out of the pocket, but it just rang a bell from back in the day. Maybe at the next break, I'll try to find some of that sound where he was just like, I don't know if he thought Trey Lance could make throws from the pocket, or he thought he could turn him into that guy. But after 2 or 3 years, I think Kyle realized he wasn't that guy. And if you don't have that foundation for Kyle, like, I don't know how much use he has for you.
That's what's so head scratching about the pick.
Yeah. Let's go to we got some calls. Let's go to Raymond in Richmond. Hey Raymond, how you doing?
What's up, Spiny? What's up, dude?
You got it.
Hey.
I think Lamar Jackson is very talented as a quarterback. I think his biggest flaw is that he lacks composure. I would take Brock Purdy in a 2-minute drill all day. Cool, calm, and collected, never looks rattled. And I think that's just as equally good as being physically talented. That's all I really got to say. And, Stoney, you ever played at Diablo Golf Course? I'm working out here, and I deliver there every day on the golf course.
Yeah, I played there. Nice track.
Nice.
Yeah.
You guys have a good one.
You too, Raymond. Have a good weekend, man. Raymond. See, I would actually disagree a little with that. I think Lamar Jackson's pretty poised.
Well, how can you be pretty poised and accuracy is something that you need?
Poise and accuracy have nothing to do with each
to
other.
me, it don't. I feel like they're one and two. They go hand in hand.
How?
Because if you're not poised, your accuracy is off. And that's when you could tell somebody's nervous or rattled. But when you don't have accuracy at all, it's like heckle and jive. I
don't care if he's not accurate. He's not as accurate as most quarterbacks when he's not nervous.
Well, I'm just saying on the run, his accuracy improves. That's when he becomes like a phenom. Lamar Jackson. When he's on the run, Steiny, and he's ad-libbing, that's when he's like Michael Vick. And that's how you get to be a 2-time MVP.
Yep.
But the accuracy is, to me, that's like what I hate about it is I can't say you're rattled because then we'd have an excuse on why you're not. He just doesn't have it, and it hasn't improved.
My point is that when he's running that 2-minute drill last night, I feel like he was pretty poised. He didn't look like the moment was too big for him. So I thought like that's the only thing that I, questioned about him. Like I just because you run a lot doesn't mean you can't have poise. And I don't see him overwhelmed, obviously, out there. Let's go to Keith in L.A. What's up, Keith? There he is.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey.
Hey, you guys are so entertaining. You got me creeping beyond enemy lines here.
Mm-hmm. Who's your team?
I'm LA, been a Ram fan my entire life, but I got long connections to the Niners.
All right.
I'm in lockstep with you, Steiny, 100%. I can condense this into the text I sent you guys earlier. I would take Brock Purdy over Lamar, and I believe so with Kyle. I don't want a running quarterback trying to throw. I want a pocket quarterback who can run, and that's Brock Purdy. I've followed Kyle since Cleveland days, and, the closest thing he's ever had to that was RG3, but RG3 was almost a 70% passer coming out of college. He was very accurate, and I just don't see Lamar Jackson as a fit at all. Thanks for the time, guys.
Thank you, Keith. Welcome to the show.
And I guess if we would ask Keith if he thought Lamar would ever get one, Stan, I think his answer might be no.
Yeah, and I wouldn't say that. I mean, I would never say that.
Right.
He might. I mean, because he can win you games. There's no doubt about it. I'm just thinking about Kyle Shanahan and his rigidity a little bit, and how he'd fare with Lamar Jackson. By the way, coming up in 10 minutes, Santana Moss joining us, former New York Jets first-round pick, played 15 years in the NFL as a wide receiver. Let's go to West Oakland Sam. Sam. Hey, buddy. Hey.
What's up with my brothers?
Talk to us.
Hey.
You tell me, buddy.
After watching yesterday's game, what separates Mahomes from Lamar Jackson? Mahomes knows he has that greatest intangible asset that is he knows how to work great with chaos. Whereas Lamar, his first thing is to just, you know what? I'm faster than everybody on the field. I could run for that 7 yards because he doesn't have the IQ enough like Mahomes has to see it while he's dealing with chaos. Let me tell you something about Shanahan. Shanahan was thinking the same thing when he drafted Trey Lance. Oh, let me get a big athletic quarterback that's similar, that has the intangibles that Mahomes has, who maybe I could supplement that with some IQ from my mind that he will eventually be able to understand to deal with chaos. The only thing that separates Mahomes from the rest of the league is he just knows how to manage moments where you think that other quarterbacks will self-destruct, and Mahomes is not bigger than the program. He plays within the system that Andy Reid gives him, but he deals with chaos better than the rest. And I swear to God, guys, Brock Purdy landed in Shanahan's lap, and Brock Purdy has those intangibles. We didn't see Brock Purdy make those throws where he doesn't even, like I just told Bonte and Shasky the other day, I was like, yo, Purdy makes these throws where he doesn't even finish looking through the throw. He's doing it as a means of safety. And that's the thing. Purdy has those intangibles. The only thing is, it's whether you make it or not. That's the only thing. That's all you need in Shanahan's system, because he will lead you the way. All you need is a quarterback that could match his IQ just a little bit. And Lamar Jackson doesn't have it, because his first thing is to use his athleticism before anything that he sees down the field. That's all.
Yeah. Thanks for the call, West Oakland, Sam. Like, here's what I can't see. Okay, I'm looking at the box score from last night. Lamar Jackson carried the ball 16 times. You cannot tell me that that's what Kyle Shanahan would like. Like, Kyle Shanahan wants his quarterback to rush 5 times for 42 yards. And 3 of those runs, the quarterback gets the first down. Like, okay, let me just throw this out at you. If Lamar Jackson's quarterback in the Niners and he runs 16 times, like,
well, he's a threat. He's more of an athletic threat than Brock Purdy is.
No doubt.
Okay, and with that weaponry that they currently have, I mean, Stoney, they're going to be the 80 Lakers. Like, they're going to be hard to stop. I'm not saying his accuracy gets better, but what's around him, you are a product of your environment.
Who would you rather defend, the Ravens or the Niners?
The Ravens. Because I pretty much know where it's coming from.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's I'm kind of with you. I as great as Lamar Jackson is,
his anticipation on throws, Stoney, I think that's an area that might define him or keep him from winning the Super Bowl.
Let's go. Yeah, maybe. Let's go to Armando in Hayward. Hey, Armando, how you doing, man? Lamar Jackson stinks.
Hey, Stoney and Goo. Happy Friday, guys.
Yes, sir. Hey, buddy, what's up?
So I believe, like, Purdy, hands down, I would choose him over Lamar. Lamar is physically gifted, like everyone's saying. Got the arm, no accuracy, like y'all mentioned. But the thing is, if the reports are true coming out of camp with the Niners, Purdy has decreased his progression so he could get the ball out faster. And if he's a pass first, then run, I'd rather have that kind of talent as a quarterback versus a run first. We've seen it in Green Bay in the playoffs and against Detroit in the playoffs. Like, he could run. So I feel that Purdy is the better fit. Thank you.
Appreciate it, Armando. And that's pretty much
what it comes down to.
What I'm saying.
But I would love to have Kyle answer that question.
I mean,
I hear it. Hey, I'm watching it. I feel it. But damn it, Stoney, I really think Trey Lance and those legs also made him attractive.
He doesn't want a running quarterback. He doesn't like running quarterbacks.
I don't buy that.
Well, so he's a liar?
No.
When he says when
Trey Lance was supposed to be a running quarterback.
When you ask Kyle Shanahan,
you act like he told you that. He did. Don't tell me Trey Lance was not a running quarterback. That was part of his display, what he brought to the table. And you're sitting there saying it like you know for a fact. It's getting old. Like Kyle called you and told you. He didn't call you. You're guessing.
No, I'm not guessing.
Yes, you are.
Oh, so you're
guessing.
So you think I made it up that Kyle Shanahan has...
I'm looking at the draft pick, dude. He drafted a running quarterback. What are you missing?
That's what you think.
Oh, no, what do you mean what I think? It's what happened. He drafted a running quarterback, did he not?
His number one thing.
Did he draft a running quarterback, man?
I don't think he did.
Okay.
I don't think he did. All right. I'll bet if you look at his passing numbers at North Dakota State or North Dakota, they were unbelievable.
And the sun shines the rain.
Kyle Shanahan has been steadfast about what his number one thing is that he's looking for in a quarterback, and it's not legs. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment brought to you by Chilton Auto Body. Coming up, Santana Moss, former New York Jets first-round draft pick on 95.7 The Game.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, welcome back. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Let's welcome in Santana Moss, former New York Jets first-round pick in 2001, played 15 years in the NFL, also a Hall of Famer at the University of Miami. Santana, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, buddy, for having me. What's going on with you?
Hey. Well, let me just start out with a wide receiver question about 49ers receiver Brandon Ayuk. He missed most of training camp, got in late. The 49ers, of course, play the Jets Monday. Is he going to be behind? How much catch-up does he have to do? And, is he behind, and could that be an early season issue for the Niners?
I mean, it all depends on who the player is. I think, nowadays guys have so much going on outside of those walls, those facility walls where they have their trainers, they have their regimen down where they can, have themselves prepared, for whenever they need to be. And I'm thinking, like, if a guy like that is waiting on the check, and he knows he's not practicing with his team, he has to be putting in some kind of work somewhere. Now, that work he's putting in is not going to add up to what he would have been experiencing with that team throughout a training camp and stuff like that. But I think he will be ready at some sort. It just matters how much can he take on that first, few games, or if the team is going to allow him to kind of, not really fully go all throughout a while and have him as a starter, make sure they kind of cut back on some of his downs and some of the plays that they put him in the game for.
Santana, the Niners, as we all know, that they're loaded offensively. But when you look at Debo and Ayuk, they're different. They got a variety. When you look at those two, can you talk about what you see and how different they are and how much stress that is on opposing defenses?
Having two guys like that remind me of having the perfect combination as receivers. You look at a guy like Debo. Debo is a guy that can pretty much run all the routes that you ask him to run, but he's also one of those guys, he's that run-up-the-catch guy. He's that guy that I can use him and, I can zip him and zap him around, bring him in motion, line him up in the backfield, have him up, tight like an H-back, have him as a slot guy. He has so many multitudes that he can do with his position, and then when you get the ball in his hands, he's like a running back. He's like one of the best running backs in the league. So, that's great to have in that particular guy. And then you have a guy like Ayuk can run every route, savvy, has a little height on him, smooth, can catch the ball. He can get open. He can separate. So when you have a combination like those two, man, you have a match made in heaven. And I'm pretty sure that that's what they see when they have, from Brock Purdy. He has the best duo on the field, and that's why they had to make sure they lock him in.
Santana Moss joining us on 95.7 The Game. Well, let me ask you about that. Because that's always been at the crux of the conversation about Purdy out here is, he gets to use multiple weapons. What do you think of Brock Purdy? You like him?
I think he's the guy that fits for the job. One of the things about that offense, man, I had a chance to play in it for a few years here in Washington, and trust me, it was the best offense I've ever played in as a receiver. I mean, I'm mad to this day thinking about it when I watch a guy like Tyreek Hill getting a chance now to play in it, because I remember when I first got a chance to speak to Cal about it, Kyle Shanahan told me specifically, say, Ken, I wish I would have got to you in your prime with this offense. Now, their first year they got to me was in 2010, and I was, a little longer than two at the time, but I had just had my third knee surgery, and I still had 93 catches that year for 1,100 yards. I think 1,000 or 1,100, one of those. But just to see what I was able to do, and I wasn't at my best that year coming off of knee surgery, I could just imagine what I would have done being a younger guy in my 20s, running that offense. But if you're a receiver, in that offense, all the quarterback has to do is just throw the ball to the spot. If you're going to be there, throw the ball to the open guy. And that's what Brock Purdy has right now going for him. Now, I'm not saying that the offense is set up to the point to where he doesn't have nothing to do. I've seen other quarterbacks in that offense that not look as well as Brock Purdy, but I think he has the perfect offense for what his skills that allow him to do.
Santana, speaking of quarterbacks, the Jets got Aaron Rodgers, who unfortunately went out week 1 last year. He's back. There's a lot of buzz about the Jets and what they have on both sides of the ball. Santana Moss, tell us how good can the Jets be this year?
I mean, they can be real good, man. You know, that's my other team, man. That's the team that honestly gave me my opportunity to live out my childhood dream. So I'm looking forward to seeing Aaron bounce back, man. Aaron's one of those quarterbacks. He's very elite, man. He's a guy that if he can get back to half of the person that he was as a Packer, man, they have a great chance of going the distance. I think that defense alone, I don't even have to speak about them. Those guys, the way they played last year and allowed that team, with all the turmoil they had going on when it comes from just losing Aaron and then the quarterback play from the other guys, for them to still have those games where they were able to go out there and compete at a high level and win those games, it just leads everybody to just think about it, man. If Aaron can be healthy enough to go out there and line up all through 17 weeks, that defense could take him away. So he don't have to do much, but just be a little bit in himself, and I think they can get the job done. I can't wait to see Aaron play Monday night.
Santana Moss joining us on 95.7 The Game. 15 years as an NFL wide receiver. He's a first-round pick of the Jets in 2001. You said that Kyle Shanahan has the best offense ever if you play receiver. Can you elaborate on that a little bit? What makes him the best coach, let's say, that you ever played for when he was an offensive coordinator in the passing game? What makes him stand out so much for you to say that?
Well, one, I like Kyle Shanahan. I think the offense wasn't really originated by him, but, I believe that the offense stems as deep as I think Kubiak or one of those guys, and it's probably deeper than that. I don't know. But I think just the way that he was able to put his twist on what we was doing, you got to think about it. We got that offense. They came in 2010, and we had Donovan McNabb, and we ran that offense. And as a receiver, like I said, I wasn't even at my best when it comes to being the guy that I was, coming off a knee injury. I just saw how many ways that you can get guys open. I mean, they found ways to just put you in the right spot on the field where they give you the right mismatch and go out there and dominate as a receiver. And you got to think about it. I'm a guy that I'm 5'9.5", 5'10" on a good day. And I play on the outside predominantly my whole year, which that's unheard of when I first came in the league. They looked at me and said, I'm too short to even be in the first round as a receiver. And I predominantly play on the outside. When I got to Cowdom, they moved me around and used me the way I was used in college and the way some of these guys are used now in these spread offenses. And it just shows you what you can, do with a guy like myself. So I'm not saying it's better than the next man, but it was the best offense that I played in throughout my career.
Santana, we were having a conversation about last night's game with two great quarterbacks, Lamar and Mahomes, and we got two in this game Monday night. Obviously, Aaron Rodgers headed to the Hall of Fame and Brock Purdy off to a phenomenal start. But as a wide receiver, you played for a lot of quarterbacks. We were talking about accuracy and mainly Lamar Jackson. Santana, how many quarterbacks have not had it, went to the lab and improved on it? Talk to us about accuracy. Do you think that's something that quarterbacks that, like a Lamar, that maybe need to work on it, actually go get it?
It's to each his own. I've played with I played actually 14 years. Let me correct you a little bit on that. I heard you say 15.
Yeah.
So I appreciate that 1 year. I damn sure wanted one more year. I played 14 years. And trust me, man, I've always, I had so many different quarterbacks. You name it. My favorites was Vinny Testaverde and Mark Brunell. And people ask me why, like, hey, you had this guy, you had that guy. I said, I'm not saying those other guys wasn't good. Those was my favorite. And the reason why I say that, because when you're talking about accuracy, these guys just knew what to do. They were seasoned enough as veterans to know that who I am as a receiver and what I need to do to get him the ball. This guy has the speed to get to any spot on the field and any time he wants to. So therefore, I can be a little late, or I can be a tad bit late on getting the ball to him because he's going to get there regardless, and he's going to find a way to get it. Now, you have some quarterbacks that, when I was coming out of my breaks, I was seeing them winding up throwing the ball to me. That's a no-no in this game. You do not want to be coming out of your break and the ball hasn't left the hand yet. So when you ask me that about accuracy and saying, can some of these quarterbacks get it, go in the lab and work on it? Yes, I think they can. But some of these guys have skillful arms where if they're a tad bit late, they have enough behind it to get it there quicker enough for you can get the ball and do what you want to do. Now, when I look at a Lamar Jackson, I think he has enough to do all those things that they ask these other quarterbacks to do. It's just so much other things he can do as well. So I'm not saying he's not as accurate. I do believe as time goes on, he can work on that.
Santana Moss joining us on 95.7 The Game. Let me ask you this, because you'll know better than anybody. Kyle Shanahan's in his 8th year out here, and we've gotten to know him. And he's a little bit arrogant. Some people think because he's so selfish.
Don't say that about Kyle.
Well, no. I'm just telling you. Some of the perception is he's a little bit arrogant. He's really. He's a little bit rigid, I guess, in his style.
I got you.
Yeah, but you played for him. What's he like? What was he like at a practice, and how did he coach receivers?
Well, one, he didn't really coach me personally. He was an OC. But the one thing I can tell you, what I loved about Cal, and me and Cal are the same age. That's another thing. Cal, you got to think about it. He grew up in a coach's home. His dad, Mike Shanahan, one of the best to do it. And so when you're being, coming up in those kind of upbringings, watching coaches coach, sometimes you have to be that way. Sometimes you have to have that kind of, attitude about yourself and about what you're doing. Now, the one credit I would give him more than anything, yes, his attitude was a little edgy at times, but I think when you're dealing with men, all these alpha men, you have to have that kind of attitude. You can't over, because trust me, somebody will try you. And I'm happy that, he's a guy that got that, whoever gave him that memo early in his stage of coaching. I'm happy he came into coaching with that kind of attitude, because I've seen so many guys kill coaches and kill coaches' careers because these coaches just couldn't lead these men.
Right.
But the one thing I loved about Kyle, man, is like he was a guy that, hey, it's kind of hard for a coach to say, let me come in here and tell Jerry Rice what to do. Let me come in here and tell Terrell Owens what to do as a receiver, when these guys have had so many accomplishments in their game. But the thing that Cal did, regardless of who the receiver was, is he's always told us something that we didn't do, to better what we was already doing. And let me give you a little example.
Sure.
So we have this little route where you're sitting over the ball. You have a little route where you might be in a cut split, or you might be in a slot, and it's an over ball route, meaning that receiver is going to run and replace that middle linebacker. And Cal would say, Tanner, when you catch this ball now, normally, where you're like, and face the guy, whoever's going to, tackle you, and give him a little wiggle, this and that. He say, no, I want you to get to that spot. When that ball comes to you, I need you to step forward and attack it, and now go back down that same spot you left and go straight up the field. He said, I promise you, you will get more yards doing it that way than doing it the way you have been doing it. So, as a guy this time, I'm 11, 12 years in my career, I'm saying to myself, like, okay, if this is going to help me get more 4, 5, 6 more yards, then I'm gonna listen to it. I'm gonna do it. And I promise you not.
Wow.
We in the game, 2-minute drill, and we trying to beat Tampa. And I catch this route, and I did exactly what he said, and I got 20 yards. And I'm like, look at that. He just made me a better receiver. And I did that for the rest of my career, the next 4 or 5 years that I had in my career, just replacing myself from that spot every time I ran that route. And it was crazy how many more yards I was averaging after the catch, because that route is nothing but 4 or 5 yards, over the ball. So that's some of the things that Kyle Shanahan did for a receiver that had all the tools, that had so much, accomplished. And he just helped me get that much more better, just showing me something that I wasn't doing to better myself.
Wow. Santana, speaking of Kyle, when it comes to play calling, how many current coaches are in his league, or does he even stand alone, in your opinion?
Well, that whole umbrella, man, you gotta give credit to that umbrella that all these coaches come up under, man, from Mike and all the way down to Cal and to Mike McDaniels, to Matt LaFleur. I mean, all those guys who was around that's now head coaches out there, Sean McVay, all those guys, to me, man, it's amazing watching their teams play on Sundays, because I'm just watching, I'm smiling because I can see that offense in all of them, but they're tweaking it to their way of calling plays, and I just love it, man. So I give hats off to all those coaches who pretty much under that Mike Shanahan, Kyle Shanahan umbrella.
Hey, Santana, thank you so much, man. Great stuff. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, guys, man. I appreciate you.
That's Santana Moss, former New York Jets first-round pick in 2001, 14-year NFL wide receiver, and he's in the Hall of Fame at the University of Miami. And don't forget, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop?
Yes, Donnie, he was small, but he'd get behind you and burn you. I'm just thinking of a tree. Like, I wish I had a tree. Like McDaniel.
When you have your kids.
Well, but more
Milan,
of yeah. Well,
Darryl Jr.
Those are C's, but Donovan.
Yeah,
but you know what I mean. Like, damn, look at McDaniel's offense in Miami. LaFleur, you know, who I was down on, and all of a sudden Green Bay's got and McVay. Like, it's crazy. But I think Kyle right now, I'm gonna say second to Andy Reid in regard to scheming it up, Steiny.
Yeah, no, that was great stuff from Santana Moss. He said Kyle Shanahan's offense is the best offense ever for a receiver.
Man.
So, and he played under Kyle Shanahan in Washington. So Santana Moss, boy, he was good.
Yeah.
I mean, he was good was he a better player than he was that interview? Because that interview was great.
No, he was bad. He know how to talk, but Steiny, he was underrated, I believe. He was bad. Played for the Skins, too. What's the new Commanders? Yeah.
Oh, we good?
What you mean?
Hey, no. You got mad at me.
Like, you're my radio, spouse. I can never get mad.
Yeah, you were mad.
No, I was not.
Yeah.
No. You just have a way of sharing your opinion like it's biblical, like it's fact.
Well,
and that's all I was saying.
Kyle has said that about his quarterback.
But he also drafted a guy who I think we look like you got Trey.
Why don't we meet halfway?
Right, go ahead.
He drafted a dual threat. He drafted what he thought was a dual threat quarterback.
And my only point I was trying to hammer home is the legs were attractive.
Oh, hell yeah. But boy, that arm.
Step up in big game. That's all I got to say. Big time players step up in big game. All the criticizing, all that, it's over, baby. Big time players step up in big game.
That's great stuff, man.
During last break, I, of course, went to the Trey Lance college stats.
Give it to him.
And the first stat I
1,000 yards on the ground.
Well, that's the second thing I saw. That's my point.
Evan.
Yeah, he also had 28 touchdown passes and no picks his that year.
How'd that work out for
I said
him
dual threat.
Yeah, in the league, though. He had a chance to be the backup quarterback in Big D, and he's a third string, Steiny. So he's Wiseman. How about that? Keeping the job, getting the check.
He was better in college than Wiseman was.
Wiseman didn't even have a college, though. What, 2 games?
He had 11 against Southwest Missouri. I'm pretty sure.
James Wiseman.
415 on the Xfinity Mobile text line. Wow, so Steiny was wrong all along. How embarrassing. How do you figure? How do you figure I was wrong? How do you figure? I don't get it. Don't do that. Don't try to... People are trying to get between us.
Yeah, never.
People are trying to get between us.
Never that.
Yeah.
He had 1,100 rushing yards and 14 touchdowns on the ground.
But that's like the high school phenoms. You see just like scoring 8 touchdowns in a game. Come on.
Literally had a perfect season.
Why are you omitting the passing stats? Are you trying to stick it to me?
All right. Would you consider a guy that ran the ball 170 times in 16 games?
Dude.
Primarily passing quarterback or rushing?
Well, how many yards did he throw for?
You call Lamar Jackson a running quarterback. He throws it more than he runs.
But you're looking at his college stats. And he played, what, Division II?
Okay, you know he didn't play Division II.
North Dakota State, Steiny.
Why are you omitting 28 touchdown passes, no picks?
My point is simply, if you're going to call Lamar Jackson a running quarterback, Trey Lance in college was a running quarterback.
No, he wasn't. He was dual threat. Come on.
Well, yeah, I mean, he can throw, but again, Lamar Jackson is not a running quarterback. That's my point.
But Trey Lance is.
No. If you're going to call one a running quarterback, the other must be as well, because of
same category is what he's.
I'm not meeting you halfway there. I'm not meeting you half. How many yards did he throw for that year?
You want
2,700?
2,700. Man. Played Division II. 1AA. 1AA.
But you see what he turned it into,
But let me tell you what you won't do. You'll look up Trey Lance's stats. Oh, you'll look those up.
Well, I covered him.
That is.
Give me the drop, please.
Hey, now that's boy.
You'll go back and look up Trey Lance's stats, but you have no interest in trying to help me out and finding those old Kyle Shanahan quotes about what he looks for in a quarterback.
I remember those, Steiny. I know you're like, I want to hear it. I remember those. But that what he did for Trey just let me know that you think I'm playing. Playing Russell Wilson twice a year. The Josh Allen Monday night, which was before the drafting of Trey Lance. But Kyler Murray, I felt like he was tired of having Jimmy just sit back there or any quarterback not be able to wiggle. And boy, did he thought he had something that could wiggle.
Nobody's saying he wanted a statue at quarterback.
What would you call Cousins? Because I don't think he gets enough credit for. So he is not a statue. He just can deliver it. Hey, sometimes it might not be where you want it to go, but Steiner, you can't argue that Kirk is a statue. He's not. Like in my book.
What did I say it?
No, I'm talking to people.
Well, yeah.
I'm defensive now.
Well, Cousins is a statue.
Who?
Cousins.
Okay, well then you guys fight over it.
No, I have my definition of statues. Jimmy's a statue. Kirk can get loose and throw it and be accurate.
Kirk Cousins is as close to a statue as I think there is in the NFL.
Go get him, Goo.
No, Garoppolo and Stafford are statues. And Stafford's got a Super Bowl. Like I don't disrespect Cousins' ability to get out of there. He ain't Michael Vick, Evan. I'm not saying that, but I think Garoppolo and Stafford's, those are the statues to me.
I mean, Stafford knows how to extend a play, but
oh boy, another disagreement.
None of those guys are running quarterbacks.
Right, and I would agree with that, partner. I just can't believe you thought I was mad.
Please, you were. There's okay. What do we got? 2 minutes to harp on this? Yeah. I'll harp on it for 2 minutes.
3.
You'll never convince me. Ever.
All right.
Ever, that Kyle Shanahan drafted what he thought was a running quarterback.
And that's maybe why I got loud, but there was no.
Are we still going to have one today?
Yeah, all good. But
appreciate it.
He did.
He did what?
He was attracted to the feature.
Yeah. Oh, the
also,
feature.
Yeah.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
That's perfect. He was attracted to that feature.
Yep.
No doubt about it. By the way, that sound drop of me saying Lamar Jackson stinks, that's
because you fought me years ago about Lamar.
But I'm kidding.
That was the one I won because he hadn't won. Andy Reid, I took a L.
Lamar Jackson stinks.
Dude, it sounds like you're just saying it. That's what's so great about it.
Does it sound like I'm serious?
No, it sounds like you're saying it right now. If I'm driving, I'm like, dude, he just said that.
Blake Snell. He stinks. Well, Blake Snell stinks.
Please.
Accurate.
Well, his last start was, what was that?
Listen, Lamar Jackson is a great quarterback.
But will he be a champion, Steiny?
I don't know.
He's getting paid like one.
Well, that's another accurate one.
I sent you something on him. Yeah, I don't know where he's Jackson. Yeah, on
what
IG.
What's he down on Kearney Street preaching?
Nothing wrong. If he were, nothing wrong with it.
No, but
now if you're doing it for playing time, then yeah.
Oh, boy. Hey, 49ers are changing their tailgating policies.
Let's get into this. Well, we kind of got into it yesterday.
Well, we did with Willard and Dibbs. So we can talk about that. Oh, you know what? And I got to talk. You've been infatuated with this guy.
I thought you were going to say with the Monday night game.
No,
and we got a game tonight.
No, there's a guy out there that you have been infatuated with to the point where I've been scratching my head as to why Chris Paul II. What is it about this guy that he loves so much? And
Heaven on fire.
Or not love so much, or just can't get this guy off his mind. So
you're going to try to stick it to me on the other side?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. What I'm going to say is I thought about this guy today, saw some new information, and said, hey, Guru's got something here.
Oh,
maybe
boy.
maybe there's something out there. Maybe there, yeah. I'll tell you what it is. I'll tell you who it is and what it is on the other side. Hey, it's football season on 95.7 The Game. which means Sunday we're going to be carrying NFL action all day long. First, Patriots-Bengals. That's at 10 a.m. And then we got Raiders-Chargers at 1 p.m. You can listen to NFL Week 1 action all day on Sunday on 95.7 The Game. Don't miss the kickoff show also. That's going to be on Monday with Willard and Dibbs. It's live 2 hours before the start of the ball game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay. Presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com.
If I take the pig around back and come back with bacon, what happened to the pig?
Uncle, Kate's gonna leave me, and I need your...
This fish is stinking from the head up.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Friday, Steiny, let's go.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. We got a big one tomorrow. Big game tomorrow.
On the college docket, that would be...
We got a big one brewing in...
Texas and Michigan.
In the Big Easy.
Yeah. I root for Africa.
Kansas State at Tulane. Kansas State ranked 17th in the country. Tulane, of course, was ranked much of last year, but they lost their last 2 games.
Who's watching that?
I am.
Well, not if you got DirecTV and it's on ESPN, you won't be watching it.
I'll stream it.
Well, then you know why you should be afraid of the Wildcats, right?
Oh, because of that system they run.
Well, their head coach, Chris Kleiman, used to coach Trey Lance at North Dakota State.
And he's the guy who represents Kevin Durant, too, right?
That's Rich Kleiman.
Oh, that's Rich Kleiman.
I got a podcast.
Go Green Wave! That's their nickname.
Come on now.
What?
I knew that.
Yeah, I'm not saying he didn't. Not saying he didn't. What was the other thing I was going to say?
Oh, you got our new segment coming up at 1.
Oh, yeah.
Tell them, Steiny.
Our new segment coming up at 1. It's called the Gamble of the Week.
Yeah.
Gamble of the Week. We're going to be doing that. Where are my glasses? I want to play this sound from Kyle Shanahan and just run something by you. Kyle Shanahan, this was yesterday, announcing the team captains. We had a little fun with it, but I do want to ask you a serious question.
8 of them this year. Bosa, Warner, Juice, Kittle, McCaffrey, Purdy, Debo, and Trent.
Why'd you 8?
Well, you're allowed 9. I always go with, I try to do it right with the votes. I think we've always had 6 or 7. The 7 and 8 were like 1 vote off, and the 9th guy was like 8 behind them. So it was really obvious who those 8 were, and the 9th one was too far from it, and I'd rather not have so many. I'm not going to pick when the team votes it that close.
Whoa, that's
letting us know.
That's an interesting aspect to this. So, Evan pointed out yesterday, last year, Nick Bosa was not a captain. And he held out. Did that matter? I don't know. This year, Ayuk's not a captain, but Trent Williams is.
Yeah.
Do you find anything? Is there anything to see here with Trent Williams not participating in one practice and he's named the captain?
I think it's seniority. I think it's the fact that he's been doing it longer than any of the other guys that are captains. And Steiny, it's what we talked about yesterday, and we left it where, you know what, Steiny, you're not wrong. Goo, you're not wrong. But I think Trent Leader is that vocal leader. And when you have that Draymond Green, or what I deem that guy that'll call whoever out and say it, I think that resonates and that means something. I'm not saying everybody responds to that, but I don't think you ever lose that, and that's why he still has that seat.
Well, and
because Trent's this big dude.
Yeah. Well, I'm pretty sure too. Just gleaning off what Kyle said, the captains are picked by the players, not the coaches.
Yeah.
So if the players want to vote Trent Williams a captain, to me that's different than Shanahan and the coaching staff saying he's going to be a captain.
So I just got to double back, you and Evan and the listeners. Do you care why Ayuk, or is there any why he lost his seat?
Well, was he a captain last year?
Yeah, I thought you said that not this year, if I understood correctly.
No, Ayuk's never been a captain.
So Bosa wasn't one last year and is one
after
this
his
year.
holdout.
Right,
yeah.
right.
So that's what we were saying. I wonder if Ayuk's holdout. Well, it's, you know what, though, Evan, it's the team. If the team decide.
And that's the old mantra, right? I can't get mad at you and Evan holding out for your money here at the job.
Okay.
You don't speak on it.
Well, let me ask you this. Why didn't the team vote Ayuk captain, but they did Trent Williams?
And that's why I said it's volume. Trent must really be one of those dudes that'll get in your ass, Donnie, and that means something. I don't know.
You know what else it tells me? And I'll borrow this from Evan. He had about 9 good points about this thing. It also kind of tells me they knew he was holding out, and they knew he'd be in late.
And they knew he'd get paid.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
And
Exactly.
him and Debo come out with the boombox. That does mean something.
No, it doesn't.
Except the Cleveland game on the road, they both got
Oh.
hurt. I didn't like that. Remember they got in a pregame fight? Then they were in the locker room. You can't against Cleveland last year on the road. They come out with the boombox. There was fisticuffs, as can be on a football field pregame, Steiny, and both of those dudes didn't finish the game. I didn't like that. And that started a 3-game losing streak.
I don't remember the fight.
The little pushing stuff during get out of all that little stuff. That was the Cleveland game last year, and both of them did not finish. Like, come on.
They got manhandled that game.
Yeah. Started a 3-game losing
When
streak.
did Trent get hurt in that game?
I want to say late first, early second.
Do you guys remember the quarterback for the Cleveland Browns that day?
Cade McNown.
My man. He's a brother. What's my boy's name, Evan?
Josh Dobbsy? Hold on, don't tell.
It was not Dobbsy.
Don't tell me.
What was his name? I need this after the way
he's a black guy?
Yeah, brother.
Was he?
Come
a little bit of melanin.
Journeyman. What's my man's name?
Played for Carolina.
Sturdy.
Temple Owl.
This is where I'm not even gonna let it bother me.
Temple Owl.
I believe.
He got like 3 names in one. I know. What's his name, Evan?
P.J. Walker.
Oh, no. That's not.
God.
That was.
Are you sure?
That's the first starting quarterback to ever beat Purdy as a starter.
That was him. PJ.
I could have sat here all day and would not have come up with that. That name doesn't even ring a bell.
Yeah.
It's a great trivia night question.
I was thinking of somebody else. He
First
beat
quarterback to beat Purdy.
P.J. Walker?
Yeah.
Boy. Shout out Richie Homie?
Rich Homie Quan.
Rich Homie Quan.
Rest in peace.
Now tell me about him.
Overdosed. He was a rapper. He had some
33.
hits. That's too young, man.
So
and your daughters are familiar with him, like my kids.
Did
I guess he was just at home and no deed.
Where's he from?
I want to say, oh boy, Evan. I'm done with it.
It's not
I want
a
to say
stump
Florida.
question.
Rich Homie Quan.
It's a curiosity.
I want to say Florida.
Okay.
Yeah.
Evan does not know.
Well, I'm not going to speculate on a dead guy.
Well,
oh, you're not now.
But okay.
Man.
Yeah, I'm
damn you, Steiny.
Kind of. I'm going to throw this out there, and because I mean this, aren't where hip hop artists are from. That's a big deal, right?
Yeah.
They part of the.
No doubt.
He's from Atlanta.
Atlanta.
He's from
From
Atlanta.
the ATL.
Yep.
With Quavo. Down with Quavo and Killer Mike.
Look at my man.
They are from Atlanta.
Yeah.
But rest in peace. 33, too young, Steiny.
No doubt.
Yep.
Okay.
Apparently, he was a really
Ken?
good baseball player.
Hey Ken, this is a bunch of crap. If you wrote this comment on this next caller,
you got to tell us what it reads.
it's just unacceptable.
I swear that's what he told me.
Because he pulled me to the side and break.
But the way you wrote it down, it was like, hey, guy. So we got a caller. I'm going to get to him in a second. His name's Stooge in Oakland. You draw your own conclusions. And my main man, Kenny, says he wants to talk football, ! And that's Ken's way of being passive-aggressive and saying, get back to sports, guys. Right?
Yeah.
That's what you were thinking.
I mean,
be honest.
This is a sports talk radio station, isn't
At
it?
times.
We just
Let's
mixed
lock
in
in.
a little hip-hop. Damn,
Yeah,
Ken, dude,
jeez.
passed away.
Kind of boss has gotten to him.
Right. What the heck?
Let's go to Stooge in Oakland. He wants to talk football.
Stooge.
What's up,
Sports,
Stooge? How you
man.
doing, man?
First of all, man, I felt like I was thrown under the bus. Part of an inside joke. While I was holding, Guru.
What's
you
up,
said
baby?
He was a brother. You said brother. I cracked up. He's not a brother anymore.
Oh,
hey, dude, he's not a brother. He's a brother.
Hey, I'm not going to do the Rob Parker. You're not going to get me in trouble. Yeah.
I see you code switching, but it's all gravy. I'm loving it. Listen, man. Y'all was talking earlier about Purdy, about Lamar. Listen, man, Lamar personnel matches his skill set. I wouldn't call him a running quarterback any longer. I would call him a mobile quarterback. I think that's what Kyle thought he was getting with Trey Lance, a mobile quarterback, not a running quarterback. Yeah. It's a difference. One just runs first. I think Lamar is starting to learn how to dink and dunk. He's not going to be a deep threat, but you put the right weapons around him, he doesn't have to be. But come on, man, he's a 2-time MVP. Let's stop talking about the man like he's failing. Until Purdy wins a chip, I don't think you can put Purdy ahead of Lamar. I'm just saying, I think this is a big year for Purdy. Let's see him earn this bag. The same way I want to see Kuminga earn this bag. We're not giving you any more bags until you earn it. We're not doing the Jordan Poole thing again. Earn your bag, stars. Earn your bag. That's all I'm saying. Man. I'm calm about it. I'm just saying.
Stooge. I made a point to say I thought Lamar Jackson was a better quarterback than Brock Purdy. Because he is.
You sound like he was waffling a little bit on that.
But I am, and I know it's a hypothetical, but I am, I do wonder about what Kyle Shanahan would do with a guy like Lamar Jackson.
He would win. I think
you got to be more specific.
I think that. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Stooge.
Go ahead, Stooge.
He would build a team around him. That's what we're missing. You build a team for the personnel. He would, he's not going to need certain types of receivers. He's going to need people more like Debo. I think would be perfect for a guy like Lamar. Yak, you need some Yak people. You need a good tight end. I think it would be, honestly, man, I'm looking at the 49ers. I'm thinking Super Bowl if you just switch them right now. You will not be able to say the same thing with putting Purdy on the Ravens. It would be a failure. And on top of that, they're in a better division.
And that's why I use the LA Lakers Showtime comp if the likes of a Lamar Jackson got with this current 49er team. And that's no shade at Brock Purdy. It's just Steiny. Why can't we give Lamar Jackson the benefit of the doubt and anybody listening to the show that Kyle in his greatness would bring the best out of Lamar? And nobody, and you haven't, will tell you Lamar is not bringing anything. One of those friends that come to the party and they don't bring anything. He's bringing a whole lot. I just think Kyle would make, Lamar the best version of himself. Okay. And with that weaponry, good God.
Okay. And
that's all.
Here's what I would say, taking a page out of your books.
Yeah.
That's a lot of shade at John Harbaugh.
Well, he has an offensive coordinator, and he's a great coach.
Whoever the offensive coordinator is.
But my point is, I'm not saying Baltimore's letting them down, but I can tell you when they line up, the Niners have more talent offensively than most other teams. And Lamar he's box office, Steiny. And what if Jimmy, this is not about Brock, what if Jimmy, you switch him out in that 2019 Super Bowl and we watch Chris Jones try to wreck the game and Lamar skedaddles with that speed, that world-class speed, throwing to Debo or Kittle. Like, I was just saying, maybe they have a ring. That's all. It's fascinating to think about.
But see, I don't find that fascinating to think about.
But you brought it up for the show.
No. I didn't bring up they would have won a Super Bowl in 19. I'm just saying I wonder what Kyle Shanahan would do with a guy like Lamar Jackson. If the 49ers, and assuming they had Lamar Jackson and they didn't have all the weapons they have now, would the 49ers offense under Lamar Jackson with Shanahan as coach?
Steiny. Man.
So you think it would look way different than he is in Baltimore?
And I think they would have been in 3 Super Bowls, not 2. So they would have beat the Rams, held on to Willard, Texas. No, it was P.J. Walker. He knew the answer too. Yeah. But they would have came back and beat the Rams or held on to that lead. I love Lamar. I just don't love him where he's at. I understand he's deadly, but you put Lamar in the red and gold currently, it's Super Bowl City, Jack. Yeah, it's the Warriors. Yeah, think about it.
I guess
Kyle would know what to call.
But I guess that's what I have a problem with. You're acting like he's playing for some bottom feeder team. I mean, he's playing on a team that's a Super Bowl contender.
They got talent, Zay Flowers and Likely and what's the big tight end? Andrews, but
he stinks.
And let me tell you who else stinks. Slowpoke.
Derrick Henry.
It's over. It takes an hour to hit the hole. I was like, you look like Zeke Elliott. Yeah.
I think that all I'm saying is,
tell me.
I think there you are not given enough credit to Baltimore's coaching staff. Like I mean to say that.
Okay, real quick I'm interrupting. Can you remember how pissed off football fans were last year at the Ravens' offensive approach at home in the AFC Championship against the Chiefs?
Right.
Steiny, they were running down your throat, read option Lamar, and all of a sudden they thought they were the Rams. They just went against, it was the dumbest game plan ever, and they still almost won the game, but they lost.
Okay.
And I felt like, what was that about? Why did you guys go away from who you are? All I'm saying is you let Kyle get the weapon that Lamar Jackson is with what they have. Ain't no way they don't, and I'm going Ebonics, ain't no way they don't have 2 Super Bowls. There's just no way. Like, think about it, man. Lamar is good enough. Hey, there'll be some missed throws, but there'll be some home runs.
Running.
Him rolling out, stopping, throwing to Kittle. Kittle don't have to stay in the block now because you got a guy with legs that can buy you some time. Oh, my God. I don't even want to think about it.
Yeah, you shouldn't.
Make me want to play Madden.
You shouldn't want to think about it because Kyle would never have him as a quarterback. Unless
RG3.
Unless Lynch did to Kyle with Lamar Jackson what he did to Kyle with Jimmy Garoppolo.
Random question.
Jimmy Garoppolo.
Do you really think Kyle traded up for the spot?
Yes.
And not just Trey?
Absolutely.
It kind of would get him off the hook.
But
I just think
no, it does. I don't think
they went to that pro day. They went to watch him.
When was the trade made? Well before the draft. Right. So nobody knew at that point. There were 5 quarterbacks.
Gotcha.
Nobody knew at that point the order in which they were going.
Gotcha.
So you would never move up to 3 if you had a specific guy that you wanted, because you wouldn't trade 2 or 3 firsts for.
Or you could trade with that team that was ahead of you to say, if you really wanted that guy.
Right, but they couldn't. So they couldn't move up to 1 or 2 because the Jets, who were at 2, and the Jaguars, who were at 1, they were not trading those picks because they needed quarterbacks.
See, what I don't like that because that makes me feel like maybe they didn't love Trey Lance like we think the 3. No, Stoney, when you make a trade like that, you were wild when you went and watched him, and that's what they did. And I would love to get video of that workout that made the great Kyle think that he could, duplicate this or come close on the NFL stage.
I feel like if there were 5 quarterbacks we talked about, and
no way.
What? There were 5 names that draft, but everybody talked about. But to trade
and not know, it's like they loved all of them then, and I don't believe that.
See, I do. I believe that somebody assessed these 5 quarterbacks and said, I think they're all going to be pretty good. They're all going to be pretty good. And I think Kyle Shanahan's the kind of guy who would say, well, let's just move up to 3, and we'll take the guy who falls to us, and if they're all good, I'll make them great.
Wow.
I truly believe that.
Man.
Like, would Mac Jones have been
better,
viable here in San Francisco?
He led the Patriots to the playoffs. I know, Guru, come on. That happened. He took the Patriots in his rookie year to the playoffs. Imagine if he had the weaponry that the Niners had and the tutelage of Kyle.
Well, let me ask you this. If they drafted Mac Jones and he were healthy, would he still be the quarterback today of the Niners?
As much as I love Kyle, I got to believe yes. Like, I don't think Mac Jones is a bum. Do you? You think his career's over?
I don't know. I'm not sure. Who was 4? Oh, Justin Fields. Justin Fields.
Who may start Sunday. Russell Wilson's got some phantom injury they're talking about, maybe.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
What are you?
You brought it up during the break. We haven't brought it up yet this show.
No, I'm mad at Ken. During the break, he pulled me to the side. Yeah, Ken, the same guy that did the little diddly thing on the board, and goes, out of nowhere, I go, how you doing? How's the family? Hey, Cousins is a statue. I go, no, he's not. I go, dude, no, it came out wrong, Evan. I'm not saying he's Michael.
Wasn't the only one who said it.
But that's the one that hurt. But anyway, Stoney, go ahead. What are you talking about? Go ahead, you said it.
I'll just say his name, and go ahead and you run with it. Christian McCaffrey.
Oh, my goodness. Like, I don't want to be right. I just saw something changed on the injury report about his status or what was ailing him, and it said calf/Achilles.
Oh.
And all I thought about when I'm not happy was, y'all throw rocks at your boy more than Jesus. But, man, sometimes your boy, like Steiny, now it's Achilles. That's scary. That's all. Hey, I don't want anything to happen, but when you saw that, just be honest. Share with us what you thought. Like, my man Goo might be, like, that's serious.
No, it isn't.
Calf/Achilles.
If it were serious, he wouldn't play Monday.
It's football.
He's going to play Monday,
and
therefore, he's not hurt.
All right. But could he re-aggravate something when he plays? That's how I look at life.
Nah, this is one of those. I love when they say this. Nah, he can't. He can't hurt it anymore. He can't injure it anymore. I think that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Sure. Like the surgery went well, right? Don't they all?
Yeah, exactly. It was a successful surgery.
Right.
Let's go to Richie in Queens. Wants to talk about
our guy.
The Jets Niners on Monday. What's up, Richie? How you doing, man?
Guys, we normally talk our San Francisco baseball, but that's dead in the water. You know, it's funny. I called real quick on that. I called my New York station at 10 to 5 in the morning, and they know I'm a San Francisco Giant fan, and they said, "Wait, what do you think about Chapman?" And I had no idea about the deal.
It came at night.
I said he's been an underachiever, as far as I'm concerned. I watch him every day. Look, he's a great defensive player. I think he's a great guy. $150 million. There's so many more issues.
Right.
I don't know. We are so far from reality.
All right, let's talk Jets. Let's talk Jets. Niners. What are you thinking, buddy?
You know what? We're talking. I'm thinking, obviously, it's funny, too, because you guys, Trent Williams is back. That's a big plus for you. Well, we got a couple of guys over here, and I'm a New York football Giant fan, and my Niners are the second team, by the way.
Gotcha.
But the Jets got two big offensive guys, that they got the Dallas Cowboy guy and obviously Moses, and they're in their 30s, so that's going to be a big plus. And I've been a downer with Rodgers the last few years. Obviously, he didn't play last year. I just thought for his career, it kind of reminded me a little bit of the Atlanta Braves, won championship in 11 years. The same with him. Teams had 11 wins, 12 wins. His last 3 playoff appearances were terrible. It's so obviously in New York radio, it's all about him at this point. And if he doesn't play well, then, Douglas and Saleh could be gone.
Right.
But look, they have a good top. I think it could be a good game, but I think your guys are going to put a lot of pressure on him. And I'm just curious how he's going to handle that. So, I think it could be a good game, but I also think that your team just has a big, obviously playing home, but defensively, and you guys losing Aoki is a big hit. I like Samuels, but I think it should be a real competitive game. But again, it's all dependent on Rodgers and when you're dependent on a guy that's 41 and hasn't played in a year, coming off of an Achilles tendon, that Shanahan is telling these guys
to go after him. Yeah, to go after him. No doubt. Thank you, Richie.
Yeah, pressure bust pipes. But I'm being proactive with this Jets thing, Stouty. I see a lot of parallels. I'm not calling Rodgers Brady. Okay, I'm not. But he's got that much talent. And defensively, the Jets are going to be a problem. They got Hall, Wilson, and Aaron Rodgers. If he's healthy, I see a lot of that Tampa Bay stuff with Brady in his first year, man. I'm just saying.
I don't know. We'll find out. We'll get the first clues on Monday Night Football. Tuesday from
Levi's. We're doing the show from the Hilton.
Yeah, we'll be down at the Hilton along with Willard and Dibbs.
Dibby.
At the Hilton. So if you're down there, come join us. It's always fun to broadcast from down there. And I'm never not amazed when we go down to the Hilton.
Talk to me.
And we're at the hotel there, and you realize all the people that fly in or come down, stay at the hotel to watch the game.
It's amazing.
You see families from all over. It's absolutely, positively.
How can you not be a sports fan? I just feel sorry for those people.
Well, they like the arts.
I feel sorry.
The people who like art feel sorry for you.
There's no Super Bowl in art.
Oh, yeah, there is. It's called the Louvre. Get in it, or you haven't made it.
The Louvre.
It's in France, I think. That's where the Mona Lisa is. All right. Coming. We got a new segment.
Yeah, baby.
You know what? I hope we don't build it up so much, and then the listeners are going to be like, okay, big deal.
Well, you got to sell it.
I know.
You got to be at your best.
That's what Nahigian always tells me to do. And
Yep.
the one thing he doesn't have to do is tell real hosts how to host, but he tells me how to host because I'm not a real one. Okay. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. That segment brought to you by Express Employment Professionals.
If your supply chain demands a flexible work.
Guru, yesterday is history. Tomorrow is mystery.
And I'm not going to hold the players accountable.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
It's football season. What's that?
That's 50 Cent. I love New York. I get money. Name of the track. My bad, man. Week wrapping up. You're on my nerves. I'm my bad.
Hey.
I love you, but yeah.
Careful. So, we're going to unveil a new segment called Gamble of the Week. But first, I got to pay off a tease from 7 hours ago. Okay, so there's a guy you've been talking about, and every time you bring him up, you say something, and I'll say, "Goo, what?"
That's everything, but okay.
Goo, what are you doing? Okay, I did see something today that caught my eye, and I know the number's been out there. Your boy Tom Brady. He's going to make his debut Sunday.
I'm nervous for him, man.
But it's the Browns-Cowboys?
Yes,
Browns
sir. 125 Fox.
He's making $375 million over the next 10 years.
Man,
10 years.
That is wow.
375.
No inside is worth that. Do I sound like a hater? The actor money, the music money, the ball money, the announcer money, we're screwed. The teachers deserve more. The policemen, the paramedics. I mean, doctors get theirs, but Steiny, explain that to me. And he might suck. That's my fear.
I don't think he's going to stay.
I don't like his voice.
Oh.
Like Olsen was the guy. Him and Burkhardt, that was it. And I'm holding to those standards. And he's done something. That ain't his hair either. He's had some new hair added. Like, he bothers me.
Why? You're jealous again.
No, I'm not jealous.
I think you are.
Nah. There's something. I don't like how we got my man out of there. The Olsen. This is first time, Jim.
I don't think he got his man out of there. I think they pursued.
And that bothers me.
Oh, so Tom Brady should say, no, I don't want to do the games because Greg's number one. Come on, Goo.
Okay, but to bump my man down from 7 to 3 million, because Olsen didn't quit. He's getting $3 million now.
First of all, it went from 10 million to 3 million.
Oh boy, help me! That makes it where Evan gave me that.
Well, I think we just figured out why he needed to take a pay cut.
Evan, I'm just asking you and the average fan here. Don't you need, and you do this for a living, you're about to do a high school game today. What game is it? Real quick, throw it out to the people.
Bellarmine versus Menlo Atherton.
My man.
I'm sorry, who?
Bellarmine, Menlo Atherton.
I thought I heard Bellarmine.
Bellarmine.
No.
So he looks for mistakes.
Don't you? Yeah.
That's wild. Anyway, Evan.
Not look for
I do it to him all the time.
Evan, aren't you going to, your ears got to tell you if he's good at it, right? You're not just, it's Tom Brady, he's great, right? You're going to really process and judge him.
I am, but it is crazy to think about the fact that a color commentator for any sport, it could be the World Cup, the most popular sports soccer in the world, is making $375 million from broadcasting.
I mean, I got to tell you, that's the first thing I thought about is there is so much money out there that
wow.
I don't have.
Wow. That's how you looked at it. I'm not mad.
Dude, he's making about twice as much as Stephen A. Smith per year.
See,
but he might be making more than he made with the Patriots, right? If it's $37 million a year?
Yeah.
Toward at least at the beginning of his career.
Maybe not his last contract.
Right,
$375. Wow.
It's just staggering, really.
Yeah, it really is. And again, forget the money for a second. I love just what Evan does, the broadcasting part. I'm a nerd. I'm going to watch these games back, and if he's not good, it's going to be disappointing. So there's no fear for Tom to say, hey, Tom, hey, you know what? You didn't cut it. This is your last year. He's golden, and I hate that.
I would think. 925, Steiny's tripping. I love watching those. I love watching the Ravens play. who is exciting to you.
Yeah.
I'll tell you who.
I don't think you meant that. You can run that back.
Lamar Jackson stinks.
He is incredible, man.
He's incredible. All I'm saying is I don't like that type of football. Here's what I'll say.
You mean offense?
No.
The Ravens are fun, man.
I don't think so. I think they're vanilla.
Steiny, defensively, they get after you. Wow.
925. Who is exciting to him?
Here we go.
I will tell you, the standard of exciting football that I have in my mind, and I get it, they're one of the greatest teams of all time, but there's never been a team, to my way of thinking, in football that has been more dynamic and exciting than the Niners when they had Montana and Young.
All right.
Like, that was unbelievable.
Yeah, well, that's a high bar.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Well,
but currently,
but
like the Chiefs are it for me. The Niners, but I don't get the Mahomes, and I love Purdy. They are must-see. Watching Patrick Mahomes and Kelsey do what they do, it's just incredible.
Right. And to me, like the 49ers offense, when they were great, even now, it feels diametrically opposed to what the Ravens do. That's all. I mean, I remember watching the Niners back in the day,
but you still never, even on their heyday,
exciting.
Well, Steve Young was a great one, but you never got what Lamar does. He's one of a kind.
I get it.
It's like high school, but he's playing with the NFL.
Exactly. It is like high school.
You think when you watch him like a little rabbit, he's going to go 80, like every time he touches it. That's exciting to me, Steiny. And he's a two-time MVP.
You guys would never. It's my opinion.
No, right. But can you give us a team currently that you would say, not the Niners, that you like, I'm locked in, Goo? Because I really think, like, I'm mad at you that Baltimore has so much swag and flavor on both sides of the ball, but they don't do it for you.
They don't.
Kansas City?
They're too, like.
All right, Miami. Then Miami, Tua, right? With McDaniel.
Like, I think watching the Baltimore Ravens is somewhat similar to watching the Houston Rockets when they had James Harden.
See, and I love that. And that's why we're different.
That's all.
I love that. Yeah.
I mean, I like how tight the 49ers offense can be, how efficient they can be,
but
how machine-like they can be.
One guy dominates it, though.
Who?
McCaffrey.
Goo.
No, let's be honest.
Nobody dominates a game more than Lamar Jackson.
Right, got you.
Lamar Jackson.
Yeah. My point is, he's blockbuster, man.
I'm not going to deny that he's not a great player. I'm just saying, sometimes watching Baltimore drives me crazy. It just feels like they're not.
I hear you.
I don't know, man.
Let me answer our girl real quick here. The great Lori Matthews, Steiny. Goo, you go on and on about how the Niners have to win a Super Bowl, yet Lamar is terrible in the playoffs. And you find that exciting. Oh, no, Lori, I've come down his road. Steiny and I have had one of our biggest fights. I'm looking at it from a play standpoint. When he has the ball, Lori, he's a threat to go all the way. He's deficient in passing. I'm not afraid to say that. But I do find the good plays, Lori, when he rolls out and finds likely last night to get that touchdown.
Broken play.
But that's the Ravens. And that's like backyard boogie.
Exactly.
I don't think it'll win it all, but when it works, it's like, whoa.
Exactly.
Yeah.
See, I'm different.
2 Chainz.
Well, let's go out to, Philmo Mike. By the way, coming up in 5 minutes, the Gamble of the Week. Gamble of the Week. We'll explain what that is. Philmo, what's going on, my man?
Mike.
Hey, man, the Chiefs offense, Patrick Mahomes is not that captivating. I don't know what guru, I swear. He's a great quarterback.
Mike, that hurt. Wow.
I'd much rather, I swear to God, Steiny just said it. I'd much rather watch the Niners offense. It's much more captivating than seeing Patrick Mahomes do whatever he gonna do. It's a guessing game with the Niners. With Patrick Mahomes, you kind of know what you're gonna get. Yeah, he's good, he's dynamic, he's raw, but it's not like it's not like the Niners. Like, the only thing the Niners have is they don't got the Super Bowl rings. That's the only thing they don't got. But as far as watching a football game, man, the Niners is one. I'm not being a homer. They got a Warrior-esque feel to them. Every time they play, the game is big. Like 3-4 years ago when they played, the game was big. It meant something. The Niners, they don't really get blown out on national television. You know what I'm saying? So when the Niners play, people expect to see quality. Even when we don't play good, we in the game till like the third or fourth quarter.
Mike, so when I call Patrick Mahomes a Steph Curry of quarterbacks, you rebuke that? Like
he ain't no Steph Curry of quarterbacks.
Wow, man, the things
he's not a Steph Curry. He's not. It's Lamar Jackson more Steph Curry to me than Patrick Mahomes.
Nah, Lamar has a ceiling. Patrick Mahomes stays within the lines, man. He buys time. He uses his brain. He's hurt, and he still gets it done, Mike. He's got 3 rings.
Patrick Mahomes is like a LeBron James. It's expected. It's not exciting.
Oh, Mike.
Brock Purdy got more of a Steph Curry feel than Patrick Mahomes because you don't expect it coming from Brock Purdy, the last pick in the draft, white boy from Iowa. Say where the hell he's from. He loves God. He got more of Steph Curry vibes than Patrick Mahomes just because he's light skinned and grew.
No, it ain't got nothing to do with that. What about that?
Try to use the light skin.
Real quick, I've never done this in my life. Use a preseason play in any sport to say, did you see that? The behind the pass Patrick Mahomes did, I think it was a couple weeks before the season started. Don't talk to me about his ability. That's Curry. And it's Curry because he wins. Curry's got 4.
Curry don't even play in the preseason, Guru.
No, I'm just talking about in general, Mike. 4 rings, and your boy's got 3 and been to 4. Lamar ain't been to nothing.
I'm not saying that. I just said Brock Purdy has more of a Steph Curry feel than Patrick Mahomes or Lamar Jackson.
Steiner, you say what to that?
Look it. Go get your food stamp.
I'm looking at
Mike,
Steiner.
thanks for the call, buddy.
Yeah, great that call. Great that.
I love it.
Purdy has more of a Steph Curry, and I love me some Purdy. Come on, man. Well, Patrick Mahomes is God right now on the football field.
Right, maybe that's why he doesn't think he's like Steph Curry.
He's not the biggest dude,
right?
Nor the fastest. He's smart. And Andy Reid said, I can do something with him.
Right.
Kyle picked. Who did he pick? Trey Lance.
Can we put the rat on the table?
Oh, boy. What was Mike's deal there?
Patrick Mahomes is better than Steph Curry.
Now, that's another one. Wow. I need a drink.
I'm leaving.
But that's a cut.
I cannot be associated with this.
Like, that's something, Evan. You just knocked me out. Mike is mad that he lost to the Chiefs twice. I can't believe I didn't figure it out. Brock Purdy is closer to Curry. When Curry goes, he wins.
That's about as.
Hey,
that's
why do you call him Jordan then? You don't call him Curry.
Ill-conceived of a thought as I've heard in a while from you.
Well, Mahomes has lost
since
the Super Bowl
since 12-15.
No, it was 10 when I did my bid about the quarterbacks.
Frank, let's go to Frankie Eyelashes. He's in San Rafael. Frankie Eyelashes, what's going on? Night. All right.
Here we go.
Let's do it.
Explain it.
It's not that hard to explain, and it's not that novel. So the boss said he thinks we should do something with a little making some predictions on a Friday. It's a fun Friday. And here's what we're going to do. And I think you can go to Twitter on our 95.7 The Game page and check it out. But here it is. Guru and I are going to start with 5,000 units. I'll just call them units.
Yeah.
5,000 units.
Well, a unit is a measurement
thank
of dollars.
You, Evan. I didn't want to. Yeah, he's off to a shaky start. But yeah, for $5,000.
$5,000.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing. That's what we agreed upon.
Come on.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
It was hard to potty train you. It had to be.
I used units as a way to be sensitive to anybody out there who may actually have a gambling problem. That's kind of.
If you really meant that, I'm going to give you that.
All right. Guru and I are starting with $5,000. But see, I already have a problem with that because we're not. And if you gave me $5,000, I wouldn't be betting all year. All right. Anyway,
Pitch man
Guru
of the
and
year.
I start out with $5,000.
Let's go.
And each week we make one bet against the spread, and we'll see who has more money at the end of the year, or if we have any at all.
Right, if we even make it.
$5,000, and you can wager anything up to $5,000, depending on how you feel about the game. All right, Guru, who is your first gamble on, and for how much?
Thank you, Evan. $2,000. 2K just came out for the PS5. I'm betting $2,000. I go big. 2K, and it starts tonight in Brazil. And I really believe the Eagles, I don't know what happened in that locker room. Something did. They were 10-1 at one point. I'm telling you, they are going to beat the Packers. They're favored by 2. So 2's a push, 3 will get you the win. 2K on the Birds tonight.
You know what I feel like I should do?
2K.
When he's
just take the Packers.
No, when he's betting.
Damn, Evan.
When he's betting like this, I feel like going the old Price is Right. Okay, fine. I'll bet $1 because he ain't never getting back up to 4,990.
2K early. What you got?
I'm going to bet $500 on the San Francisco 49ers.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't believe in the Jets. I don't.
So it's more, you've been consistent.
I have a feel. I don't know. I got an
Damn.
inkling the Niners could come out and just steamroll. Yeah.
All right.
Well, by the way, we're
4.5.
We're taking spreads. Yes.
Yeah.
So Eagles are -2,
Steiny,
Niners
wow.
are -4.5.
Aaron Rodgers, and what if they don't get pressure on him and he's got time to find Wilson and
my
Brees
bet.
Hall?
What do you care?
I just yeah.
No, I heard that. Did you hear Brandon Tierney on yesterday? Oh boy, what's the face?
Oh
my gosh, what is it with this guy?
My name didn't come up. I was in traffic thinking, okay, it'll come up here. It'll come up here. That was my coach to help me win the contest. We stay in contact. But Dibbs didn't bring me up. I don't want to sound like a diva, but that hurt.
You don't sound like a diva. You sound a little pathetic.
Oh, boy. Dude, I'm like, come on. Dibbs was the coach that went against Tierney, and I was on Tierney's team. Yeah. He checks on me every now and then. I'll check on him.
Brandon Tierney from The Fan in New York was on yesterday.
Our sister station.
Is it?
With Odyssey.
You say that about every other station.
No, I listen to other shows. I'm like, we're damn good.
You don't know that.
Dude, I listen to a lot of radio.
So you know for a fact they're an Odyssey station.
I will bet the rest of the 5K I got, which is 3K. Steiny, I listen to other. You need to start doing that.
What?
Listen to other Steinies in other venues in other states.
Why?
You'll feel better about yourself. There's a lot of stuff out there.
So you're saying if I listen to other radio shows, I'll realize how great I am?
Yeah, like you get a pep in your. We were voted number 7 in the nation last year with national shows in our time slot. And I posted on Facebook.
Nobody voted for anything you're talking about.
Oh, we didn't even make it sometimes. We didn't even get honorable mentions. And all of a sudden we were 7th. Dude.
It's one guy who writes an article. There were no votes. There were no votes.
Not in my mind.
There was no popular
We
vote.
cleaned up in Delaware, Steiny. They like us.
Dude, you could go to Wilmington. You could go to Dover.
You are the
no one
biggest
has
wet
ever
blanket.
heard of you.
Dude, what's with Evan?
Let's go
Giving
to
you
Musa.
love for that.
Moose's in San Jose.
It is kind of funny.
Dude, he says one dude.
It was one dude. And you know what? I don't even respect his opinion.
I think
kidding. Musa in San Jose. Oh, he's coming at you.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. So
Hey,
when
Musa.
Evan first made that comment, I swear I just about did a double take. My eyes were flying in the back of my head. Patrick Mahomes is better in his position than Steph Curry. And then again, I know it was only a few minutes ago, but I really thought about it, and I kind of see where you're coming from.
Dude.
Patrick Mahomes checks all the boxes. Look, he checks every single box on the field from the perspective of being a quarterback. Steph Curry, on the other hand, as great as he is, incredible unanimous season. Again, love the guy for everything he is off the court as well, too.
Right.
He only checks certain boxes on the basketball court. I would say Steph Curry is maybe more like a Peyton Manning. He checks the arm strength boxes, the knowledge on the field, but, there's other things that he may or may not have been lacking. And then maybe Patrick Mahomes is more like a LeBron James. He's got the assist, he's got the massive assists, the points record, 20 years in the league, all the different things. Mahomes has a way to go, but again, he first said that, I just about went crazy. And then I thought about it, I go, it actually makes sense.
No doubt. And I love the chef. If we sit down with the chef, if we get another opportunity, I'm going to say, Steph, somebody called in. Well, Evan. Evan will be right there.
I guess Steph's Lamar Jackson. He's one-dimensional.
Please, he's got 4 rings. He revolutionized the game.
Lamar, 3-point shooting Steph, and that's where it ends.
Steph gets
I'm
other.
kidding.
I know. But Evan, that's a great one. Fillmore Mike was called butthurt. Then Mahomes is not. What? Mike, that's an L. Mike took an L. I'll text him later.
I was kind of with Mike.
In terms of what
I like to
placating to you too. Okay. He knows how you think.
I just find I would rather watch the 49ers offense than the Baltimore Ravens offense.
Okay, all right. That's all. Well, when you do it that way, Stoney, I think you would get to win. More people probably would vote for that. So I'm betting 2K on the Eagles -2 tonight, and you got 500 on the Niners -4.5.
Exactly.
Can't wait we won't know if you're right till Tuesday. My luck. Monday show will be about how I lost, and then you still will be undefeated. God.
You all ready?
I know how you think, man.
You know nothing about me still. I keep things private.
Well, you shocked me about Dr. J today.
Oh, yeah. Why don't you tell people that?
We were having a conversation. I don't know what you and Evan were doing on the Vine Spadoni last night. Somehow Zach LaVine's name came up, and I still lost. Explain that.
Okay, so last night I'm going down a rabbit hole on Instagram or something. Facebook. And I saw, how they have highlight reels of players?
Yeah.
And most of the highlight reels that I watch from the 80s and stuff, I've pretty much seen them all.
Okay.
At least once. Anyway, one caught my eye. Somebody sent out a highlight of Julius Erving.
Man.
And it was about a minute and a half, and it had a bunch of stuff that I either hadn't seen or didn't remember seeing.
So this is new to you.
And I'm watching Erving, and I'm like, holy hell. And I've never said anything other than, no, he's the greatest in-game dunker I've ever seen. That's me, Erving. And so I said, you guys got to check out this highlight reel. This is unbelievable.
Right.
And then Evan writes back. Now, see, this is where Evan can get, I don't get away with stuff like this. People call me on it. When I kid around, Evan goes, Zach LaVine's is better.
And I didn't click on it till this morning, and I go, that little punk. There's no way. I love me some Zach, but Julius Erving,
unbelievable.
The best man. I never knew you thought of that about Dr. J. I thought you hated him so much.
I do
you
hate
wouldn't
him.
even give him that.
I can't stand him.
But you gave him that love.
Yeah, he's the greatest dunker of all time.
And his best days were in the ABA. He was a problem. Go ahead, E.
Real quick before we got a break here. You skipped a part of the conversation in which that joke flew over your head, and you asked if there was any Warriors news concerning Zach LaVine.
Zach LaVine was so off the wall that I didn't even conceive that he was making a joke, that he was actually comparing LaVine to Erving. And so I sent out 4 texts in a row. I'm like, what's going on with LaVine? Are the Warriors getting him? Where's LaVine going?
Daryl Dawkins might be the best in-game dunker along with, now, Evans' era, he said Vince Carter. He's not wrong. But Dominique Wilkins did his dunks in the game on Cats.
Oh, you said Daryl Dawkins.
Yeah, Chocolate Thunder. I got him and Dominique up there for me in game.
Not even close.
Are you?
We got to go.
Oh,
but
boy.
We got to go.
You got lucky.
We got to go, but let me just
Mac McClung better.
Let me just say this to fans before we go. Daryl Dawkins was not one of the greatest dunkers. We got to go. We got to go on 95.7, The Game.
I had been starting to be sick all the time at work, so I went to the doctor.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
Who's Mark Twain anyway?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
It's football season on 95.7 The Game, which means Sunday we're going to have NFL action all day long. First, we got Patriots Bengals at 10, then Raiders at Chargers at 1. You can listen to NFL Week 1 action all day Sunday on The Game. You good?
Yeah, this is normally when. No, you were phenomenal with that, Reed. This is usually when you ask me, "Hey, Goo, what do you got this weekend?"
I was gonna talk about myself.
No, okay, I'll answer and throw it back to you.
What do you got this weekend?
Just watching football, bud. Starting tonight to all day tomorrow, Sunday. Kids gone, no responsibilities. Wife hates me. It's all good, buddy. Me and the 85-inch.
Okay.
Like, I'm excited.
I know you are. You were excited for Randy Cross.
Oh, what else? There was something else.
You're really excited for the debate on Tuesday.
Now, I can't wait for that, man. Evan knew nothing about that.
All right.
Evan does politics. Well, he works here.
Do we have any psychologists or psychiatrists out there? Because I tell you what, this is unbelievable, and I've had a rash of these lately. Goo, I went to college almost 40 years ago.
Okay.
All right? 40 years ago. All right? I go to sleep last night, and for like the 10th time in the last year, 6 months, I have a dream. This one's a little different, but the same theme. I'm laying on the beach. Okay? I'm laying on a beach towel. And I pop up in the dream, and I'm like, oh, my God, I forgot to hand in my paper.
Wow.
And so I had the paper done somewhere in this dream, but I didn't have it. I didn't know where it was. And then I couldn't figure out where to take the paper because I wasn't sure who the professor of the class was. And so I bump into Susan, in my dream, and say, "Hey, you remember who were our sociology professors in college?" And she's like, "I can't remember." I'm like, "God, didn't they have? There was a Professor K, I think." And she's like, "Yeah, I kind of remember that." And I'm like, "Yeah, but it wasn't him." And she's like, "Well, I don't know." And then out of nowhere, here comes Dibley. And I say, and I'm like, "Dibs, he didn't even go to my college."
Yeah.
And I'm asking Dibs, what's the name of that professor that I had to do this paper for? And he comes up and says something like, Buchwald? And I'm like, no, it wasn't Buchwald. And then he goes, was it Professor Vane? And I'm like, no, it wasn't Professor Vane. And then I woke up.
Wow, man. You know what time you woke up?
No. I have these dreams all the time about a test being unprepared for, a paper that's late, and I can never do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I can never do it.
A lot of people saying awkward, Dibs was in your dream, but it happens.
I can never find that paper and hand it in and then go back to the beach.
Of all the things to dream about, dude, our minds are powerful.
Gonna need Freud.
Man.
Childhood trauma.
Wow.
Answer for everything.
Yeah, I mean, that may be it. That may be it. Hey, fun show today, Goo.
Yeah, except when you yelled at me. I still haven't gotten an apology. I'll get that.
Do you know what gaslighting is?
I don't like that term.
That's what you just did. You just gaslit.
I get loud naturally when I'm in defense mode.
I did not.
But you have a way. You know this about your voice.
No, I yelled.
You say stuff, hey, it's not fact, but you say it like it's fact. And then when somebody like myself say what they have to say is not fact, it's like poison. It's like, yeah.
Don't make me do this. I found the Kyle Shanahan quote.
Oh, no, I
from
never.
2018.
I remember it.
Saying a quarterback must be able to make plays in the pocket. If he can't make plays in the pocket, I have no use for him.
Gotcha. But you do understand.
I made that up. But he always talks about.
But he doesn't always draft.
Got to make plays in the pocket.
Capital.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't bring his name up. Don't bring up our dual threat quarterback's
He's still in the
name.
league, though.
No, exactly.
Yeah. How you doing on fantasy?
What's that?
It's getting tired.
I have Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, but when you're in 6 leagues, it's getting tired.
No,
checking the score.
You think?
I was like, good God.
650 Steiny, it means you're coming to the realization of your older age and the projects you never finished since you've been coasting. Time to write that book.
Wow, man.
Huh.
Can't do it.
I went down your Facebook page.
What's that?
I went down your Facebook page looking for that audio of what I talked about yesterday on the show about when you had that Twain, that Eastern Twain.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, I'm on there more like it's my Facebook. I had to delete because I always at you when we used to do shows. I would at you on Facebook and tell people to listen. It was weird seeing. I'm like, good God, you think I'm part of his family? So I deleted a lot.
I mean, dude, I found it.
There's no way you found it.
Yeah, yes, of course. It's the
now
best.
we gotta wait to
what?
The boss asked you in the meeting, hey, can you find the audio?
And I said probably.
But you were lazy. You didn't even open the thing up. You would have found it.
You know why?
Where was it at? Not Facebook, because I went looking for
YouTube.
Oh, it's
on YouTube.
I didn't go to
It's almost like you didn't turn in your paper.
Yeah, no doubt. Just coasting.
Oh, by the way, 925, Goo, 3 leagues is the max.
You know what? That's
leagues.
it. Yeah.
Not 5, not 6.
And then what about this? What does this say about my character? You tell me too, Evan. This is true story. I'm going to shout this guy out. All right, real quick. Come on now.
Yeah, I mean,
Joshua Hutchinson says, hey, Guru.
JH, yeah.
I don't know him.
J Hutch.
He says, Guru, I need your help, man.
Oh, boy.
One of my buddies lost his mom. His mom passed. We're trying to get a league assembled, and we'd love to have you in it. I know you're in a lot of leagues. Can you do it? Sure. So I'm in 7 leagues, but no money on that one.
Yay.
Evan,
that's nice of you, Gil.
Yeah, that's worth something at the cafeteria, right? Not that I do things like that for.
Well, not from us, but.
Right. Oh,
hey,
boy.
it's 2 minutes before the crossover, and
get me out of here.
We should have a new segment, Goo. At 1:40 every day, you and I try to guess what Willard and Dibley will correct us on, or will tell us what we did wrong.
I can do it now.
Or where we're off base.
Lamar would not win a chip with Kyle. He's not a better fit for the Niner offense than Brock Purdy. Willard's coming in hot on that, I believe.
Willard's going to – I got Willard agreeing with me.
Oh, no doubt.
Because he loves the Niners.
Yeah,
so
no
much.
doubt. That's what I was saying. Yeah. And he's pro Brock.
You know what? That would be a fun game.
Yeah.
Because those two they come in every day. Hey, nice show, but
what you were trying to say.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. I'm scared of Willard.
He butters us up with, hey, I was listening walking the dog.
Exactly.
Let me tell you, Goo, what you were trying to say.
That dog Penny.
I love
All
Willard.
right, coming up next, it's the crossover with the two guys who love to correct us on 95.7 The Game.
What's up? It's your boy Guru here on a Friday to tell you.
Here you go.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Well, a little bad news for the station. Apparently, we've just lost the Prize Picks account.
Oh, wait, what happened?
What happened?
Are you judging his live read?
Oh no, I'll call myself flawless. I had a moment, and then he's over there laughing that made it worse. I start laughing.
I wasn't laughing. I actually turned my head.
But he wants to go public with it. Well, it went public, but you want the post-game presser, huh?
Well, anyway, it's a crossover.
Yeah, as a guy who has 5 live reads on the station right now, and I'll see you in the aisles with Mark at Safeway, the more you flub up, the better it is, because now they got added value by your partner trying to defame you and disrespect the good people at Prize Picks. And I'm going to go back and listen to your Prize Pick of the week because you're doing a great job on freshening it up, doing picks on the fly.
Jalen Hurts tonight with more than 48 rushing yards in Brazil.
I like it.
No, his center has retired. I'm interested to see if this brotherly shove still works the same way it did before.
Wow.
No Jason Kelsey, who wants Jalen Hurts to be a better leader, apparently.
And then what about the response? Did you hear that from Hurts saying that Kelsey impeded his growth as a quarterback because he would call out what the defense was doing, and that got in his way, and he didn't like it. So I said, why would you say that before the game tonight when everybody's going to watch? If now you're doing it.
That's also the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life.
They're killing. He got killed all morning long. He's been getting killed.
Has anybody ever had a job in their life where they're like, that guy helped me too much?
Man.
So I'm mad at him. I would be better at my job if he hadn't helped me so much when I was young.
Yeah, Jalen,
what a stupid.
He's headed down the wrong. I believe
that's a weird thing to say.
Could be. This whole year feels like it's Nick versus Jalen, and it starts tonight.
They were 10-1 last year and flamed out. Think about that. And got whooped in the playoffs.
Won one more game.
Yeah, he had lost to Tampa. Something's bad in
I don't know what to do with that team. Dibs and I were talking about it yesterday. I know that everyone looks at their roster.
Now that they got talent.
Right, and their memory goes to a certain spot last year, but they've just decided the Eagles are good, and I'm like, are they?
Steiny's friends in Philly, they're not. You said they're out on Hurts.
They're skeptical.
Yeah. I think that's fair.
They're not crazy about him. Let's put it that way.
Wow. Do you want to know what Jalen Hurts is? Jalen Hurts right now is the poster player in the NFL for someone who gets elevated in the minds of the fans about football because he's good at fantasy. Like, I think he is the absolute poster for it. He was the QB 2 or 3 in fantasy football across the whole league. Go look at his stats as a quarterback. Like, take the brotherly shove away.
Yeah.
Take your 1-yard touchdown runs, your 12 of them, and what are you sitting there left with? His numbers don't even come anywhere near the other top QBs in the league.
Dibs and I were at your house for that Super Bowl where he was phenomenal outside of the fumble, the scoop and score. Dibs, he was. I thought I had to apologize to him. And it's gone the other way since.
Yeah, and Lamar Jackson's another one where you look at what he does, and it looks like everything's remarkable. And then you get down to the end, and he needs to make a play, and a very
easy play. Can we say an easy play? Flowers was wide open, and likely good quarterbacks that get paid handsomely, like Lamar, make that throw. He missed 2 of them.
Well, the fact that he wasn't even throwing that ball to Zay Flowers is the other part of it. I don't know if you saw the quotes after the game, but he was not throwing that ball to Zay. He was throwing it to the guy who was double-teamed across the field.
There's no...
The look on your face is the same one I had last night.
Do we have the audio, Brandon?
Is he
Lamar Jackson post-game?
Dibs is absolutely right, and Dibs is hot. Dibs is hot at Lamar because...
Not hot at all. I'm actually more hot on you for rushing to defend him last night. Zay needs to sit down in the zone.
That's how I saw it.
I turned off phrase.
I turned off my phone, and I went to bed.
I thought...
I was hot.
I thought Lamar... thought that Zay was going to stop.
Willard.
And he kept running.
No, but did you say sit down?
Yeah, I said he should stop.
That's sit down.
I should stop.
Because that would have been unbelievable football jargon.
No, stop. Like find the open spot and take a seat.
So he says that ball was not meant for Flowers.
But then he blew my point up by doing a post game. He's like, that's not who I was throwing the ball to.
And they're not my kryptonite.
He's like, I was throwing the ball to somebody who wasn't even on your TV screen.
Wow.
I'm like, what?
All right, Lamar.
Yeah. So no, Dib's right.
He thought Zay would sit in zone, which he should have.
Yeah.
So it wasn't stop. He was talking about sitting in the
I didn't tell him
zone.
to sit down.
You gotta sit in that
Literally
zone.
sit down,
You
but
gotta sit.
you gotta sit.
You gotta sit. Like
Well, if
like
Lamar's
a
your
dog.
quarterback, apparently you have to do cartwheels and jumping jacks
Apparently,
and send
yeah.
him an email.
Right.
Lamar, this is Zay. I'm currently open. Could you throw it?
And
I'm
he's a
sitting in
chicken
the
nugget
zone.
away from being the guy that throws the bad ball to the receiver and then throws his hands up when it's incomplete. Like, it was your fault, Steiny, please. Man.
That was an experience last night, man.
What a fun game and watch
That was a
football's
great game.
king.
Great
And we
take.
got one tonight.
Of course.
Yep.
You
Of
guys will be
course.
on air first a little bit.
Yeah, a
Well,
little
we
bit.
missed the first quarter. Yeah.
If we get weather delay like last night,
Yeah,
that'd
that
be
was
cool.
When did
helpful.
that happen?
Push
That was
that out.
helpful. I don't know, but
It
I'm in
happened about
favor of it.
3:30. I actually
College
looked at the
had
TV.
that too last week.
Yeah, and it was absolute. It was a deluge. And then next thing you know, the pregame show was not in their cute little set at the 40-yard line, but they were in the tunnel. And that's when I thought, oh, this is a little bit odd. It must be a lot of rain. And next thing you know, they pushed that thing back.
Well, and I got mad at it when he first said it because I was like, wait a minute. Like, you know, it's like, why is the game delayed? And
It's not baseball.
Tibbs goes, weather. I'm like, when did weather? I'm like, is this now what we're doing for the Chiefs?
Okay.
When rain falls there, we don't have to play football? Like, weather doesn't stop the game.
Yeah.
If people can't get to their seats, whatever. I still don't know what the hell was going on. Was it lightning?
Yeah, most likely. Lightning.
Most likely.
Well,
But
it
we
doesn't
do-
have to be actual lightning. If there is a thunderstorm activity in the
Electricity
area,
in the air.
they're
I
going
get
to
it.
take
In the
all
70s,
precautions.
that game is played, Will, if it starts.
Come on,
No
I
doubt.
love it. I love
No
it. The
doubt.
NFL is going to take all precautions. That's what they do.
Real quick
Safety
here,
first,
about
always.
that game, I'm telling you, I saw a defensive coordinator call a timeout.
That's what it looked like.
That is insane.
Right.
Spags called the
no.
timeout.
No, it's not
Did they-
insane.
Why
It's
is it
illegal.
insane?
Did they
It's
give it?
illegal.
Okay.
Did they
Then it's
award
illegal.
him the timeout?
Yeah, they gave it to him.
I saw that Andy Reid was also calling timeout at the same time.
No, this
Until we
was,
see the all 22, we won't
Yeah,
fully
exactly.
know.
we saw it.
You're right. You're right. Like
Andy
when
Reid was also calling timeout.
Oh, do we know that? I don't
I
know
saw
that.
That's
the
what the
ref
reports
look at
were.
Spags,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
Steiny went time, and he granted it. And
He's like a head
everybody
coach.
went crazy.
Right.
Now I hope that
If that happened that way, then that's an officiating error because the assistant coach cannot call timeout. And if you want to advocate for a 15-yard penalty, miss me with that because every time a coach dresses down a side judge, a line judge, or a back judge, nobody ever asks for a 15. So should he have gotten a timeout if that's the way it went?
couldn't
No,
believe it.
but you're not going to crack him for 15.
they want Taylor Swift to win. That's
the
why
rule.
they didn't throw the
Sure,
flag.
that's the rule. If you want to play that's the rule, then
No, but
we can
you're-
throw a
but-
flag on every play.
No, because you're crossing subjectivity and objectivity. Like that's
Everything is subjectivity.
No, an assistant,
there is no objectivity.
No, an assistant coach. That's a fact. That is not at all
Right.
anything about anything else. That is whether your foot hit the base before the ball caught in the glove or not. It's a yes
Right.
or a no. If you granted a timeout from a defensive coordinator, that is 15 yards.
He
and
shouldn't
there's
even
no
be calling for
conversation
one.
to have.
He
there.
shouldn't even
there
be
is.
calling for
There
one.
is a
I get what
lot
you're
of
saying.
conversation
No,
to have
I
there.
get the concept of what you're saying.
Yeah.
But some things are black and white and some aren't. And this one is black
And
and,
everything that you think is black and white is actually gray.
No, it's
in
not.
its very essence.
How?
Because if the camera angle last night on the last play of the game was not definitive, if they didn't have that angle, if it was just a garden variety game and maybe that camera went down and they didn't have that line that showed the toe on the out of bounds and they didn't have that angle, the touchdown would have stood.
I understand
even
that,
though
but
he was
that-
out of bounds.
that
so
is-
black and white is gray almost every time.
First of all, that's a kind of an odd place to take it. We do have all the camera angles
Well,
now.
you've got linemen
That's the
lining
place.
up offsides, and they either call it or they don't call
I
it.
would-
That's
yeah,
black and white.
No, it's not.
It's gray.
No, that's
Exactly.
that's first of all, that's completely different and much harder to see. I don't know why. Why do you defend this stuff?
Why do you
I
why
know
do you
that
go on the offense
I
with
know-
it? I don't understand why
Because,
you
first
why
of
you
all-
want a flag on an assistant coach for calling a timeout.
First of all,
That fascinates me.
I already put it as a hypothetical because I can't see all the camera angles and I have no idea if Andy Reid called it. But what your comparison was is let's say Andy didn't call the timeout. You're saying Spags getting a timeout granted and not being flagged. By the way, granted and not flagged. That's two mistakes. You're going to liken that to whether or not someone yelled at someone too much? Like, My God, those aren't even on the same planet.
They're actually the exact same thing, where you can adjudicate anything that you want to do. And if it's, a lineman lining up in the neutral zone,
oh my God,
you don't call it every time, or an offensive lineman too far in the backfield.
Get called.
Right. And is that not also black and white, where you can clearly see that a guy's not on the offensive line?
You cannot clearly see it. You don't have a ruler. But Steve Spagnuolo did not look like Andy Reid. He's Steve Spagnuolo.
Yeah, a little different body type.
This be like someone mistaking you for goo. Like, you can't, this is as plain as day. Like, Steve Spagnuolo calls a timeout, that's a penalty. Yeah. Period.
Sure.
There's no discussion.
Yeah.
There's no, I missed that. There's no, I thought this happened. That was Steve Spagnuolo. Like, why would you pick that?
Why do you pick that?
Because it's
I'll answer your question with a question. Because there's other things that are so obvious that we don't also call. Well, and that's where you pick and choose what you want to pick and choose. And if you want to die on this hill, you can.
I'm not going to die on this hill.
When you've got coaches on the field all the time, you got coaches outside the 20-yard line. These are all things that we can see, but we don't enforce those.
Why does this hit you in that muscle all the time? You defend them every time, no matter what.
It fascinates me that people come in.
You're making me sound like the all-in-one. You come
in after every single game, and
No, I don't.
I'm going to mark the tape.
Go ahead.
So far, one game out of 272, and you've brought officials' concerns. You're 1 for 1.
I didn't even bring this up. I'm actually more interested in you. Why would you look at that and go, not their fault? Why? That's so their fault.
I'm not saying it's their fault. I'm saying I do not want them to throw a 15-yard flag on a coach calling timeout that would change the course of the game.
So you're saying you're saying if Reid didn't call the timeout at the same time.
Which I don't know. But that one is so, if it actually went down that way, I don't know.
That's an infraction.
It's indefensible.
Yeah, it's
completely indefensible.
It's completely unnecessary to change the course of the game and throw a 15-yard flag on that.
Now you're throwing your morality on the rule book, which is odd because you never do that.
Which is what every single official does throughout every single play of the game. You throw in your own judgment. That's what officiating is.
You're flat out not allowed to do it. It's like having 12 men on the field and being like, well, we don't care about it this time. It's okay.
It's funny how you pick and choose.
I'm not picking and choosing.
You're totally picking and choosing because every single unsportsmanlike action is subject to the official's judgment. Yeah. Whether it's cursing out a ref or a coach going out of the 20-yard line or a coach going on the field, all those things could be enforced, but they're not.
When was the coach going out on the field not enforced?
It's almost never enforced.
Yeah, I just
unless they make contact with the official, then they flag it.
I'm actually very much on the human side, and so I get that these are just people. But if your stance and that ref's stance is, I didn't know that was Steve Spagnuolo. I thought that person who is half of Andy Reid's size was Andy Reid. That's what I thought. Well, hey, human error. Okay, I don't think that's what happened. That's odd to me. Why or how we can even defend that? That makes no sense to me at all.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I got to do it. Got spiders? Atco Pest Control is here to help. They specialize in eradicating those 8-legged intruders with precision and care, like Brock Purdy throwing a ball over the middle. Don't let spiders take over. Go to AtcoPestControl.com and reclaim your space.
By the way, Rex Ryan in 15 minutes.
We got to get out of here early.
Yeah. Rex Ryan's in 15 minutes.
2:08 is what Mark Grandy said.
Yeah.
All right. Good. What's bugging?
Tom Brady. I cannot wait to just hear how he sounds. I'm mad he's getting 300. I don't know if you guys are familiar. 10 years, $375 million. He's got job security out the yin yang. I'm just so mad for guys like Olsen. And I don't think Brady's going to be any good, but announcers do matter to me, Mark. And I just hate the fact that he was so great on the field that they just shoved him down our throats. And I can't wait. I'm a be fair, but I just hate that there's no job. He has job security. Like, you didn't earn this. And Olsen and Burkhardt were great. They were my favorites. I would watch the Niners playoff games because they did them all. They were spectacular, and I just feel bad that there's no Olsen. I know he's on the B team, third or fourth team, But Tom, you better bring it. And I hate the world we live in that he just gets gifted this scholarship of an important role in my Sundays. And I don't think he's going to be any good.
What if you love him?
I will come in here Monday and say I love him.
Are you open-minded to that?
But I'm still bothered that you're getting $375 million to do color.
Well, that feels a little bit like pocket counting to me.
Well,
and honestly,
I learned from the best.
I don't think that any of those color commentators, quote, earned it. Like Greg Olson didn't go and do MAC games on Tuesday night MACtion.
He was good on the call
from the jump.
From the
he
jump.
got the gig. He got the gig handed to him, and much like a lot of these guys, like Troy Aikman, never went and beat the bushes doing high school. Right. He got the same treatment. They all get this treatment. What's bugging you is that Brady's getting $375 for it.
You think I'm not like Steiny, a pocket watcher, but that is a lot of chicken to be unproven.
Yeah, but did he not earn it? He's the greatest quarterback of all time. Is that not earning it?
We're talking about commentator now.
Yeah.
Madden and Summerall. Yeah, but come on.
I don't know.
But I get it. Like LeBron got Bronny a job that he didn't deserve. I get it. When you're great, you get this.
Yeah.
I understand, Stotty. Don't you look at me like that. I get it, Mark. Nepotism, right?
Well, I mean,
he didn't earn this. And I don't even think he wants to do it.
He earned it more than somebody who gets it through nepotism. Took a lot of hits out on their field.
I'm listening Sunday, boy.
Yeah.
I can't wait.
I'll go quick.
All right.
What's bugging me is the Buffalo Bills.
Why?
What? Because they traded the pick to the Kansas City Chiefs. They got them Xavier Worthy.
Wow.
This is going to be a problem.
Oh, it's all right.
This is absolutely going to be a problem. Xavier Worthy to Patrick Mahomes to me is like when your ex shows up
and
at
Hollywood
the party.
Brown wasn't even on the field.
Your ex shows up with a model, and you're looking at it like, wait a minute, you were already amazing, and now you've got baby Tyreek Hill.
I thought of Steve Young when he said that was the chance to get the Chiefs.
I thought of the same thing. Yeah. That's going to be a problem.
That's what he meant, Steiny.
That's going to be. And Andy Reid calling plays.
You had your chance to get the Chiefs. They got speed, dude.
Yeah, a lot of speed.
That's all.
A lot of speed.
Yep.
I'll go next. It's simple. It's Uber and Lyft drivers and their erratic techniques. When you have a cab, you know that the cab, you can see it, yellow cab, green cab, red cab, whatever. You see a cab, you know what they might potentially be doing from a driving standpoint. Erratic, sudden stops, swerving, wild lane changes. Uber and Lyft, I can't see you coming unless I squint and try to see your sticker in the back. I don't know what you're doing. So when you cut me off on California and Drum because you want to go 2 lanes over and then now you're in front of me waiting for pedestrians, you get in the horn.
Dibs, I told you about the horn, man.
No, I'm back. I was off for about 2 months. I was off for 2 months, and then yesterday I laid into one.
Oh, Dibs, okay.
God, it felt so good. And then this morning I had a second one. I had some guy give me the single digit out the window.
You had 2 horns today?
No, yesterday and then today. Today's was a freebie because you know when you get to you're merging from 580. Those people who wait for the last second to cut over to go on 80 by IKEA. You're getting the horn.
Yes, all right.
This guy today. He got the horn and he gave me your number 1 out the window. And I was like, that's fine. I got you. I got you to react. Score 1 for the dibber. And I'm on to the city. Back to Steiny.
Lay off the horn, man.
That's one of the great moments in Monday Night Football. I think it was an Oilers game, and the crowd, the camera panned to a guy.
No.
And the guy looked right in the camera and gave the camera the finger. And Cosell, without missing a beat, goes, "There's a fan who thinks his team is number 1."
That's right. I'll probably YouTube that. That is great.
That's really good.
That is a 5.
What's bugging you, Steiny? Other than every member of our audience.
Or me.
Based on Wednesday's show.
Is it actually on the legal pad? Look at you. You're shuffling through papers looking for something that's bugging you. Why don't you search your heart?
All right,
That's funny.
Man has a way
Why
of
do you
words.
search your heart?
Don't
that
look
was
at
good.
Me, look at him.
Look at me. I'm the one laughing. That was very funny. Rex Ryan in 7 minutes. Go ahead.
Let's see.
What is it about Willow?
Curry got overpaid. Earthquakes in the dump.
What you got?
Sharks training camp 4 weeks away. Carry the 2.
Now, you know what's bugging me?
Talk to me.
Other than us?
Totally.
Oh, you guys aren't bugging me.
Oh, okay.
This is contrived. Okay, so what's bugging me is all these fans who are whining about directed parking at the 49ers games.
But you understood yesterday.
Can we put the rat on the table?
Ratco.
Why?
I'm headed out there.
Why are fans mad? Because they can't drink with their friends. That's why. It's got nothing to do with the share. It's got nothing to do with loud music. They're mad because they can't drink as much.
But I think you would understand that.
He should understand it, having been a veteran of many a tailgate.
49er fans are mad. They can't drink more.
It'd be like if the old ship closed. Like
Willard, I'm floored.
Yeah, that's a good reason.
You don't
isn't
mean
it?
this,
No,
right?
it would be like if the old ship.
said it was contrived.
If the old ship sat you based on how you arrived.
There you go.
You know, there
we
you
got
have
to
it.
the root of it. Yeah.
Said it was
I
contrived.
was like,
All
that
right.
man.
He had to make something up.
Didn't do his homework.
Like
He had to
Tyson said,
panic.
I don't like boxing, Mark.
I don't know.
How's a one, man?
Oh my, that's right. It's
Oh,
208.
all right, here we go. Rex Ryan.
Somebody on the text line said when you guys were getting into it, Steinmetz is ready to say, all right, gents.
Yeah.
Okay,
That was
95-7 the game. Rex Ryan coming up in about 5.
Where did that debate happen?
On 95-7 the game.
Exactly.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
That's an amazing parting shot as Goo leaves the building. Hey, have a good weekend, but lose your fantasy game.
Well, that wasn't his parting shot. He'll be back.
Well, of course. Why?
No.
What did he leave?
His phone.
His phone.
Yeah.
He will be back. He will be back.
And where will he be back?
On 95.7 the game.
you.
Yeah.
Can we go home now?
Dude, leaving a room without your phone is officially embarrassing now. It's embarrassing. It's like walking out of the house without shoes. People are like, how the hell do you do that? See? Hi, Goo.
Come on over.
Come on over. There's your phone. There's your phone.
Old age, baby. Old age.
I mean,
senior moment.
That was almost as funny as yesterday when we walked in here and he goes, you and me, we start fantasy tonight. I go, oh, we do? Who do you got? He goes, I got no one. And I go, neither do I. So I guess we don't start tonight. Till I got home and realized he had 2 players, actually.
That's
in last
funny.
night's game and thought he had none. So anyway,
I forgot who I was playing, and it turns out it's Grandy and Dibs.
Oh, you guys are playing each other?
That's why I was rooting against Derrick Henry so
I was
hard.
wondering why that felt personal. And
It
then
was. It
on
was.
Well, I thought it felt actually personal, not fantasy based. I thought it was like he's just anti-Dibs in
just
general.
fantasy. Yeah.
And then I looked on the way home. I'm like, oh my God, I'm playing Grandy.
You know, a little both, maybe.
Because you're like,
you know.
your team is like Puka Nakuas or something.
Puka Shells,
Puka
yeah.
Shells,
Puka
the
Shells.
Puka Shells.
The Puka Shells.
I forgot who that was, and then I clicked on the name, and it's like Mark with a C, and I was like, oh, no wonder why.
Oh.
He doesn't just hate me.
No.
He just hates me more this
He's
week
got
than usual.
multiple reasons to hate you.
Exactly.
All right, so yeah, Rex Ryan in 5 minutes. How did that one make you feel last night? Because to me, that was like a 49er fan, you had some feelings if you watched that. It was the team that you did play versus the team you were supposed to play, who also played you on Christmas and embarrassed you there. And they went up and down the field on one another. And I got to imagine there were some emotions there. How did 49er fans, how did that one make you feel? What emotions came out of that?
I'm sure a number of emotions. One, for me, was envy of Kansas City, and also a little bit of frustration that they didn't get Kansas City last year because now they look better. And Xavier Worthy, for all his speed, big deal. What can you do with it? Oh, you can do that. End around. And then the other touchdown, whatever. I mean, that was a walk-in broken coverage. That had nothing to do with his ability. But still, the fact that your rookie came out and scored twice and you don't even have Hollywood Brown yet. You look faster than you did last year when you just had Rashee Rice. And even if they lose Rice to suspension, they're still going to be just fine. That's kind of the feeling I took away from the Kansas City side of it. And from Baltimore, it made me think, also like, man, if you had Baltimore in the Super Bowl, you had a chance because Lamar Jackson, for whatever gifts he has, which are innumerable, he doesn't seem to have the ability to come through in the biggest moments and win the big games.
That's an interesting one. I mean, obviously, he's won some big games. I know the reputation about how it feels at the end. I don't know, man. Like, I look at it also, and the trenches for the Chiefs and Ravens yesterday didn't look that great. They really didn't. Their offensive lines, and we'll ask this to Rex Ryan, I bet any coach out there would say, if you could have one position group really, really work out, which would it be? And they may say quarterback, if that counts as a position group. But larger issue, I tend to think football teams look good when their offensive line looks good. And last night, you did not have great offensive line play, but your quarterbacking is so great that you're able to sort of mask it and still function. But yeah, I'm with you. And Xavier Worthy only had 1 run and 3 targets.
Right.
2 catches. But he had a huge imprint on the game, and for that to be his very first NFL game, that just looks like a toy that Andy Reid did not need from the perspective of a 49er fan.
Exactly, and yet he's a rookie, and you figure he's only going to get better, and as long as he stays healthy, that speed is something that almost no other human being in the NFL has, and so it becomes even a greater challenge when you're trying to scheme against that because – Worthy on the end around or the jet sweep, the amount of speed he has getting to the edge is going to pose problems. And I look on the other side in Baltimore, their offensive line, they struggled. The Chiefs O-line, it struggled. And I wonder if part of that isn't a byproduct of what we do now in the preseason, which is we don't play a lot of football together. Yeah. And I think about that in terms of the Niners where Trent didn't play and the whole O-line never played a snap together. And so are we expecting them to come out and be a really strong, cohesive unit from week 1? That's a big ask, yeah.
Better be.
But probably won't be.
Going up against a really good defensive line on Monday night. I was reminded in thinking about the Niner-Jet game, I was reminded of how we felt when the Niners were going into Pittsburgh last year. And there was all kinds of doubt. There's less doubt this time around because this time 49er fans are not like, can Brock throw? Is his arm attached? Are we doing this? Like we don't feel ready, and you just didn't know where that was going to go. And then they came out and looked absolutely impeccable. Like they just played a beautiful football game, and it was over. It was over after 3 quarters. They run away from Pittsburgh. Is it going to look again like that this time around? I don't know. I think the Jets are good. I think they are. They offer a lot of talent in big positions. I don't really know exactly what to think about Aaron Rodgers. But anyway, that's getting ahead of ourselves. I think there's a lot of meat on the bone in terms of not only how you felt watching these 2 teams play, but the assessment of the quarterback play, which was, I don't know, what word would you use? Like, they were both good.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think either one of them were great last night, but man, like that. We may end up this year, and I do think this is going to end up being that conversation. We're no longer asking if Brock Purdy is good. It's kind of like, can he be great? Can he be one of those guys?
Right.
Even though you thought Lamar was wobbly, he's still like, both guys are 2-time MVPs.
Sure. And wobbly is too strong, but when it came time to win the game and make the play, he didn't make the play. He had a wide open receiver that he didn't see.
Yep.
And he whizzed it through the back of the end zone, and then he connected with Lively in the back of the end zone, and he was an inch or 2 out of bounds, and that's a tough break. So he did make that throw, and he made a bunch of throws. But the way they drove down the field at the end of the game felt to me a little bit like Madden, where Lamar gets back there, feels the pressure, and he knows that his best foot forward is to run. So Lamar is still, I think, too much for my liking in a run-first mindset. And in that last drive, you saw that it was a lot of runs. It was some passes, and he moved him down the field, but then he didn't cash it in. So I don't think wobbly is fair, but he is not the kind of quarterback I think that is going to, at least so far in his career, he has not shown that he can win those big games.
Well, let's talk about that. Like, stylistically, is there something there on Lamar Jackson? And then we can transfer it to, like, stylistically, what kind of quarterback do you really, really want to have? And keep out of the conversation, well, you want Mahomes. Right. So you can't have him.
Right.
He's a Chief. But I do think that as other teams are building rosters, like right now, there's a lot of attention on the Bears and the Commanders. And even, Belichick is having debates on national TV yesterday about whether or not Caleb Williams actually looked good in the preseason. He's like, you all saw the highlight throws, but he had a 50% completion percentage in the preseason. So half of his throws were incomplete. Look, incredibly small sample, but I think this is kind of what nobody would say you want an immobile quarterback, but do you want a quarterback who runs that often? My answer would be I want a quarterback who can run, but usually doesn't have to.
Yeah.
And that's Mahomes. And sometimes Josh Allen.
Exactly.
But not Lamar. Like he's great for your fantasy team, but he runs too much.
Agreed. And I'm looking right now at the top 10 all-time in quarterback rush yards. How many of the top 10 all-time in quarterback rushing yards do you think have a Super Bowl title? Of the top 10 all-time.
Of the top 10 all-time rushing quarterbacks?
Rushing yardage, yeah. Of the top 10, how many of them have rings? And this is where I was thinking about it with Lamar Jackson, because I'll spoil the bit and say he's number 3 all-time in quarterback rush yards.
Man, so that's 0. Randall Cunningham is probably on that
number
list.
Number 5,
he didn't
no
win.
ring.
Yeah. Is Steve Young on the list?
Number 6 with a ring.
Okay, so that's the one ring that came to mind was that one. Is it
I
one?
love it. You're doing great. No, there's 2 more that have rings.
2 more rings?
Number 4 in rush yards and number 10 in rush yards.
Oh, gosh. Oh, that's tough. Now you're making me think about like all the Super Bowls.
Well, I'll give you a couple of the guys who are on the list who don't have rings. Michael Vick is number 1.
Uh-huh.
Cam Newton is number 2. And then number 4 has a ring. You mentioned Cunningham at 5, Young at 6. Fran Tarkenton's a tough one at 7.
If we're going to go back that.
You mentioned Josh Allen. He's 8th.
Okay, no ring.
Steve McNair, rest in peace, is 9 with no ring. The other 2, Russell Wilson, number 4, and Aaron Rodgers, number 10.
Is he really number 10
Just past
all
Donovan
time?
McNabb, yeah.
Holy crap, I never would have guessed that he was top 10.
So I guess it's a long way for me to say that, run-first quarterbacks don't have a great level of success in winning Super Bowls, and I still think that Lamar is too much in that camp for my liking.
Yeah. And by the way, that's not because it's not fun to watch.
Oh, so fun.
It's not because it's not effective a lot of the time in certain spaces. But like Lamar last night was actually at times putting his shoulder down and pushing people. And I will forever believe that it's the wrong thing to do for a quarterback to take hits. And that's my only reasoning there. It's not that it's not an incredible weapon. It's not that it's not fun. It's not that it's not any of those things. I just think it shortens careers and you miss too many games and all of those things. And, this is now me guessing, but let's throw this into the discussion. When does Lamar Jackson have the most trouble in an NFL season?
Late in the year, January.
There you go.
Yeah.
Now, could that be because dude is worn the hell out? Can you throw the ball 35 times and rush for $120?
41 and 16.
Do you know what that must feel like? Do you know what he woke up feeling like today? How many years has he been doing this now? Where are we, 7 or 8?
Yeah.
2 MVPs. He's phenomenal. Don't take any of this as a shot at Lamar. I just don't know what the real sustainability is for it, both in a career and in a season.
73 plays last night for Baltimore. 57 of them involved him throwing or running. 41 throws, 16 carries. It had me thinking about James Harden a little bit, about, the ball dominance and how every time Harden gets the ball, he's going to try to score. 57 of 73 plays involved him either running for it or throwing for it. That's a heavy load now.
There is no NFL team I've seen that relies on one player like the Baltimore Ravens rely on Lamar. Bonte tweeted out something last night that I thought was a very good observation. And he goes, doesn't it always feel like Baltimore needs another receiver? And I was like, gosh, it does.
Yeah.
And they draft him high, And then they put him out there, and they may work, they may not. Zay Flowers looks like a hit, but once again, whether it goes from Zay Flowers to OBJ, Hollywood Brown, whatever it is, it's always just like, not quite that dude. And you always seem to have just lost one, and you're replacing him with another who's nice, but again, not enough for Lamar to just sit back and be like, let's delegate. Let some other people do some stuff out here.
It's not the way their offense is designed, and I don't think that it's the way that he feels he can be successful. And it's hard to look at what he did, 16 carries for $122, and say, yeah, that didn't work, because it worked, and it kept him in the game, and it helped him drive down the field, and it's such a great weapon. But then you get inside the deep red zone, and that's where you need a QB to do QB things, and he just doesn't.
Well, I mean, you look at the way Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs scored their touchdowns last night. Now, he had some wonderful plays, as he always does. He's freaking Patrick Mahomes, but doesn't it look like he kind of did less? I mean, the Ravens go all the way down the field. Lamar does his thing. Derrick Henry had a good opening drive. He finishes it off. You head to the other end. Before you even could blink, the Chiefs have tied the game, and all Patrick did, he just turn around and you hit Rice over the middle a couple of times and then hand the ball to Xavier Worthy, and he's gone. And then the next touchdown, same thing. Broken play, right sideline, boop, just an easy toss, and Worthy is gone. And Patrick Mahomes has had maybe one of the most healthy careers. I know it's still young, but one of the most healthy careers I've ever seen. I can barely remember Patrick missing a game ever.
Well, last year, you remember he rolled the ankle really bad, and then
somehow
I think he missed half a game, and then he just came back. Everyone said, there's no way he comes back.
Yeah.
And he played through it.
Yeah.
So he's had some minor injuries, but you're right. And part of that is because he knows how to get out of bounds. And also, memo to the rest of the league and Niners when you play him, don't touch him when he gets near the sideline. Now, that was a late hit. The second one, the one that they actually called, the first one where the Chiefs went bananas, when the guy barely put his hands on him.
Yeah.
No flag. The second one was a clear flag. The guy dove at his knees, and he was already on the white. You got to stay away from Patrick.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue whether it was or wasn't a flag because that's the way it's called now.
Yeah.
But also, the observation I had there is Patrick is really good at drawing that flag. He knows exactly what he's doing. And so what he does is he just kind of tiptoes on the sideline to make a defender commit. And as soon as he can feel that commitment, boop, just step out of bounds, and then bang, you're going to get another 15. Russell Wilson used to be really good at this, even in the open field, where he would kind of do the late slide. It's like, I'm running at you, and the second he sees your body leverage go, oh, you're not going to slide? I'm going to hit you. Boom, slide right underneath the legs, have the defender clip the top of his helmet as he goes right over you. Bang, I'm going to get another 15.
Yeah.
They've gotten really good at it. It kind of stinks, I think, for fans and defensive players.
Yeah.
It's hard to watch, but there's no way around it.
No, there's nothing you can do as a defender because, we saw it last year in a playoff game where the quarterback looked like he might be going down and the defenders kind of step back, and you just can't. You have to commit, and you have to try to go low if you're going to try to get a quarterback who's sliding. And if you see him start to slide, you got to somehow dive out of the way.
I mean, here's with all of everything that we just said, with all of it said, golly, that was a phenomenal game.
Great game.
And I think both quarterbacks are just, oh my God, they're restaurant quality. The whole thing, both of them, Patrick and Lamar. Maybe this would be a fun thing to ask Niner fans. We've moved past the idea of whether or not Brock Purdy's good. Anybody feel any quarterback envy last night? Anyone? Did you feel that at all?
Well, yeah, with Mahomes. But yeah. I mean, he's the best maybe to ever do it. And you watch 20 of 28, very quiet night. He didn't have to do too much, but when there was a throw to be made, he made the throw. He's elusive. He can run when he has to. He doesn't like to, it seems, but he just is so smart, and he's so aware that you never get a clean hit on him, and he just wins games.
Lamar has a different look to him, but it's not. I'm not going to call him as effective as Mahomes, but it's pretty damn close. You know what I love about both of them? Because both of their offensive lines were a little off, I thought. Both of them, when they're holding that ball and somebody breaks through the line, I've never had more confidence watching a quarterback. It's like, no, they're going to be able to find a way to extend the play and make something good happen. They're both incredible at it. Brock is too, but when Brock does it, I feel, and maybe this is just because he's such a young player, it's a little bit more frenetic. Brock's running around in circles sometimes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mahomes 90-25, by the way, all time. His record, 90-25, including the playoffs. So anyway.
We're sponsored by Safeway. We're chasing down Rex Ryan. We told you he'd be on at 2:15. Obviously, he was not. So we're trying to connect with Rex. We'll keep that out there, but open it up to you. Niner fans, did you feel any quarterback envy last night? 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibs.
and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, this will be fun. I mean, we're basking in the glow. How long has it been? And actually, in this town, we know exactly how long it's been since we've been able to react to an actual football game.
Too soon.
Is it?
Too soon.
You might be right.
Yeah, boy.
You might be right. It's not too soon, though, to talk to Rex Ryan. We're excited about this. Rex, every Sunday on Sunday NFL Countdown from 7 to 10 in the morning, our time, all season long, Rex will be with Mike Greenberg and then all the other analysts who we know, Teddy Bruschi, Randy Moss, Alex Smith, senior NFL insider Adam Schefter. You can catch Rex doing that all year long. Rex, thank you for joining us here on the River Islands Guest Line. How are you?
Oh, I'm fantastic, and it's great to be here with you guys.
Yeah, great to have you. Did you have the same thought I did when I saw Xavier Worthy look exactly like Tyreek Hill last night, and I just went, oh no, the league let these guys get better.
That's scary, wasn't it? I mean, it's like, come on, this guy. At first, it's funny because I was thinking, he's a first-round pick. He broke the combine record, fastest 40. But I'm like, there's no way in heck this guy's going to be like Tyreek Hill. And then he gets 2 touchdowns his first game, and it's like, uh-oh. But, yeah, no, that was impressive. It was a hell of a game, too. And, those two teams they may go, be representing the AFC in that championship game. Both those two teams look pretty darn good to me. But, yeah, Xavier Worthy, that's just what Kansas City needs, another Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, a little bit of the PTSD bowl for us out here, Rex. The last 2 teams that beat the Niners, forget the Rams in the last game of the year when the Niners didn't even really show up. But of those 2 teams, Baltimore and Kansas City, if you're a Niner fan, which one would you have to fear more?
I don't think it matters. I thought Baltimore had the best team in the league last year. I never thought it was close. So, they kind of laid an egg. Kansas City, wins that game. But now you do it 2 times in a row. I guess it's not it's certainly not a fluke. So, but either one of those 2 teams are going to be tough for anybody. And, we'll see. Hey, we'll see if the Niners get there again or not. But, they had to feel pretty fortunate beating Detroit, I think, in that championship games when you're down 17 points. That to come back and win that game was pretty dang impressive. And obviously, the Super Bowl was a disappointment. They played well. It's just you got beat. But Niners are outstanding. There's no doubt about it. They're well coached and man, oh man, they got a ton of weapons. They're fun to watch.
Rex, as always, we're talking a lot about quarterbacks, and as the world is still trying to put a finger on exactly who and what Brock Purdy is, we're looking at those 2 guys last night and kind of comparing and contrasting them stylistically. I wonder from your perspective as a coach, if you could get on a computer and sort of dial up the style of a quarterback, the characteristics of a quarterback that matter to you most, what would you dial up?
Well, I think accuracy is the main thing. Throwing the football is the main thing. You got to be smart because you got to learn the system. You got to have all that stuff down. But mobility, I think mobility is something that I remember. Bill Walsh was actually a mentor of mine, which is crazy because he was an offensive guy. But he was gracious enough, spent a lot of time with me when I was a young coach going up the ranks and things. But he always talked to me about that. He thought mobility was one of the things that was important for quarterbacks. And Purdy is never going to be confused with Lamar Jackson, but he does have some mobility, and he's got a great pocket presence too. And it's so funny because everybody's like, Brock Purdy's not any good. He's not any good. He all he did was lead the NFL in QBR last year. He averaged almost 10 yards a pass attempt, 9.6 yards, which, by the way, led the league. And, oh, by the way, it's not just dink and dunk stuff. He's throwing it down the field, pitching it down the field. So, to me, he's not, you're never going to trade, Lamar Jackson or Patrick Mahomes for Brock Purdy. But, hell, he's pretty dang good. And I think it's time people started realizing that he's one of the reasons why the Niners are so good. It's not just the great weapons they have, and albeit they got great weapons, but damn, Brock Purdy's a pretty good weapon too.
Rex Ryan here on 95.7 The Game. Is part of his success stemming from just the scheme fit with Kyle Shanahan and the way he goes about running his offense?
Well, I think obviously it's a good fit, and Kyle Shanahan's an outstanding coach, but he's still the same coach that got fired in Cleveland, got fired in wherever, and in Washington or whatever. So, I mean, he's a great coach, but you got to have players, and certainly they have a ton of players. They have an outstanding system, but what's most important to me, is the grasp of the system that Brock Purdy has. There's a lot of smart coaches in this league, but the thing that I'm impressed with is Kyle Shanahan's got this young quarterback, and it's almost like he's connected to him on the field. Like he's that sharp, he's that smart, and hey, if he's accurate as hell. When somebody's open, he delivers it, and he delivers it on time. He's always the thing that gets me with him. He's not the greatest at extending plays like a Patrick Mahomes, but what he's amazing about is anticipation, timing, and accuracy. And he throws guys open. He doesn't wait for them to get open. He throws them open. And to me, I'm blown away by the kid.
Rex Ryan, ESPN, is with us. Rex, you just said something interesting. I want to dig a little deeper here because we are bombarded with the idea that players on the Niners are a product of Kyle Shanahan's system. And you just kind of insinuated that Kyle is also a product of his players. Is that what you believe?
Well, sure, of course. I think we all are. You think, hey, Bill Belichick's the best of all time. Well, did he look better with Tom Brady or without him when he couldn't beat anybody? I think he looked a hell of a lot better when Tom Brady was there. So that's part of us. Now, I'll say this. There's no coach in the National Football League, in the history of the National Football League, there's no coach can win without players. All right? There's some coaches can win with them, but there's no coach that can win without them. And to me, the Niners are an outstanding team, and it's a great mix. This is a good football coach, damn good football coach. All right? There's no denying it, but those players make the coach look a hell of a lot better than if he didn't have those guys.
Let's say every single coach in the league was completely available and you were starting a team. Who would you hire?
I'd hire that kid at Detroit. The one that they can't get out. That's who I would hire.
Dan Campbell.
I love Dan Campbell, but I was talking about assistants because right now, you could take any of them and say, hey, Dan Campbell, Kyle Shanahan, all these guys. But I want to dig deep. I want to get my own guy, and I'm going to go get that offensive coordinator with Detroit. Nobody does a better job than that guy does. He doesn't have half the players that some of these teams have, and yet they rank in the top 5 every single year that he's been an offensive coordinator. So to me, I think he could be a superstar in this league, and we'll find out. But all these other guys, Kyle Shanahan, all those guys are outstanding coaches. Mike Tomlin's a great coach, but I'm just telling you, I think there's some assistants that are going to break through in this league coming up that I'm really excited to see some of these other assistants move on as well, and not just come from the Sean McVay family or whatever. Right. There's more ways of skinning a cat. And the guy at Detroit, as you guys know, does, in my opinion, does a better job than anybody in the league.
Ben Johnson is who you're talking about.
Yeah, no doubt. And the pipeline continues to be strong in the NFL. Rex, what's it like coming off a Super Bowl to try to do it again? Because we hear a lot about a Super Bowl hangover. The Niners obviously lost the big game, and they're trying to do it again. What are the challenges for a team to try to get back to the bowl after losing it?
Well, I think there's obviously the team is hungry, but it's so damn hard to get back there. And that's the thing where it's like every year's a brand new system, or a brand new season. And to me, if you're sitting back thinking, assuming you're going to get there, you'll get your ass kicked. And by then you're going to be scratching to make the playoffs instead of where you want to be, having that number one team, that number one seed. You got to handle business, and it's all over. It's a brand new season. And some of these teams that are hungry, that are behind you, you look at the jump that Detroit made last year who's going to be that team this year? You know, there's talk. Is it going to be the Bears? Is it going to be Seattle? Is it going to be the Rams? Like, I don't know. But you can't take anything for granted. And I think, and not saying that the Niners are going to, but that's the only way. If you're all of a sudden, the motor's not running, all that type of stuff, and you think you're just going to wait to the playoffs, you're not going to. You'll be lucky to make it.
Rex Ryan, ESPN, with us on 95.7 The Game. Rex, as you said, your defensive guy. Would love to get your assessment of the 49er defense and specifically some of the changes. Dre Greenlaw is going to miss a little bit of time. Eric Armstead is gone. What are your thoughts on this group?
Yeah, I mean, it's an outstanding group. It's, they're so fundamentally sound as well. It's hard to get the ball over top of them. And, the pass rush, it all starts with that pass rush. And, you mentioned the loss of the big defensive tackle in there, Armstrong and Armstead, excuse me. Like, that's a big loss. But then you get some other guys that are coming up, and as long as you got Bosa healthy, you got a pretty good chance. You know what I mean? And all these kids inside, like, there's a lot of good players, a lot of depth in that group, and I think they picked up Floyd also, right?
They did.
So so to me, that's the kid. I love that kid. When he came out, I absolutely love that kid, and he's been tremendous. And I think that's the guy. It's funny, you're playing against Aaron Rodgers. Well, who's the guy that knocked him out, gave him the Achilles? Aaron Rodgers is going to look back over. I believe it was Floyd. So, but either way, to me, it's that's a damn good football player that nobody even talks about. So you lose a guy, but you also gain a guy too, and. So we'll see. I think the team is, both these defenses are going to be interesting because not just the Niners have an outstanding defense. The Jet defense is absolutely loaded. So I think it's going to be a great matchup. Both of those, ironically, play the same style of defense. They all play this. I call it we used to call it a sting package. Basically, it's a cover three on top. They're playing on top of the corners, playing almost man, but on top. It's not true man coverage. But either way, both these teams do a great job of playing that style, and it's going to be interesting because these offenses go against that defense every day. So what's it? They shouldn't be surprised by this style of play. So. It should be interesting to me. I mean, I can't wait for this game. I think it's going to be fantastic.
Oh, we're super excited out here, Rex, and glad to have you joining us, being of Jets cloth from your past. And I'm just curious what you think about Aaron Rodgers and what the expectation is for a guy almost 41, coming off an Achilles, playing his first football in almost 2 years.
Yeah, I think, look, he's completely healthy. So I think the Achilles – it happened or whatever. It's unfortunate, but he is absolutely 100% healthy. So the other thing is he's had a lot of durability, throughout his career. So he's not a guy that typically gets hurt. It's kind of a freak thing with that Achilles, but it certainly wasn't age related. So I think it's, I think they're going to get a healthy Aaron Rodgers, and he might not have the mobility that he once had, but he still has the arm talent, and he's got some guys to throw to, man. Like this Garrett Wilson is no joke. I think he's a superstar in the making. They add Mike Williams, who's, a 50-50 jump ball, contested catch guy, outstanding receiver. And so I think that's going to be good. And then they have a back. Now, this is the closest thing to Christian McCaffrey that we have in the league in this Breece Hall. So, it's going to be a hell of a matchup. That offensive line has been upgraded big time for the Jets, so I think it's going to be an interesting matchup, certainly.
No doubt about it. Hey, Rex, before you get out of here, wanted to get a thought also on the game that is happening later tonight. It's kind of an interesting way to start a season, I'll say, in Brazil. For a couple of teams that have to turn right around and play again next week, and you've got players who have made comments like They're being told to stay in their hotel rooms and whatnot. What are your thoughts on this game that's happening tonight?
Yeah, I think it's interesting. It's obviously a interesting venue down there in Brazil, and I actually went to a World Cup down there. Me and a bunch of my coaches went down, and they're for good reason. They need to stay in their hotel.
Oh, okay. What are some of those reasons, Rex?
Pretty distracting. It was pretty distracting. Let's just say that around the beaches, it was very distracting. So they need to stay focused. Stay in their hotel. I will say this: it's interesting, but it's the same time zone. And I know it sounds crazy because it's a 10-hour flight or whatever from the East Coast, but it's actually on the same time zone. I think that helps a little bit. I'm sure these teams will get an extra day.
Yeah.
A couple extra days of preparation. So I don't think I mean they could use it as an excuse. There's no need to. I think they'll be fine when they come back. From it, but it's going to be a hell of a game, man.
Yeah.
I mean, the NFL's got some great games that already scheduled. The interesting thing about Philadelphia early in the year, what were they, 10-1 or something like that?
Yep.
I have never seen a team, just go the exact opposite direction. It harkens back to the day of the Raiders when they went like 10-0 and then they lost 6 straight, or something many years ago. But yeah, that's what the Philadelphia team is going to show up.